The Neighbor. 3 Inquiries in Political Theology. With a new preface. Slavoj Žižek. Eric L. Santner. Kenneth Reinhard. The University of Chicago Press. Chicago and London. Preface, 2013. Perhaps no other political event in recent years has been as historically eventful as what has come to be called the Arab Spring. The surge of collective action in country after country in North Africa and the Middle East, which in several cases led to the toppling of authoritarian governments, took the world by surprise in much the same way as the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of really existing socialism in Europe in 1989. In hindsight, these actions come to make sense, seem even to be belated. How can it have taken so long for this to have happened, and yet one knows, at some level, that the condition of their possibility was established by the events themselves. It really happened, so now we know that it was possible. During the heady days of protest in Tahrir Square in Cairo, one heard numerous reports of the participants' sense that they were not only experiencing a world historical moment, a sort of cut in time, but also that the nature or truth of the event was inextricably linked to the kind of community that began to emerge over the course of the demonstrations. What was being demonstrated was not only that the people were fed up with their government, equally important was the experimental demonstration of a mode of acting in concert and being together, which to a large extent was not determined by pre-existing social or religious affiliations, and which had not seemed imaginable before. Various markers of identity and ways of being, and the often rigid boundaries that go with them, seemed, for a time, as if suspended. One is tempted here to cite the famous words of Galatians 3:28, 29, where Paul invokes the Abrahamic experiment that was renewed, as he believed, in and through the emergence of a new ecclesia in the space opened by the Christ event. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither slave nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. And if you are Christ's, then you are Abraham's offspring, heirs according to his promise. Paul here calls for a generic universalism indifferent to conventional social divisions and faithful to an earlier declaration, the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself, which, in his letter to the Romans, Paul presents as the motto of revolutionary fidelity to the Sinai event: he who loves his neighbor has fulfilled the law, 13:8. For Paul, this renewal is in fact something new, insofar as Christ's return to the Abrahamic covenant involves the repunctuation of the temporal fabric of reality itself. Besides this, you know what hour it is, how it is full time now for you to wake from sleep, 13:11. One recalls as well Corinthians 1:29, 31, I mean, brethren, the appointed time has grown very short. From now on, let those who have wives live as though they had none, and those who mourn as though they were not mourning, and those who rejoice as though they were not rejoicing, and those who buy as though they had no goods, and those who deal with the world as though they had no dealings with it. For the form of this world is passing away. Paul's insistence on the radical expansion of the covenant at Sinai to all the peoples of the world is also a transformation of the very idea of the neighbor. If conventional accounts of the commandment to neighbor love tend to assume a notion of proximity, the nearness implied by the English word neighbor, whether understood in geographical, ethnic, or religious terms, the Hebrew word in the commandment, re'eh, does not involve spatial nearness or social similarity, but merely gathering together. Paul's letters suggest that the concept of the neighbor does not necessarily imply only a spatial relationship but also what we can think of as a topological one, in which new types of neighborhoods gather and disperse according to new modes of proximity. The narrowing of the now implies an expansion and deterritorialization of the here. Moreover, isn't our contemporary experience of neighboring in the age of the Internet increasingly independent of geographical or spatial proximity? How can the neighborhood understood in topological terms transform our socio-political experience of neighbors and our religio-ethical accounts of the neighbor? We might say, then, that what emerged at places like Tahrir Square was an experimental neighborhood, a coming together of people, each of whom, under the sign of a particular, concrete demand in the case of Egypt, the demand that Mubarak be deposed, could practice or experiment at being a neighbor. The following essays, all written several years before the Arab Spring, are attempts to conceptualize the peculiar nature of such experiments, to unpack the ethical, political, aesthetic, and theological dimensions that come into play there. What makes such experiments so difficult, so precarious, so fleeting, is that they seem to require that their participants enter into the neighborhood of something in their neighbor that is quite simply hard to bear, indeed something that can very quickly call forth horror and repulsion. It is the argument of these essays that what endows our neighbor with this element of too muchness is at least in part generated by the way he or she has gotten psychically organized around the impasses of the situation that generated the call to action, that invoked the demonstrations in the first place. Communities so formed are thus always threatened by the eruption of autoimmune responses. We hope that the essays in this volume contribute to a better understanding of this dynamic and perhaps even offer a way to imagine modes of loving one's neighbor more resistant to such immune disorders. Kenneth Reinhard, Eric L. Santner, Slavoj Žižek. Autumn 2012. Introduction. In a well-known series of reflections in Civilization and its Discontents, Freud made abundantly clear what he thought about the biblical injunction, first articulated in Leviticus 19:18 and then elaborated in the Christian teaching, to love one's neighbor as oneself. Let us adopt a naive attitude towards it, Freud proposes, as though we were hearing it for the first time. We shall be unable then to suppress a feeling of surprise and bewilderment. Freud condenses this surprise and bewilderment in a series of questions and objections that cannot but seem reasonable and commonsensical. Why would we do it? What good will it do us? But, above all, how shall we achieve it? How can it be possible? My love is something valuable to me which I ought not to throw away without reflection. It imposes duties on me for whose fulfillment I must be ready to make sacrifices. If I love someone, he must deserve it in some way. He deserves it if he is so like me in important ways that I can love myself in him, and he deserves it if he is so much more perfect than myself that I can love my ideal of my own self in him. Things become even more complex when this neighbor is a perfect stranger. But if he is a stranger to me and if he cannot attract me by any worth of his own of any significance that he may already have acquired for my emotional life, it will be hard for me to love him. Indeed, I should be wrong to do so, for my love is valued by all my own people as a sign of my preferring them, and it is an injustice to them if I put a stranger on a par with them. But if I am to love him, with this universal love, merely because he, too, is an inhabitant of this earth, like an insect, an earthworm, or a grass snake, then I fear that only a small modicum of my love will fall to his share. But things get even worse. Not merely is the stranger in general unworthy of my love, Freud writes. I must honestly confess that he has more claim to my hostility and even my hatred. He seems not to have the least trace of love for me and shows me not the slightest consideration. If it will do him any good, he has no hesitation in injuring me, nor does he ask himself whether the amount of advantage he gains bears any proportion to the extent of the harm he does to me. Indeed, he need not even obtain an advantage, if he can satisfy any sort of desire by it. He thinks nothing of jeering at me, insulting me, slandering me, and showing his superior power, and the more secure he feels and the more helpless I am, the more certainly I can expect him to behave like this to me. Freud brings his reflections on neighbor love to a provisional conclusion by appealing to the persistence, in human beings, of a fundamental inclination toward aggression, a primary mutual hostility. As creatures among whose instinctual endowments is to be reckoned a powerful share of aggressiveness, their neighbor is for them not only a potential helper or sexual object, but also someone who tempts them to satisfy their aggressiveness on him, to exploit his capacity for work without compensation, to use him sexually without his consent, to seize his possessions, to humiliate him, to cause him pain, to torture, and to kill him. Homo homini lupus. 1. Against the background of such remarks, it might well seem to be a fool's undertaking to attempt to make psychoanalysis a key resource in the project of reanimating the ethical urgency and significance of neighbor love in contemporary society and culture. but that is just what the essays in this volume propose to do. This book's underlying premise axiom even is that the Freudian revolution is stricto sensu internal to the topic of neighbor and, indeed, provides a crucial point of reference for the project of rethinking the notion of neighbor in light of the catastrophic experiences of the 20th century. After the slaughters of World War II, the Shoah, the Gulag, multiple ethnic and religious slaughters, the explosive rise of slums in the last decades, and so on, the notion of neighbor has lost its innocence. To take the extreme case, in what precise sense is the Musulman, the living dead of the Nazi concentration camps, still our neighbor? Is human rights militarism, as the predominant ideological justification of today's military interventions, really sustained by the love for a neighbor? And, in our own societies, is not the multiculturalist notion of tolerance, whose fundamental value is the right not to be harassed, precisely a strategy to keep the intrusive neighbor at a proper distance? In the magnificent chapter 2.c, You Shall Love Your Neighbor, of his works of love, Søren Kierkegaard develops the claim that the ideal neighbor that we should love is a dead one. The only good neighbor is a dead neighbor. His line of reasoning is surprisingly simple and straightforward, in contrast to poets and lovers, whose object of love is distinguished by its particular outstanding qualities. To love one's neighbor means equality. Forsake all distinctions so that you can love your neighbor too. However, it is only in death that all distinctions disappear. Death erases all distinctions, but preference is always related to distinctions. 3. Is this love for the dead neighbor really just Kierkegaard's theological idiosyncrasy? In some radical circles in the United States, there came recently a proposal to rethink the rights of necrophiliacs, those who desire to have sex with dead bodies. So the idea was formulated that, in the same way people give permission for their organs to be used for medical purposes in the case of their sudden death, people should also be allowed to grant permission for their bodies to be given to necrophiliacs to play with. Is this proposal not the perfect exemplification of how a particular politically correct stance realizes Kierkegaard's insight into how the only good neighbor is a dead neighbor? A dead neighbor, a corpse, is the ideal sexual partner of a tolerant subject trying to avoid either harassing or being harassed. By definition, a corpse cannot be harassed. At the same time, a dead body does not enjoy, so the disturbing threat of the partner's excessive enjoyment is also eliminated. To put it in the simplest way possible, the essays collected here share the basic premise that Freud's discovery of the unconscious gives us the resources to understand, with a new and heretofore unimagined complexity, what is happening when we enter into the proximity of another's desire, a desire that touches on the border regions of life and death and that can therefore assume an inhuman, even monstrous aspect. What if, for example, Kafka's inhuman figure Odradek proves to be the exemplary case of the neighbor? The premise of this volume is that only through understanding the eventfulness of such an encounter will it be possible to truly grasp what is at stake now in the commandment to love one's neighbor as oneself. 2. As Jacques Lacan points out, the biblical commandment to love the neighbor represents a complete break from classical ethics. Nothing is farther from the message of Socrates than "you shall love your neighbor as yourself," a formula that is remarkably absent from all that he says, for with the injunction in the Torah to love your neighbor as yourself, Leviticus 19:18, and the New Testament's question, who is my neighbor? Luke 10:29, the relationship to another person indicated as the neighbor, Rei in Hebrew, Plesion in the Greek, comes to define monotheistic ethics in its difference from the Greco-Roman or pagan ethics of moderation and temperance as the keys to happiness. Lacan's ultimate point, one already adumbrated in Freud's various warnings about the possibility of neighbor love, is that the encounter with the neighbor, this new point of orientation in ethical life, points to a beyond of the pleasure principle that still guides the classical ethics of happiness. Judaism opens up a tradition in which an alien traumatic kernel forever persists in my neighbor. The neighbor remains an impenetrable, enigmatic presence that, far from serving my project of self-disciplining moderation and prudence, hystericizes me. Jewish literature presents numerous examples of the radical ethics of the neighbor, from the Talmud and Midrash, Maimonides and Nachmanides, to Rosenzweig and Levinas, and in Christianity neighbor love is a central problem to thinkers as diverse as Augustine, William of Ockham, Catherine of Siena, Luther, and Kierkegaard. At the same time, the neighbor has acted as a doctrinal shibboleth for the separation and even opposition of Jewish and Christian ethics and for the emergence of the so-called secular world from the Christian line of interpretation. The New Testament defines itself against what it sees as the narrow legalism of Pharisaic Judaism and initiates the dialectics of new versus old, universal versus particular, and love versus law that will inform ethical theory in modernity. For Immanuel Kant, the commandment to love the neighbor embodies the rigors of ethics as pure practical reason, in which the good is clearly distinguished from both Jewish law and pagan well-being. Kant's frequent citation of Leviticus 19:18 as an instance of the categorical imperative continues the logic of universalization that began in the New Testament and provides the proof text for the reconciliation between religion and reason. In both Judaism and Christianity, the commandment in Leviticus 19:18 to love your neighbor as yourself functions most canonically as the central law or moral principle par excellence, the ethical essence of true religion, in tandem with the commandment to love God. But the meaning of neither of these injunctions can be taken as self-evident, just as love of God can be interpreted in terms of many divergent practices, from private meditation to public martyrdom, so the intent and extent of the commandment to love the neighbor are obscure and have frequently been points of radical disagreement and sectarian division, even in mainstream interpretation. For skeptical readers, both religious and secular, the commandment to love the neighbor has seemed far from rational and has, in fact, appeared deeply enigmatic indeed, as an enigma that calls us to rethink the very nature of subjectivity, responsibility, and community. We might even say that neighbor love is not a law that can be obeyed literally, nor a theory that can be definitively exemplified, but a rule that can be proved only by its exception. That is, neighbor love functions more as an obstacle to its own theorization than as a roadmap for ethical life, whereas all ethical imperatives involve some ambiguity and hence require some degree of interpretation. Example: what constitutes honoring one's parents? Is there a difference between killing and murdering? The injunction to love your neighbor as yourself involves interpretive and practical aporias in all its individual terms, and even more so as an utterance. One cannot attempt to fulfill it without taking the risk of transgressing it. Despite its seemingly universal dissemination, despite its appropriation in the name of various moral and political agendas, something in the call to neighbor love remains opaque and does not give itself up willingly to univocal interpretation. Yet it remains always in the imperative and presses on us with an urgency that seems to go beyond both its religious origins and its modern appropriations as universal reason. To begin, who is my neighbor? In Judaism, this question often takes the form of asking whether the neighbor to be loved includes non-Jews along with Jews. Before modernity, however, few Jewish readers understood the injunction to extend beyond the limit of the covenant, and while some medieval exegetes include fellow monotheists among the neighbors, others restrict the commandment's object even more, limiting the neighbor to strictly observant fellow Jews. But even the most exclusive account must face the inevitable question of the choice of one particular neighbor over another, for to love any one neighbor is surely to fail to love another. A defining moment in the emergence of Christian universalism comes when the neighbor is asserted to include everyone, Jew and Gentile alike, in the parable of the Good Samaritan, while the Levite and the Cohen pass by the injured man in the road, presumably not recognizing him as a fellow Jew, or perhaps fearful of violating laws of purity through contact with the corpse. The Good Samaritan comes to his aid and proves himself the true neighbor of his neighbor whether dead or alive. Secondly, what acts or affects are imposed in the seemingly excessive and even inappropriate injunction to love my neighbor, ahava, in Hebrew, which includes romantic and sexual love. The medieval Rabbi Nachmanides insists that love is a figure of speech, an overstatement. Pointing to the peculiar grammar of the Hebrew phrase, which could be translated awkwardly but literally as love to the neighbor as yourself, he argues that the commandment enjoins love of the neighbor's welfare, not person. Christianity has similarly tried to distance the commandment from any sense of inappropriate affect, usually by emphasizing its close connection with the love of God. Some commentators, notably Kierkegaard, pointing out that love cannot be commanded, cannot be produced by imperative or necessity, argue that the commandment is meant to be confronted as enigma, to be broken through to love of God. Furthermore, what does the commandment's apparent reflexivity, the call to love the neighbor as yourself, imply about the nature of self-love and, by extension, about subjectivity? What is the force of the comparative kamoka, again, an unusual formation in this grammatical context? Neighbor love has come to serve as a test of the meaning of affiliation, membership, and community insofar as the commandment seems to require a relationship or affective bond of some sort between the other and the self. Is the neighbor understood as an extension of the category of the self, the familial, and the friend, that is, as someone like me whom I am obligated to give preferential treatment to, or does it imply the inclusion of the other into my circle of responsibility, extending to the stranger, even the enemy? Finally, and for the concerns of the present volume most importantly, does the commandment call us to expand the range of our identifications, or does it urge us to come closer, become answerable to, an alterity that remains radically inassimilable? In this spirit, one might paraphrase Max Horkheimer's old motto from the late 1930s: if you do not want to talk about fascism, then shut up about capitalism. If you do not want to talk about Odradek, Gregor Samsa, and the Musulman, then shut up about your love for a neighbor. In raising these questions, neighbor love not only opens up a set of fundamental issues that continue to define ethical inquiry in modernity, but also implies a new theological configuration of political theory. The essays in this volume make a preliminary step into this opening. 3. In the first essay, Kenneth Reinhard argues that Freud and Lacan provide the resources for a radical rethinking of the two fundamental categories of Carl Schmitt's political theology, that of the sovereign, as the one who decides on the state of exception, and that of the friend-enemy distinction, as providing the very framework of the field of political life. Rather than simply abandoning the concept of political theology, a common reflex in contemporary liberal thought, Reinhard argues that it ought to be pushed further toward an alternative political theology of the neighbor. In doing so, Reinhard suggests, we might avoid the two alternative ways of not encountering the neighbor, which he correlates with the psychic structures of psychosis and neurosis. Neurosis and psychosis represent two asymmetrical modes of the failure to love the neighbor, whereas the neurotic becomes an autonomous subject of desire in turning away from the impossibility of the command to love the neighbor. The psychotic fails to achieve subjectivity while succeeding in experiencing the other as radically other, loving the neighbor not wisely, but too well. Reinhard proposes that the way out of this bind is to be found in Lacan's elaboration of sexual difference and his notion of the impossibility of the sexual relation. Reinhard argues that Lacan's formula of masculine sexuation, the pattern according to which a masculine subjective structure comes to be stabilized, closely parallels Schmitt's understanding of the organization of the political field, friend-foe distinction, around the figure of the sovereign and his paradoxical right to declare a state of exception. Masculine subjectivity is constituted, in this view, in relation to the fantasy of the primal father. The sovereign is like the primal father in being stationed at the margins of the state he regulates. It is only insofar as there can be a radical exception to the law that the law can exist and be effective. The primal father and the sovereign occupy the position of extreme dictators whose word both violates the rule of the total state and promises it totality, closure, drawing a line between the inside and the outside, the native and the stranger. The subjective decision that results in masculine sexuation is the choice not to choose, the decision to remain in a liminal position by both accepting subjection to the law of castration and maintaining the belief in the existence of at least one man who has escaped that law, while enforcing it on all others. For Reinhard, Lacan's proposal of an alternative logic for feminine sexuation, one that includes the dimension that Lacan called the pot-out, the not all, offers the resources for allowing us to pass from the political theology of the friend-enemy to that of the neighbor, a figure located no longer in a field totalized by a sovereign exception, but rather within an infinite series of possible encounters, one without limit and without totalization, a field without the stability of margins. In the second essay of the volume, Eric Santner takes as his point of departure Walter Benjamin's famous allegory of the chess player, in which an automaton, representing historical materialism, is guided in his moves by a wizened dwarf representing, in turn, the resources of theology. Santner raises the question, as simple as it is perplexing, as to the nature of the materiality at stake in such materialism. That is, what sort of materiality must this be if theology is to play a role in its analysis and recomposition? And how should one understand the theology that, in Benjamin's view, would be up to such a task? Santner pursues these questions by way of an engagement with the work of Franz Rosenzweig, the German Jewish philosopher whose magnum opus, The Star of Redemption, was a crucial point of reference for Benjamin's thought in general and for the critique of historicism he proposes in his theses, in particular. Through a reading of Rosenzweig's discussion of the concept of miracles, Santner argues that the materiality at issue in historical materialism needs to be understood as a kind of semiotic density, a signifying stress, constituting the subject's creatureliness. For Santner, becoming creature, the acquisition of the materiality at issue in historical materialism, is linked to the state of exception already elaborated in Reinhard's essay, that is, to exposure to a boundary zone of the law where the force of law exceeds any normative content, where the meaningfulness of law is traversed by a movement of designification. Creaturely life is what gets, organized by way of what Benjamin calls the Erregende, the exciting script, that gathers around the edges of states of emergency/exception. Against this background, Santner proposes that a miracle implies a capacity to intervene into this dimension of creaturely life, the possibility of releasing the energies contained there, opening them to genuinely new destinies. It is, Santner argues, through such interventions that one remains faithful to the commandment of neighbor love. In the final essay of the volume, Slavoj Žižek argues for an understanding of the injunction to love one's neighbor precisely as a challenge to the so-called ethical turn in contemporary thought, a turn often linked to the thought of Emmanuel Levinas. Žižek's main target in this essay is what he characterizes as an ethics of the last man. Friedrich Nietzsche's notion of the last man is the point of reference here, the paradigmatic citizen of contemporary Western civilizations who fears an excessive intensity of life as something that might disturb his search for happiness without stress and who, for this reason, rejects cruel imposed moral norms as a threat to his fragile balance. For Žižek, a whole series of contemporary commodities and phenomena embodies this anxiety and vulnerability apropos of excess, coffee without caffeine, beer without alcohol, up to the desire to prosecute wars without casualties, non-existent on our side, invisible on the other side. Žižek proposes a revaluation of the notion of excess, of exposure to excess, one that follows the logic of the Hegelian revision of the Kantian position. Is the status of the subject always limited, dispossessed, and exposed, or is the subject itself a name for this dispossession? From the subject's limitation, we have to move to limit itself as the name for the subject. For Žižek, this Hegelian sublation of the Kantian position disseminates into the field of political life a crucial dimension of life introduced by the Kantian transcendental turn, that of inhuman understood as the very extimate feature which makes the human human. Whereas the judgment he is not human means simply that this person is external to humanity, animal or divine, the judgment he is inhuman means something thoroughly different, namely, that this person is neither simply human nor simply inhuman, but marked by a terrifying excess which, although it negates what we understand as humanity, is inherent to being human. In the pre-Kantian universe, Žižek suggests, humans were simply humans, beings of reason, fighting the excesses of animal lusts and divine madness. With Kant and German idealism, however, the excess to be fought is absolutely immanent, the core of subjectivity itself, which is why, with German idealism, the metaphor for the core of subjectivity is night, night of the world, in contrast to the Enlightenment notion of the light of reason fighting the darkness around. So when, in the pre-Kantian universe, a hero goes mad, it means he is deprived of his humanity, in other words, the animal passions or divine madness took over. With Kant, on the other hand, madness signals the unconstrained explosion of the very core of a human being. Žižek argues that this dimension is missed in the ethical turn in contemporary thought in general, and in the work of Levinas, in particular. Žižek's further argument is that it is only by insisting on this dimension that it becomes possible to reinvigorate the properly political potential of the injunction of neighbor love. The essays in this volume were written over the course of several years of intensive conversations between the three contributors. These conversations have never yielded complete agreement or harmony, or even comprehension. Nonetheless, we have all taken as our fundamental point of departure as the very matter of thought, dissacted Denkens the axiom that it is only with the emergence of the psychoanalytic concept of the unconscious, with the emergence of the subject of psychoanalysis, that we can truly grasp the ethical and political complexity introduced into the world by the injunction to love one's neighbor as oneself. Kenneth Reinhard. Toward a Political Theology of the Neighbor. In The Concept of the Political, 1932, Carl Schmitt writes, "The specific political distinction to which political actions and motives can be reduced is that between friend and enemy one." However, in his book Political Theology, 1922, Schmitt presented a quite different, even contradictory, logic of the political. There, the structural function of the exception, the sovereign's godlike ability to declare a state of emergency and act outside the law, implies that the border between the law and lawlessness is permeable and, by extension, that the relationship of interiority, friends, and exteriority, enemies, is unstable. The fact that Schmitt's political theology generates antitheses that it cannot maintain should not invalidate what we can take as its fundamental insight, that the political order is sustained by theological concepts that it cannot completely assimilate. The friend-enemy distinction remains significant when we understand it as a symptom of political theology, an attempt to formalize the political against the threat of the theological, that is, as the political's defense against destabilizing aspects of its own theologism. Rather than abandoning political theology because of these contradictions, we need to push it further. The structural analogy of sovereignty to deity that grants the sovereign God's authority to decree an exception also suggests that the sovereign's legitimacy derives in part from the divine claim to the fidelity of love. "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might." Deuteronomy 6:5.2. For the political theological tradition represented by Machiavelli, the key question may be whether it is better for the sovereign to be loved or feared. The theology of the Hebrew Bible, however, does not oppose those passionate relationships. God is to be loved and feared. In a famous midrash on the giving of the law at Sinai, God holds the mountain over the people and makes them an offer they can't refuse. "If you accept the Torah, it is well; if not, your grave will be right here." 3. The legitimacy of the law established at Sinai is based on a consent in excess of freedom of choice and a love indistinguishable from fear. Hence, we find an effective correlate of the paradoxical topology of sovereignty in the ambivalence that underlies the commandment to love God, a commandment that, like all commandments to love, has at its heart the collision of autonomy and heteronomy. Insofar as this antinomy includes both sides of the double genitive of love of God, we can propose it as the mysterium sanctum underlying political theology, the implicit credo of sovereignty that informs the hierarchy of relations within family, polis, and ecclesia. But in both Jewish and Christian doxology, love of God is conventionally paired with love of the neighbor, as two essentially linked imperatives or theological ethical principles. In this essay, I bring the psychoanalytic commentary on the neighbor in the work of Freud and Lacan into relation with the logic of political theology theorized by Schmitt, in order to begin to specify the conditions of a political theology of the neighbor. Freud's writing is centrally relevant to a political theology of the neighbor, as the other side of the political theology of the friend and enemy, most notably in his late works Civilization and its Discontents and Moses and Monotheism. However, the neighbor and neighbor love appear over the entire range of his writings, from his earliest unpublished drafts to Wilhelm Fliess through his last works. Although Lacan's most famous remarks on the neighbor appear in his Seminar 7, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, the neighbor and neighbor love are frequent topics of his writing and seminars. In Totem and Taboo, Freud presents a mythical genealogy of the paternal law remarkably similar to Schmitt's theory of sovereignty. Like the sovereign, the father of the primal horde has the singular ability to transgress the law in the very process of embodying and enforcing it. Freud appropriates the narrative of the primal father in order to explain the genesis of the law and to stage a mythical primal scene of the origins of the superego's conflicting imperatives for and against enjoyment. In Seminar 17, The Other Side of Psychoanalysis, Lacan introduces the discourse of the master in part as a formalization of the structure of Freud's narrative of the primal horde. 4 And in the years between Seminar 17 and Seminar 21, Lacan rethought the discourse of the master in the language of symbolic logic and set theory as part of his formulas of sexuation, where the structural parallels with Schmidt's political theology become most striking. Indeed, just as Schmidt insists that what is at stake in sovereignty is the ability to decide when to declare a state of emergency, without needing any grounds or basis for the decision, so, according to Lacan, to participate in one of the two logics that define sexuation is, paradoxically, to have chosen to be a man or a woman. 5 If Schmidt's account of the sovereign exception can be mapped onto the man's side of Lacan's formulas of sexuation, what, we might wonder, are the political implications corresponding to the other choice of sexuation, that of the woman? According to Lacan, the position of the woman entails a different logic, and implies an entirely distinct account of individual and group relations, under the aegis of what he calls the not all, pot out. Whereas the position of man is held vis-a-vis a totality of men, Lacan argues that women do not participate in a general category of woman, but enter into their sexuality one by one, as part of an infinite series of exceptions that form a radically open set, a not all. Can we locate in the not all a political theology of the neighbor? That is, a mode of political relation that would not be based on the friend-enemy couple, but on the neighbor as a third term, one that is obscured by Schmidt's binary opposition, but that is no less central to religious discourse, sociality, and political theology. I do not mean to argue that we should replace the model of sovereignty based on love of God implicit in Schmidt's political theology with one based on love of neighbor. Rather, my argument is that a political theology of the neighbor must come as a supplement to the political theology of the friend and enemy. It is only by considering the principles of love of God and love of neighbor together, as two halves of the same thought, as is the case in both Jewish and Christian doctrine, that we can begin to imagine other possibilities for social and subjective organization. Political theology. The argument for the theological foundations of political theory is, of course, very old. In the last century, though, it has been given what we might call a radically conservative inflection through the ideas of Carl Schmitt, who famously writes that all significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts. 6 For Schmitt, political theology is the truth of political theory in two ways. First, Schmitt defines sovereignty not according to its normative juridical and executive functions, but in terms of its extraordinary or exceptional powers. The sovereign is the one who can suspend the law in time of emergency, in part, or in toto, for the sake of its ultimate restitution and the preservation of the polis. Just as God suspends the laws of nature in miracles, so the sovereign is empowered to interrupt the laws of the state, to decide if and when to act, without the support of precedent or previously determined principles. Second, Schmitt claims that the essential logic of the political lies in the opposition between the categories of friend and enemy, an antithesis not of pathos but of ethos. The polis requires the ever-present real possibility of war for the concepts friend and enemy to retain their validity, and the exceptional decision to go to war constitutes the purest manifestation of the political as such. 7 I would argue, moreover, that there is an implicit link between these two elements of Schmitt's thinking. The ultimate justification of the sovereign's ability to decide on the exception is that it is meant to restore or ratify the essential political distinction between friend and enemy, however tendentious that opposition may be. There are fundamental differences, however, in the topologies implied here. If the principle of the friend-enemy opposition is based on the purity of the demarcation between interior and exterior, the assumption of a strict and recognizable difference between us and them, the principle of sovereign exceptionality involves a more complex spatial logic. is the sovereign inside or outside the law that he or she may decide to suspend at any moment. Sovereignty, Schmidt argues, is a borderline concept, a concept both of the border and at the border of conceptuality. To borrow a term from Lacan, we might describe this topology as one of extimacy, insofar as the sovereign is paradoxically both inside and outside the law. 8 Moreover, Schmidt's concept of the political is theological in its manner of bridging these two topologies, just as in the Bible God's inaugural declaration "Let there be light" was an extraordinary and fully arbitrary intervention of creation ex nihilo into the darkness of primal chaos, a cut that divided the world into stable oppositions of light and darkness. So at the moment of emergency the sovereign transgresses the limits of the law for the sake of the re-emergence of the fundamental opposition between friend and enemy that establishes the foundation of the political world. 9. The figure of the enemy in Schmidt's 1932 The concept of the political is drained of all animus. The enemy, according to Schmidt, is not evil. The distinction of friend and enemy denotes the utmost degree of intensity of a union or separation, of an association or dissociation. The political enemy need not be morally evil or aesthetically ugly, he need not appear as an economic competitor, and it may even be advantageous to engage with him in business transactions. But he is, nevertheless, the other, the stranger, and it is sufficient for his nature that he is, in a specifically intense way, existentially something different and alien, so that in the extreme case conflicts with him are possible. Only the actual participants can correctly recognize, understand, and judge the concrete situation and settle the extreme case of conflict. Each participant is in a position to judge whether the adversary intends to negate his opponent's way of life and therefore must be repulsed or fought in order to preserve one's own form of existence. 10. The political emerges in a process that seems to have, on the one hand, the characteristics of formal logic, the union or separation of two groups, friends and enemies, and, on the other, an intensely personal, existential moment of recognition, understanding, and judgment for the particular subjects involved. The friend and the enemy form twin imagos for the national and subjective ethos, figures of positive and negative political ontology by which the interior we, the I and its friends, is identified as such, as distinguished from the exterior they. If the extreme case of battle to the death with the enemy is the formal scene always on the horizon, as in the Hegelian dialectic of intersubjectivity, the decision to engage in war is radically contingent, not determined by any necessity. The act of war, in this sense, is the exception that proves the political rule, the self-identity of the state. And it is precisely insofar as this decisive act is always that of an individual subject, the actual participants in conflict, that subjectivity too becomes an instance of self-sovereignty. 11. One problem with this account of the political, where we divide the world into friends we identify with and enemies we define ourselves against, is that it is fragile, liable to break down or even to invert and oscillate in the face of complex situations. But it is precisely in its inadequacy to the world we live in that Schmidt's account of the friend-enemy distinction is most useful. Today, we find ourselves in a world from which the political may have already disappeared, or at least has mutated into some strange new shape. A world not anchored by the us and them oppositions that flourished as recently as the Cold War is one subject to radical instability, both subjectively and politically. The disappearance of the enemy results in something like global psychosis, since the mirroring relationship between friend and enemy provides a form of stability, albeit one based on projective identifications and repudiations. The loss of the enemy threatens to destroy what Lacan calls the imaginary tripod, trepid imaginaire, that props up the psychotic with a sort of pseudo-subjectivity, until something causes it to collapse, resulting in full-blown delusions, hallucinations, and paranoia. 12 Hence, for Schmidt, a world without enemies is much more dangerous than one where one is surrounded by enemies. As Derrida writes, the disappearance of the enemy opens the door for an unheard of violence, the evil of a malice knowing neither measure nor ground, and unleashing incommensurable in its unprecedented therefore monstrous forms, a violence in the face of which what is called hostility, war, conflict, enmity, cruelty, even hatred, would regain reassuring and ultimately appeasing contours, because they would be identifiable. 13 America today is desperately unsure about both its enemies and its friends, and hence deeply uncertain about itself. The rhetoric of the so-called war on terror is a sign of the disappearance of the traditional, localizable enemy. The terrorist does not have the stabilizing function that Schmidt associates with the enemy, but to declare war on him is to attempt to resuscitate the enemy's failing animus. Derrida's argument in The Politics of Friendship is not so much that we have entered into a historical period where the friend-enemy polarity has broken down, but that it is an inherently unstable opposition. Derrida's account of how the enemy and friend come to displace and infect each other in his reading of Schmidt leads him to propose a step, not, beyond the political. Let us not forget that the political would precisely be that which thus endlessly binds or opposes the friend-enemy/enemy-friend couple in the drive or decision of death. A hypothesis, then, and what if another lovance, in friendship or in love, were bound to an affirmation of life, to the endless repetition of this affirmation, only in seeking its way. In the step beyond the political, or beyond that political as the horizon of finitude. The Philion beyond the political or another politics for loving. Point 14. This other politics for loving that Derrida hypothesizes, this love both beyond and not beyond the political, must still remain in the vicinity of the theological if it is to be significant, in Schmidt's terms, and not merely a fantasy of some purely secular politics. I would like to suggest that such a politics can be located in the figure of the neighbor, the figure that materializes the uncertain division between the friend/family/self and the enemy/stranger/other. There is an element of this political theology of the neighbor that we can already point to in Derrida's comments on Schmidt's reference to Jesus's call to love your enemies in Matthew. For Schmidt, this biblical reference points to a linguistic distinction in Greek and Latin, but not German or English, between the private inimicos, who may indeed be loved or hated, and the public hostis, the political enemy, who, according to Schmidt, is not an object of affect. But as Derrida points out in a reading of this passage in The Gift of Death, the full line from Matthew that Schmidt refers to involves a crucial reference to the neighbor. Ye have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you. 5:43, 44. Jesus cites Leviticus 19:18, the commandment to love thy neighbor as thyself, but adds to it something not present in the Hebrew Bible, a directive to hate thine enemy, in order to make it seem that he is undoing a piece of legal vengeance and, in proclaiming love your enemies, is asserting its opposite. In fact, the biblical passage in Leviticus Jesus refers to has just specifically forbidden vengeance. Point 15. Jesus acts here as a sovereign, in declaring an exception, love your enemies, to a law, hate thine enemy, that he himself has confected. Jesus's commandment to love the enemy must be perceived as not merely new, but antinomian, in violation of the pre-existing legal code. Jesus's act of suspending a law that did not previously exist is not merely his exercise of the sovereign prerogative of exception, but an act of political theological creation ex nihilo, truly a polemical miracle. Although Jesus's rhetorical technique here would seem to be that of paradoxical reversal, the first part of the verse, the injunction to love the neighbor, is not challenged, but persists, extended in the series of acts of love that follows. Bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you. Indeed, rather than being inverted, it will be purified of particularism and appropriated as a central tenet of the new Christian political theology. For Schmidt, the line from Matthew is meant to clarify the difference between the public enemy and the various enmities that occur privately and are not part of the political as such. Jesus, he points out, uses the word inimicus or ekthros for the enemy we are enjoined to love, and this must be distinguished from the true enemy, the hostis or polemios. As Derrida indicates, Schmidt's disturbing example is that the Christian state can have Islam as its enemy, but still love the Muslim as its neighbor. Point 16. But Derrida argues that it is precisely in this enemy, the one who constitutes the political for Schmidt, that the trace of the neighbor materializes, an identifiable enemy, that is, one who is reliable to the point of treachery, and thereby familiar. One's fellow man, in sum, who could almost be loved as oneself. This adversary would remain a neighbor, even if he were an evil neighbor against whom war would have to be waged. 17. The implication of Derrida's comment is that the neighbor who is to be loved as ourself cannot be relegated to a private, or extra-political realm, insofar as a similar, if not identical, structure of reflexivity also determines the relationship to the public enemy, who, as reliably identifiable, is loved, or hated, as ourself. Thus, Derrida points out a possibility of semantic slippage and inversion in Schmidt's political theology. The enemy can also be a friend, and the friend is sometimes an enemy. The border between them, and between the public and private realms they are associated with, is fragile, porous, contestable, and to this extent the Schmittian discourse collapses, and against the threat of that ruin, it takes form. 18. Schmidt's theory of the exception recapitulates the first two structural moments in providential history by describing the sovereign's political miracles as acts of creation and revelation. If creation corresponds to the re-establishment of the polis in the super-legal sovereign act that terminates the civic crisis and the threat of chaos, revelation is the articulation of the constitution or civic law that holds open and maps the contours of the political space established by creation. Cast in the light of revelation, the essence of the law is located in its exceptional rather than normative function. 19. However, Schmidt does not include among the metaphors that fill out his structural analogy what would traditionally be the final act of the drama of political theology, the eschatological conclusion when the earthly kingdom fashioned and chartered by God falls into ruin through human depredation, to be replaced by a heavenly kingdom that will last forever. For Walter Benjamin, who maintained a dialogue with Schmidt on these issues, redemption is finally the only theological category that has real significance for politics. 20. In his theologico-political fragment, Benjamin extends the account of allegorical signification he developed in his book on the German Trauerspiel to theorize the redemptive logic of political theology. The order of the profane assists, through being profane, the coming of the messianic kingdom. The profane, therefore, although not itself a category of this kingdom, is a decisive category of its quietist approach. For nature is messianic by reason of its eternal and total passing away. 21. The world we live in contains figures of redemption not in the examples of charity and acts of neighbor love we might find here and there, but in the signs of transitoriness that we see everywhere: natural decay, cultural ruin, political disintegration, the eternity of entropy only. Benjamin's account of the political theology of redemption is insistently material and consistently focused on the transformations of temporality. In his late essay Theses on the Philosophy of History, Benjamin places central importance on redemption, not as a religious correlative for the Marxist dream of a classless society, but as a kind of temporal bomb which the historical materialist can throw into teleological historicism in order to blast a specific era out of the homogeneous course of history. 22. Redemption is not the final cause of history, but the interruption of the false totality of historical causality and contextualization by acts of critical creation and constellation. Given Schmidt's right-wing sympathies, it is not surprising that his account of political theology does not invoke the language of redemption, which so frequently serves as a metaphor for political liberation. But it is precisely in redemption that we can find the possibility of a political theology other than that of the friend-enemy dyad, a political theology of the neighbor. In the Star of Redemption, his articulation of the three primal elements of human, world, and God into the three basic relationships of creation, revelation, and redemption, Franz Rosenzweig argues that redemption enters into the world through the act of neighbor love, as the condition for messianic transformation, social revolution, and the radical revaluation of all values. 23. For Rosenzweig, messianic temporality is not indefinitely postponed to the future, but happens now, as an incursion into the presentness of the present by the nearness of the neighbor. If then a not yet is inscribed over all redemptive unison, there can only ensue that the end is for the time being represented by the just present moment, the universal and highest by the approximately proximate. The bond of the consummate and redemptive bonding of man and the world is to begin with the neighbor and evermore only the neighbor, the well neinist zunächst der Nachsaint und immer wieder nur der Nachsaint, das zunächst Nachsaint. 24 For Rosenzweig, love of the neighbor is not merely the first step on the path to redemption, the good deed that might help make the world a better place in some hypothetical future, but its realization now, the imminent production of its transcendental conditions. The nearness of the neighbor materializes the imminence of redemption, releasing the here and the now from the fetters of teleology in the infinitesimal calculus of proximity. 25. Giorgio Agamben has linked Schmidt's account of the exceptionality of the sovereign with the seemingly antithetical figure he retrieves from Roman law, the homo sacer, the man who can be killed with impunity but cannot be sacrificed. According to Agamben, the axis of the political stretches between sovereign and homo sacer, at the two extreme limits of the political order. The sovereign and homo sacer present two symmetrical figures that have the same structure and are correlative. The sovereign is the one with respect to whom all men are potentially homines sacri, and homo sacer is the one with respect to whom all men act as sovereigns. 26 Agamben argues that the homo sacer is a figure of the biopolitical ground of the political, humanity reduced to bare, and mere, life that may be taken away with impunity. Sovereignty is exemplified and universalized as the conditions of subjectivity, not in the determination of the identity of the friend and the enemy and the consequent decision to go to war, as in Schmidt, but in exercising the prerogative to kill the homo sacer. Agamben writes that finally homo sacer and the sovereign are united by the fact that in each case we find ourselves confronted with a bare life that has been separated from its context and that, so to speak, surviving its death, is for this very reason incompatible with the human world. 27 Erich Santner and Slavoj Žižek have both connected the homo sacer and the biblical figure of the neighbor, thus suggesting the further linkage between sovereign and neighbor. 28 This connection helps us clarify the point that the conditions of the political theology of the neighbor cannot be separated from those of the sovereign, but must be understood as their supplement, just as the biblical injunctions to love God and to love the neighbor are combined in both Judaism and Christianity as inseparable, the one finding its fulfillment in the other. Both sovereign and neighbor fall out of the world of the everyday, the situation of regulative law, the sovereign, for the sake of that world, the neighbor, for the sake of its redemption. Schmidt's claim that all political concepts are secularized religious concepts suggests that we should be able to locate a secularized concept of the neighbor in political theory. And indeed, we find two strong gestures towards such a project in texts by Theodor Adorno and Hannah Arendt, examples that will extend our consideration of the political theology of the neighbor. In a remarkable essay on Kierkegaard's works of love, Adorno is strikingly ambivalent about Kierkegaard's account of love and the neighbor, until he comes to regard it as an example of Kierkegaard's own ambivalence. At first, Adorno criticizes Kierkegaard for his reduction of the neighbor to an abstraction without specificity or particularity. Adorno is disturbed by Kierkegaard's elimination of the actual neighbor, who becomes merely contingent. Anyone can stand for the general principle of the otherness or the universal human. Indeed, the ideal object of love, according to Kierkegaard, is the dead neighbor, precisely because no reciprocity, which reduces love to the economics of gift exchange, can be expected of the dead, nor do they have any of the annoyingly particular traits that interfere with the purity of love for the living. 29 Given these assumptions, Adorno writes, the overstraining of the transcendence of love threatens, at any given moment, to become transformed into the darkest hatred of man. 30 Yet it is precisely Kierkegaard's misanthropy, the result of his abandonment of the external world for the internal one, that gives him singular insight into the situation of modern society and its defining absence, the neighbor. According to Adorno, Kierkegaard is unaware of the demonic consequence that his insistence actually leaves the world to the devil. For what can loving one's neighbor mean, if one can neither help him nor interfere with the setting of the world which makes such help impossible? Kierkegaard's doctrine of impotent mercifulness bring to the fore the deadlock which the concept of the neighbor necessarily meets today. The neighbor no longer exists. In modern society, the relations of men have been reified to such an extent that the neighbor cannot behave spontaneously to the neighbor for longer than an instant. 31. For Adorno, Kierkegaard's lack of interest in the particularity of the neighbor signals that his project must be read as social critique. The only neighbor we can love is the dead one, because the neighbor as such is dead, has disappeared from modernity. Adorno suggests that the strength of Kierkegaard's account of neighbor love derives from its anti-Hegelian historiography, just as Benjamin was able to glean signs of redemption from the natural history of decline, so Adorno argues that Kierkegaard conceives progress itself as the history of advancing decay. 32. Thus, it is precisely in his elimination of the real neighbor that Kierkegaard points to the social conditions that have made neighbor relations impossible. Kierkegaard's condemnation of worldly happiness as impoverished compared with the happiness of eternity is not merely the Christian ideology of deferred pleasure, according to Adorno, but points to the real poverty, civic inequality, and universal injustice that concepts of so-called welfare conceal. 33. In her study of Hannah Arendt, Sila bin Habib proposes that Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism owes key methodological concepts, such as configuration and crystallization of elements, and perhaps even its sense of the word origin to Walter Benjamin's Origins of the German Tragic Drama, where Benjamin first considers Schmidt's notion of political theology. 34. According to Arendt, what unites fascism and communism, despite drastic differences in their origins and ideologies, is the fact that the collectivization of the people as a mass in modernity, whether called a proletariat, the Volk, or a concentration camp, has the paradoxical effect of increasing social isolation and destroying the political as such. 35. In the final chapter of The Origins of Totalitarianism, Arendt describes the form of life that follows the disappearance of authentically political sociality as organized loneliness. 36. The loneliness of totalitarian regimes must be distinguished from that of the modern man of the crowd of Baudelaire or Poe, the man without qualities, both alienated and sustained by the endless currents of people circulating along the urban streets. Totalitarian isolation is more like the loneliness of some strange leviathan, the multitude fused into a single monstrous body. As Arendt writes of the populace under totalitarianism, it is as though their plurality had disappeared into one man of gigantic dimensions. 37. Just as much as it erases the possibility of a social relationship by fostering paranoid structures of suspicion and mutual surveillance, totalitarianism destroys interiority and the discursive conditions necessary for thinking. All thinking, strictly speaking, is done in solitude and is a dialogue between me and myself, but this dialogue of the two-in-one does not lose contact with the world of my fellow men because they are represented in the self with whom I lead the dialogue of thought. The problem of solitude is that this two-in-one needs the others in order to become one again, one unchangeable individual whose identity can never be mistaken for that of any other. For the confirmation of my identity I depend entirely upon other people, and it is the great saving grace of companionship for solitary men that it makes them whole again, saves them from the dialogue of thought in which one remains always equivocal, restores the identity which makes them speak with the single voice of one unexchangeable person. 38. Arendt argues that thinking is a social discursive process that can only arise in solitude, and as such must be distinguished from the loneliness of totalitarian society, which, even in a crowd, only talks to itself. The dialectic of real thought requires that the difference which defines the social be taken on as self-difference, self-alienation. We become singular, unexchangeable, only insofar as we have allowed ourselves to enter into discourse with internalized fellow men. For Arendt, totalitarian loneliness is not simply a function of the disappearance of traditional social relationships of neighboring, but results from the overwhelming presence of this neighbor, who is neither fully interiorized nor exteriorized, but whose unbearable closeness makes the self equivocal, interchangeable rather than singular, and thus threatens its ability to speak to others within a symbolic order. For Arendt, the primary characteristic of the failure of social relations under totalitarianism is the disappearance of the space between people and the correlative unleashing of a principle destructive for all human living together. Unlike tyranny, which is still a form of politics, totalitarianism is the annihilation of the political, by destroying the space between men and pressing men against each other, even the productive potentialities of isolation are annihilated. If this practice is compared with that of tyranny, it seems as if a way had been found to set the desert itself into motion, to let loose a sandstorm that could cover all parts of the inhabited earth. 39 Arendt's analysis suggests that what is lost in totalitarianism is the spacing proper to the function of the neighbor. To destroy the relation of the neighbor is to eliminate the breathing space that keeps the subject in proper relationship to the other, neither too close nor too far, but in proximity, the nearness that neighboring entails. The emptiness of the social sphere, the desert left by tyranny, itself materializes as a horrific sandstorm in totalitarianism, a solidification of the void that fills up all space, allowing no room for either subject or society. 40. Whether or not Arendt's account of totalitarianism is an adequate theory of fascism or communism, the distinction she draws between tyranny and totalitarianism is useful for reflecting on the nature of political theology. If tyranny is still political and indeed, in some ways embodies the essence of the political, why is totalitarianism no longer political, according to Arendt? The malaise of loneliness that she describes under totalitarian conditions might be explainable as a social or cultural symptom, not indicative of a new form, or failure, of politics, but it is precisely the disappearance of the space of the neighbor that for Arendt marks the loss of the political as such. By suggesting that the disappearance of the neighbor, lost in the fused body politic without organs, is the key event in the final dissolution of the political in modernity, Arendt's comments imply that the neighbor is a category of essential concern for political theory and not merely a function of ethics, a category of social relation crucial to the maintenance of the sphere of the political as such. Psychoanalysis and the neighbor. Arendt's account of the social and linguistic conditions of totalitarianism can be understood in terms of the phenomenon that Lacan calls holophrasis, an expression he borrows from linguistics, where it refers to a single word used as a phrase, for example, the exclamation fire. Lacan associates holophrasis with psychosis, as well as with psychosomatic afflictions. In both cases, suffering is not organized in the manner of neurotic symptoms, via condensation and displacement, but through the direct petrifaction of the signifier onto the body. In Lacan's early accounts of holophrasis in the 1950s, he argues that it materializes the limit between language and the body, the ambiguous intermediary zone between the symbolic and the imaginary. Later, in the 1960s, he defines holophrasis as the fusion of a primary signifier with the other signifiers in a symbolic system. The gap between these signifiers, S1 and S2, is the space where a subject should precipitate, and in a discursive field where there is no such gap, there is no room for subjectivity, only for what Lacan calls a kind of monolithic autism. 41. When the proximity of the neighbor collapses, paranoid delusions and hallucinations emerge, often precisely in the place and the guise of the missing neighbor. Consider Lacan's emblematic case in Seminar 3, the psychoses, the psychotic woman who hears the utterance "so," when she remarks to her neighbor, "I've just been to the pork butcher's." Lacan emphasizes that the woman's hallucination is triggered by the intrusion of the neighbor into the delire audu she shares with her equally psychotic sister. She receives her own speech from him, the neighbor's lover, but not inverted. Her own speech is in the other who is herself, her reflection in the mirror, her counterpart. 42. Rather than receiving her signifiers back from the other in inverted form, according to the neurotic logic of desire and the symptom, her statement returns to her unsymbolized, raw, as oral hallucination. The exclamation "so" is holophrastic, a fused isotope of speech that embodies the social void. The appearance of the real neighbor shatters the insular specularity of her relation with her sister and triggers the emergence of the neighbor in the real, as the grotesque literalization of the distorted limit between imaginary and symbolic. It is not an accident that Lacan chooses to exemplify psychosis with the delusion of the neighbor. Throughout the seminar, Lacan returns to a comment Freud makes to Fliess in his early draft H on paranoia, sent with a letter to Fliess in January of 1885, a biblically elusive aphorism that seems to hold the key to the truth about psychosis. At one point in his seminar, Lacan writes it on the board as a kind of scriptural revelation. In every instance the delusional idea is maintained with the same energy with which another, intolerably distressing, idea is warded off from the ego. They paranoiacs love their delusions as they love themselves. That is the secret. Sie lieben also den Wahn wie sich selbst. Das ist das Geheimnis. 43 Freud's comments adumbrate his later theory of psychosis as the repudiation of an unbearable self-judgment through its projection onto the world, in Lacan's reformulation of this mechanism as psychotic foreclosure, delusion, and hallucination are the return in the real of what has been refused from the symbolic. Psychosis can manifest as a personality disorder, a series of wildly shifting moods or even discrete personae, because the psychotic identifies with the reality he has created through projective repudiation. Hence, it is not that the paranoiac has a delusion, he is his delusion, the threatening yet coherent account of reality that serves as a carapace against an even more disturbing attack from inside. Thus, Freud writes that the psychotic loves his delusion as himself because his self is built out of those very delusions. Although Freud does not call special attention to it, Lacan emphasizes that the reference here is to Leviticus 19:18, the famous injunction to love your neighbor as yourself. There is an echo here, which should be given full weight, of what is said in the commandment, love thy neighbor as thyself. Freud had the profound impression that something in the psychotic's relationship to his delusion goes beyond the workings of the signified and meanings. There is an affection here, an attachment, an essential bringing to presence, the mystery of which remains almost total for us, which is that the delusional, the psychotic, clings to his delusion as to something which is himself. 44. It is as if Freud's allusion to the commandment to love the neighbor instantiates the proper symbolic relationship to the other, as a talisman against the appearance of the neighbor in the real. Be sure to love your neighbor as yourself, because if you don't, you risk the emergence of the delusion of the neighbor in its place, as a horrific holophysis of the failed social relation that will take the place of yourself. But why does Freud derive the formula for paranoia from the biblical injunction to love the neighbor? Why does he announce it in this epigrammatic, even oracular, voice as the secret? 45 Lacan's repeated insistence in his seminar on the psychoses on the centrality of Freud's expression leads to two linked explanations. On the one hand, Freud borrows the syntactical structure of the phrase in order to articulate the pathologies of paranoid delusion and their normative implications for the psychology of the subject. On the other, the significations that emerge from that structure are linked to what we might call Freud's determination of the psychoanalytic subject as primarily an ethical rather than psychological category, constituted by the weight of reality first encountered as the neighbor. Freud's work on paranoia is a key step in formulating an ethics of psychoanalysis around the encounter with the neighbor at the impossible intersection of family and society, since paranoia crystallizes the traumatic experience of the social in a form imperfectly mediated by the stabilizing triangles of the family. Thus, while paranoia, according to Lacan, is caused by the foreclosure of the primal signifier he calls the name of the father, resulting in the failure to dialecticize the maternal and paternal agencies of the family romance, its symptoms typically cluster around the fundamental term of the social relationship, both element and irritant the neighbor. 46. The allusion to the biblical neighbor in Freud's Draft H draws our attention to the similarities between the paranoiac's relationship to his or her delusion and that of the subject of cognition to the figure Freud calls the Nebenmensch, an unusual German word meaning something like the next man or adjoining person. A few months later in the long draft to Flies entitled The Project for a Scientific Psychology. Let us suppose that the object which furnishes the perception resembles the subject a fellow human being Nebenmensch. If so, the theoretical interest taken in it is also explained by the fact that such an object ein solches object was simultaneously the subject's first satisfying object and further his first hostile object, as well as his sole helping power. For this reason it is in relation to a fellow human being that a human being learns to cognize am Nebenmenschen lernt darum der Mensch erkennen. Then the perceptual complexes proceeding from this fellow human being will in part be new and non-comparable. His features Sehnsucht, for instance, in the visual sphere, but other visual perceptions, e.g. those of the movements of his hands, will coincide in the subject with memories of quite similar visual impressions of his own body, memories which are associated with memories of movements experienced by himself. Other perceptions of the object too, if, for instance, he screams, will awaken the memory of the subject's own screaming and at the same time of his own experiences of pain. Thus the complex of the fellow human being complex de Nebenmenschen falls apart into two components, of which one makes an impression by its constant structure and stays together as a thing als Ding, while the other can be understood by the activity of memory, that is, it can be traced back to information from the subject's own body. Point 47. The subject learns to think in relation to its perceptions of the Nebenmensch, a neighboring human being, a fellow creature, not, it seems, the parents, nor a complete stranger, but perhaps, from the sound of its screams, another child, in a scene where the family romance and the social contract find their common root and their mutual contradiction. The Nebenmensch is the neighbor as the adjoining person standing between the subject and its primary maternal object, the uncanny complex of perceptions through which subjective reality divides into the representable world of cognition and the unassimilable element that Freud calls das Ding, the thing. Freud's comments on das Ding here and in his later essay Negation are two central textual points of reference for Lacan's reconception of the real in the 1960s. In Seminar 7, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, Lacan defines das Ding as the encounter with something in the other that is completely alien, an intrusive foreignness that goes beyond the compositions of self and other, and their politicizations as friend and enemy. The thing materializes the constitutive ambiguity of the primal object, the trauma of its uncertain disposition between excessive presence and radical absence. Lacan describes the encounter with the Nebenmensch as a mode of mediation. The thing is that part of the other that is mute, but the neighbor speaks and thus forms a template for the subject's emergence. It is through the intermediary of the Nebenmensch as speaking subject that everything that has to do with the thought processes is able to take shape in the subjectivity of the subject. 48. The subject accumulates as the reversed paths of associative representations that both draw toward and away from the thing in stead in the Nebenmensch, standing between the subject and the void left by the inevitable withdrawal of maternal succor. Point 49. According to Freud, cognition emerges literally vis-a-vis the Nebenmensch, some strange zug, feature or trait, but equally line or stroke, in the neighbor's face both initiates and limits the comparison of its attributes with traces from earlier memories through the linked processes Freud distinguishes as judging and remembering. According to Freud, judgment is the act of dissection which cuts away unfamiliar, hence uncategorizable, components of the Nebenmensch from familiar ones, establishing a correlation between the Nebenmensch and the subject's first ambivalent experience of an object. Memory, on the other hand, sifts and collates the attributes which have emerged from judgment and, by comparing them with mnemonic traces of the subject's experience of his or her own body, introduces a second similarity, now between the Nebenmensch and the subject. This secondary identification is reflected in the echo between Mensch and Nebenmensch in Freud's aphoristic phrase am Nebenmenschen lernt darum der Mensch erkennen. In relation to a fellow human being, a human being learns to cognize. Indeed, it is precisely a self whose being lies in the indirection of its knowledge that emerges in the aftermath of the encounter with the Nebenmensch. Moreover, whereas the affinity established in judgment between the Nebenmensch and the primordial object is based on an act of winnowing the singular thing, the real kernel of perception, from its predicates or movements, the comparison between the Nebenmensch and the subject in memory involves only elements which had already been established as comparable, as within the field of representation. In this sense, while judgment originally constellates the neighbor as both helpful and hostile, affiliated with the primordial occasion of both love and hate, memory integrates that ambivalence into an imaginary and symbolic network by casting the neighbor as the reflection of the subject's body, as like the self. To the extent that the Nebenmensch is the next person, merely contiguous with the subject and its maternal source of both pleasure and unpleasure, it represents any and every other person to whom the subject is bound in a relationship of competitive similarity, an imaginary equality enforced more or less as distributive justice in the social world by civil and moral codes. But insofar as the Nebenmensch is always this next person, always embodied in a particular person who fills the arbitrary place of the neighbor, it materializes an uncanniness within the social relationship, an enjoyment that resists sympathetic identification and understanding, linking the self and other instead in a bond of mutual aggression. In this sense, the Nebenmensch embodies both sides of the reality principle. On the one hand, it functions in the service of the pleasure principle, striving to achieve constancy by enforcing the minimum level of restriction necessary to maintain both body and body politic, and on the other, as the agent of the death drive, it threatens to subvert the social order by manifesting the excluded scandal of the real that subtends it. Thus, rather than standing for a secondary realm of social mediation and abstract intellection that reflects, or reflects on, a more fundamental world of maternal and paternal objects and desires, the Nebenmensch marks the incommensurability between representation and what exceeds it, the antagonism that lodges an impossibility at the heart of both social and familial relationships. We can perhaps better account for the ethical weight of Freud's description of the encounter with the Nebenmensch by understanding this dynamic as a kind of translation and even transvaluation of the Levitical injunction to love thy neighbor as thyself, a phrase, we recall, Freud had alluded to in his discussion of paranoia a few months before writing the Project for a Scientific Psychology. In Freud's account of cognition, the dual processes of judgment and memory echo and re-articulate the double gesture of the commandment to love thy neighbor as thyself. In the act of judgment, the subject experiences the Nebenmensch with the sundering intensity of its ambivalent love for the primal object. In memory, the subject turns that affect onto itself, incorporating the Alterity of the Nebenmensch through specular identification. Thus, in the birth of cognitive thinking and memory out of ethical judgment, the subject loves, and hates, his neighbor as himself as a self, however, already inhabited by the Alterity of the neighbor. Freud writes that people become paranoiac over things that they cannot put up with and instead project onto the external world. 50 In Seminar 7, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, Lacan specifies those things as das Ding by suggesting that the moving force of paranoia is essentially the rejection of a certain support in the symbolic order, of that specific support around which the division between the two sides of the relationship to das Ding operates. 51 By failing to segregate the unsymbolized real from symbolic reality, a division which, according to the paternal imperative, ought to be established by judgment, the thing aspect of the Nebenmensch is not fully separated from its attributes and bleeds over into the realm of cognition in the form of delusions and hallucinations. Thus, whereas the neurotic subject responds to the call to judge the Nebenmensch, symbolizing the difference between the thing and its attributes and identifying with that difference, the paranoiac fails to judge the Nebenmensch and, refusing to articulate the space of symbolic difference, is lost in the specter of realized signifiers, the materiality and grammatical patterns of language deprived of signification. 52. Lacan argues that the chain of signifiers that constitutes the subject in their movement around the thing functions according to the reality principle, through which the incursions of unbearable stimulation are both endured, reality testing as sampling reality, and avoided, reality testing as repudiation of reality. What one finds in das Ding is the true secret. For the reality principle has a secret that is paradoxical. If Freud speaks of the reality principle, it is in order to reveal to us that from a certain point of view it is always defeated, it only manages to affirm itself at the margin. And this is so by reason of a kind of pressure that one might say, if things didn't, in fact, go much further, Freud calls not the vital needs, but die not de Lebens in the German text. An infinitely stronger phrase. Something that wishes. Need and not needs le besoin et non pas les besoins. Pressure, urgency. The state of not is the state of emergency in life, l'état d'urgence de la vie. As soon as we try to articulate the reality principle so as to make it depend on the physical world to which Freud's purpose seems to require us to relate it, it is clear that it functions, in fact, to isolate the subject from reality. 53. Echoing Freud's announcement of the secret of paranoia in the grammar of neighbor love, Lacan declares that das Ding is the true secret of the Nebenmensch and the reality principle. Far from being merely a mechanism through which the pleasure principle's tendency for immediate satisfaction is modified in order to bring it into accord with the requirements of reality, Lacan argues that the reality principle functions to isolate the subject from reality. But this process is only partly successful. That aspect of reality that cannot be represented leaks through, as the real of life. In Lacan's striking biopolitical formulation here, the encounter with das Ding in the Nebenmensch, the materialization of radical urgency beyond biological necessity, constitutes a state of emergency, l'état d'urgence. Moreover, this emergency figures not only in life, but as life, for the speaking subject. Life itself is an ongoing crisis in matter, in which disequilibrium and non-self-identity are no longer the exception but have become the norm. 54 Lacan's use of a political vocabulary here suggests that, even before the constitution of a body politic, the subject's body is already political, insofar as it is the site of a crisis that requires a determining choice. It is then in relation to the original Ding that the first orientation, the first choice, the first seat of subjective orientation takes place. 55 The thing in the Nebenmensch is the emergency through which the subject arises as self-sovereign, that is, a decision that will determine and legitimate the specific forms in which it will live must have been made, a decision made from the heterological space of the unconscious. Lacan associates this primordial choice with what Freud calls the choice of neurosis, neurosensual, and describes three modalities in which this choice may unfold, as hysteria, where the primary object provided insufficient satisfaction, as obsessional neurosis, where the object gave too much satisfaction, or as paranoia, which involves what Freud calls Verhagen de Glaubens, a loss of faith in the neighbor's thing. The paranoid doesn't believe in that first stranger in relation to whom the subject is obliged to take his bearings. 56 Lacan argues that Freud's notion of Glauben here goes beyond the psychological or even epistemological sense of confidence or certainty. The use of the term belief la croyance seems to me to be emphasized in a less psychological sense than first seems to be the case. The radical attitude of the paranoid, as designated by Freud, concerns the deepest level of the relationship of man to reality, namely what is articulated as faith la foi. Here you can see easily how the connection with a different perspective is created that comes to meet it. 57 Although the hallucinatory symptomology of paranoia is often imagined as believing in things that aren't real, in fact, Lacan argues, it is quite the opposite. The paranoiac fails to believe, not in one reality or another, but in the transcendental element, the name of the Father, that should demarcate the difference between das Ding and the world of representation and hold the space between them open. By suggesting that Glauben here implies a discourse closer to religion than psychology, Lacan discloses the other side of Freud's secret of paranoia, when Freud writes that the paranoiac's secret is that he loves his delusion as himself. Delusion has literally taken the place of the neighbor from the injunction in the book of Leviticus. Lacan here points to Freud's allusion to the biblical neighbor and further connects it with Freud's notion of the Nebenmensch. When the paranoiac breaks faith with the neighbor and refuses to encounter the thing, the resulting delusions and hallucinations which swarm in the place of the missing mediator represent a failure of judgment. In Draft H, Freud narrates another case that exemplifies this tendency for paranoid symptoms to attach to the figure of the neighbor. Freud describes the paranoid symptoms developed by one of his patients in her relationships with two sorts of neighbors, inside and outside the house. The woman's paranoia originated with the enigmatic man who for a while boarded with her brother, sister, and herself, a fellow worker or comrade ihnen genossen on the most companionable and sociable terms with this family of siblings. After the boarder left, however, the woman confided to her sister that he had one day made sexual advances to her, and her paranoia developed as a delusion that her female neighbors were gossiping about her relationship with the man. She had been tidying up the rooms while he was still in bed. He called her to his side, and when she unsuspectingly went, put his penis in her hand. There was no sequel to the scene. Soon afterward the stranger der Fremd left. In the course of the next few years she fell ill, began to complain, and eventually developed unmistakable delusions of observation and persecution with the following content. The women neighbors Nachbarinnen were pitying her for having been jilted and for still waiting for this man to come back. They were always making hints of that kind to her, kept saying all kinds of things to her about the man, and so on. Point 58. Freud links the woman's delusions of her neighbor's gossip with her self-reproaches for having enjoyed the sexual advance of the boarder, accusations which, in being projected onto an external agent, Freud reasons, are kept from her ego. The judgment about her had been transposed outward. But, we might object, if the woman's paranoia serves as a defense against criticism, clearly she suffers no less in externally objectifying it by means of projection. We should understand Freud's explanation as implying not so much that her delusion protects her from being the target of criticism, whether her own or that of others, but that her paranoia relieves her of the burden of being critical, from the responsibility of judging rather than the opprobrium of being judged. That is, insofar as the woman's paranoia lies in her refusal to accede to the imperative to judge the Nebenmensch, something in the Nebenmensch returns not, however, in the figurative symptoms in which the repressed returns in neurosis, but realized in the judgment of the social neighbor. Hence the woman's self-reproach, her Vorwurf, for enjoying rather than judging the boarder's advances, is itself, in Freud's later expression, Verworfen, foreclosed or repudiated in the form of the gossip of the Nachbarinnen. But the neighbor is not confined to the exterior of the household, rather, if the neighbor constitutes the secret, das Geheimnis, of paranoia, it is an uncanny secret that threatens to disturb the home, das Heim, from within. For insofar as the male boarder who serves as the occasion of her delusion is here referred to as her Genossen, her fellow worker or comrade, the function of the neighbor is already located inside the house. Etymologically, the Genossen is the one with whom we enjoy in this case, the companion with whom the woman shares her bread and home. Like the English word border, which derives both from the table on which we eat and the edge or margin that separates inside from outside, this Genossen is the element of exteriority that has infiltrated the domestic space. Point 59. As the neighbor within the house, uncomfortably proximate to the family hearth, the boarder becomes der Fremd after the sexual assault, the internal stranger who signals transgressive enjoyment that disturbs the home's tranquility and disrupts the very distinction between inside and outside on which the household is built. The external neighbors, the Nachbarinnen around whose glances and gossip the woman's symptoms collect, are the projection of the foreclosed internal neighbor, the boarder whose enjoyment had already troubled the borders of the home. Insofar as the paranoiac forecloses the signifier of the paternal law that regulates the partition between the symbolic and the real, we could say that paranoia involves the failure to accede to the imperative to judge the Nebenmensch qua commandment. Hence, Freud's formulation of the structure of paranoia as they love their delusion as themselves reflects the paranoiac's refusal of the thou shalt implicit in the Levitical injunction, reducing the imperative to a statement, a mere description of reality bereft of the commandment that configures it in a symbolic order. Point 60. Whereas for the neurotic, the agency of the name of the father mediates the subject's relationship with its primary maternal object, the psychotic's lack of this paternal metaphor reveals the overwhelming presence of das Ding, no longer shielded by the spacing required for refiguration or substitution. Hence, the paranoiac's too immediate experience of das Ding as it materializes in such objects as the neighbor's probing gaze and mocking gossip disrupts the familial structures of subjectivity. On the other hand, the neurotic subject, the subject as such, finds its place within the family circle demarcated by the Oedipus complex only at the cost of attenuating the social relation, which, in the face of the unbearable proximity of the neighbor, gives way to a social order itself modeled on the family. Whereas hysteria, according to Lacan, is the pathological variant of the normative familial neurosis that manifests the impossibility of a sexual relationship, paranoia ranging from what Freud calls normal delusions of observation to full-blown psychotic schizophrenia indicates the impossibility constitutive of the social relationship, the unbearable proximity of community's fundamental particle, the neighbor. Point 61. Lacan's repeated insistence on the mystery of Freud's utterance, they love their delusions as they love themselves, suggests that he is intrigued by Freud's claim to have found the secret of paranoia not only in terms of the hidden content it might reveal, but also as mystery, occlusion of knowledge. Freud is himself clearly interested in the original injunction's grammatical structure, its formal cadence, in which the parallelism between neighbor and self prepares for his substitution of delusion for neighbor. But whereas both the original scriptural text and Freud's modifications of it in Draft H, and implicitly in the Project for a Scientific Psychology, seem to suggest the dialectical reciprocity and substitutability of their terms, whether between self and neighbor for the subject of the Levitical injunction, self, and Nebenmensch for the normal neurotic, or self and delusion in the formula of paranoia, this apparent symmetry is misleading. The paranoid projection is not the result of a representational or figurative act, on the contrary, it is precisely the tropological function of the as that the paranoiac rejects in loving his delusion as himself, as Lacan writes, he literally loves it like himself. 62 In refusing to tolerate the proximity of the Nebenmensch, the paranoiac literalizes what should have been a figure according to the paternal imperative and fixates on a real neighbor, not as a trope of the Nebenmensch, but as the refusal to trope as such. 63. We can map the structure of psychosis described by Freud and Lacan across the dual axes of political theology. On the one hand, we have seen how the symptoms of psychosis, especially in its paranoid manifestations, tend to cluster along what we can think of as the horizontal axis defined by the imperative to love the neighbor. The vicious gossip and penetrating gaze of the neighbor become the site of overwhelming affect, love, hate, and fear commingled in fragments of the social relationship. On the other hand, the presence or absence of the primary signifier of the symbolic order that Lacan calls the name of the Father, the determining condition of psychosis, correlates with the vertical relationship implied by the commandment to love God, the theological imperative underlying the exceptional powers of sovereignty. In his reading of Racine's Athalia, Lacan describes the signifier as the quilting point le point decapitant that organizes the symbolic structure of the play. Everything radiates out from and is organized around this signifier, which, in the paradigmatic case of Athalia, is fear, in the phrase fear of God. Lacan writes that this signifier is particularly ambivalent, easily shifting into its correlative divine effect, love. Unlike the classical fear of the gods, the fear of God is the principle of wisdom and the foundation of the love of God. Moreover, this tradition is precisely our own. 64 Lacan argues that we live in a world radically transformed by the advent of monotheism and the condensation in it of a primal signifier that anchors us in a relationship with an exceptional God. And, according to Lacan, this has nothing to do with whether or not a particular individual believes. Monotheism enacts a material and historical break that is absolute and irrecusable and that structures subjectivity thereafter. In Freud's discussion of the case of Daniel Paul Schreiber, we see that for Dr. Schreiber love of God in its most obscene literal form, the fantasy of being fucked by God, takes the place of his failed relationship to the symbolic order and his inability to assume his position in it as judge. According to Lacan, it is significant that this failure, in Schreiber's case and many others, occurs in the political sphere. Further still, the Father's relation to this law promulgated by the name of the Father must be considered in itself, for one will find in it the reason for that paradox, by which the ravaging effects of the paternal figure are to be observed with particular frequency in cases where the father really has the function of a legislator or, at least has the upper hand, whether in fact he is one of those fathers who makes the laws or whether he poses as the pillar of the faith, as a paragon of integrity and devotion, as virtuous or as a virtuoso, by serving a work of salvation, of whatever object or lack of object, of nation or of birth, of safeguard or salubrity, of legacy or legality, of the pure, the impure, or of empire du pur ou de l'empire, all ideals that provide him with all too many opportunities of being in a posture of undeserving, inadequacy, even of fraud, and, in short, of excluding the name of the Father from its position in the signifier. 65. The signifier of the Father is sovereign in its rule over the subject precisely insofar as it is the exception to the rules that govern the movement of signification. There is a point, At least hypothetically, when the subject hovers between neurosis and psychosis, even perhaps a 0 degree where primal repression, the installation of the paternal signifier, and foreclosure, the failure to install such a signifier, have not yet been distinguished. 66 And this is the point when the subject is called upon to decide whether primal repression or foreclosure will define the political economy of his or her psyche. Lacan poses the distinction between neurosis and psychosis as a question of love. Where does the difference between someone who is psychotic and someone who isn't come from? It comes from the fact that for the psychotic a love relation that abolishes him as subject is possible insofar as it allows a radical heterogeneity of the other. But this love is also a dead love. 67 Although the psychotic fails to separate himself from the other's signifiers, because of the unbearable intensity of the affect they arouse, it is this inability that at the same time enables him to experience the other in its purity, or radical heterogeneity. Unlike the model of love for the dead neighbor that Kierkegaard presents as exemplary of love, the psychotic's love is itself dead, petrified in the fullness of its encounter with the real other. Whereas such an encounter with the absolute alterity of the neighbor is paradigmatic of ethics for Levinas, for Lacan it is neither ethical nor real love. Neurosis and psychosis represent two asymmetrical modes of the failure to love the neighbor, whereas the neurotic becomes an autonomous subject of desire in turning away from the impossibility of the command to love the neighbor. The psychotic fails to achieve subjectivity while succeeding in experiencing the other as radically other, loving the neighbor not wisely, but too well. Toward a political theology of the neighbor. The political theology described by Schmidt has precise thematic and topological analogues in Freud and Lacan that will allow us to approach more closely the question of a political theology of the neighbor. First, recall Freud's revision of Darwin's account of the mythical primal horde in Totem and Taboo. Faced with a violent and jealous father who keeps all the females for himself and forbids his sons any sexual access to them, the brothers one day band together to kill and devour their father. They discover the power that arises from collectivity. United, they had the courage to do and succeeded in doing what would have been impossible for them individually. 68 But their ambivalence toward their father prevents them from gaining access to the forbidden jouissance, represented by the women. Even though the father is dead, they hated their father, who presented such a formidable obstacle to their craving for power and their sexual desires, but they loved and admired him too. A sense of guilt made its appearance, which in this instance coincided with the remorse felt by the whole group. 69 The sons enter into a mode of melancholic mourning, whereby they identify with the lost object, simultaneously loving and hating the father, but now as part of themselves. This way, as Freud famously remarks, the dead father became stronger than the living one had been. The sons hate themselves for the murder of the father they loved and hate the father who has become part of themselves. Hence, the cannibal feast by which they consummated their victory literalized the introjection of the father as the superego, an obscene and self-punishing agency whose enforcement of the law has become absolute. Now, carrying the father's ever-vigilant prohibition within them, the brothers prohibit themselves the free enjoyment for which they had killed the father. Freud's myth establishes the prototype for the structure of modern sociality, based on the intrinsic substitutability of its members, not, however, in the structure of the primal horde, but in its demise, in the generations of new filial bands composed of members with equal rights and with equal, restrictions. 70. This narrative of the origin of the superego in the intergenerational transmission of guilt is familiar to us. But Freud's myth also contains the structural contours of a primitive Schmittian political theology. 71 The primal father holds the place of the sovereign at the border of the law, both inside it, as its embodiment and the principle of its enforcement, and outside, the great exception, the one person who is not himself subject to prohibition, but freely enjoys. Murdering and consuming the father apatheicizes him, in the sense that his function becomes transcendentalized, rather than located in a particular set of individuals and contingent circumstances. Freud describes the totemism that underwrites this originary constitution of the political in theological terms, as the establishment of a covenant between the father and the sons. He promised them everything that a childish imagination may expect from a father: protection, care, indulgence, while on their side they undertook to respect his life, that is to say, not to repeat the deed which had brought destruction on their real father. 72 Freud will re-narrativize this structure in his last great book, Moses and Monotheism, and both versions of the myth resonate, of course, with the passion story of Christianity, the murder and resurrection of Jesus, meant to both expiate and repeat the murder of the primal father. In Moses and Monotheism, the rational Egyptian Moses is murdered and replaced by the Semitic Moses, the representative of the jealous desert god of the burning bush. Slavoj Žižek points out that this ferocious, prohibitory god that emerges in Moses and Monotheism is not the return of the presymbolic father of the primal horde, the originary father of jouissance. Rather, this Moses reincarnated as the father god is pure will, as Lacan points out, will without jouissance, both ferocious and ignorant of the jouissance represented by the primal father. 73 Žižek argues that Freud's account of the father in these texts provides a theological background for Schmidt's understanding of political antagonism. Moreover, Žižek suggests that this father as sheer will opens up the possibility of both modern science and modern accounts of sexual difference. The paradox that one has to bear in mind here is that this god of groundless willing and ferocious irrational rage is the god who, by means of his prohibition, accomplishes the destruction of the old sexualized wisdom, and thus opens up the space for the desexualized abstract knowledge of modern science. The paradox lies in the fact that there is objective scientific knowledge, in the modern, post-Cartesian sense of the term, only if the universe of scientific knowledge is itself supplemented and sustained by this excessive irrational figure of the real father. Pre-modern Aristotelian and medieval knowledge was not yet objective rational scientific knowledge precisely because it lacked this excessive element of God qua the subjectivity of pure irrational willing. The further paradox is that this irrational God qua the prohibitory paternal figure also opens up the space for the entire development of modernity, up to the deconstructionist notion that our sexual identity is a contingent socio-symbolic formation. The moment this prohibitory figure recedes, we are back with Jungian neo-obscurantist notions of masculine and feminine eternal archetypes which thrive today. Paradoxically, the domain of symbolic rules, if it is to count as such, has to be grounded in some tautological authority beyond rules, which says, "It is so because I say it is so." 74. If this third aspect of the father as ferocious yet ignorant of jouissance is the real father, his function is to maintain the distinction, the breathing space, between the other two paternal manifestations, the ravenously sexual presymbolic or imaginary father of the primal horde and the symbolic father, internalized as the memory of his name, who replaces him and legislates access to jouissance, doling it out according to a strict economy of guilt. The figure of the reasonable, logical father, the Egyptian Moses, who reoccupies the place of this symbolic father, depends upon these other two fathers, imaginary and real, to embody and mark the place of the jouissance on whose suspension, rather than elimination, the rational order of knowledge, difference, and structure itself is predicated and differentiated from the pre-modern account of knowledge as correspondence, or what Lacan calls the assumption of a sexual relationship between heaven and earth, spirit and matter. This third father of willed ignorance of jouissance defines the order that allows the separation between what Žižek calls the imaginary or Jungian notion of sexual essence and its symbolic deconstruction in performative models of gender positionality. Hence the Freudo-Lacanian account of the three fathers, in demonstrating the conditions of the emergence of neutral scientific knowledge and its distinction from the magical thinking of essential reciprocity, also shows how the two dominant non-psychoanalytic notions of gender emerge, gender as biological or even cosmic necessity, on the one hand, and gender as fluid continuum of cultural possibilities, on the other. But we can also find at least the beginnings of an expression of a third, properly psychoanalytic model of sexual difference in the scenario of the primal horde, one that is conditioned by a logic that assumes neither biological cosmic necessity nor cultural ludic possibility, but only the impossibility of fully inhabiting sexual identity that makes every concrete instance of sexuation a function of radical contingency. Although Freud does not present the myth of the primal horde as a narrative of sexual difference, it is clear that it is heavily inflected by the masculine conditions of sexuation. To be a man in the wake of the murder of the primal father is to take on the functions of both the singular father and the plural sons, and to be divided between their contradictory imperatives. On the one hand, a man assumes his sexuality as an individual, but interchangeable, member of a group of sons, whose possibilities of jouissance are strictly limited, not only to women outside the immediate family horde, but by the guilt and reparative renunciation that vitiates all later attempts at sexual encounters. The sons form a collective with equal rights, insofar as they are all equally prohibited from the untrammeled access to jouissance that they imagine the father once enjoyed. On the other hand, this filial position of self-denial is mitigated by the other aspect of the introjected paternal agency. Each son participates in the legend of the great father who once did enjoy fully, and each represents for himself the possibility of the father's greatness being restored. For Lacan, Freud's myth of the primal horde expresses the ethical paradox that constitutes modernity. Even though we no longer believe in the living authority of a moral code that derives from the now debunked religious law, we still obey it. As he comments in his seminar The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, although the obstacle is removed as a result of the murder of the father, jouissance is still prohibited. Not only that, but the prohibition is reinforced. Whoever attempts to submit to the moral law sees the demands of his superego grow increasingly meticulous and increasingly cruel. 75. The internalization of the paternal agency of criticism and renunciation constitutes the masculine subject. On the one hand, as a self-limiting system, the drives are attenuated and regulated not only insofar as we cede their satisfaction to the agency of the primordial father who still claims them for his exclusive usufruct, but also on account of the guilt we suffer for our ill will toward the father we still love. On the other hand, there is an excess of prohibition over transgression that prevents the subjective system from attaining homeostasis. The more we give up jouissance, the more we punish ourselves. 76. According to Lacan, the cultural mechanism that responds to and embodies this dramatic ambivalence is the imperative to love God. But if for us God is dead, it is because he always has been dead, and that's what Freud says. He has never been the father except in the mythology of the son, or, in other words, in that of the commandment that commands that he, the father, be loved, and in the drama of the passion which reveals that there is a resurrection after death. That is to say, the man who made incarnate the death of God still exists. He still exists with the commandment which orders him to love God. That's the place where Freud stops, and he stops at the same time. At the place that concerns the love of one's neighbor, which is something that appears to be insurmountable for us, indeed incomprehensible. 77. The commandment to love God is itself the instantiation, the only true materialization, of the still living Father, his resurrection or installation as undead in the position of absolute sovereign, both inside and beyond the world of moral law he regulates. 78. Whereas the classical assumption about ethics is that pleasure, well-being, and happiness all lead to the greater good, Lacan argues that for Freud, on the contrary, the idea of the good is a screen against jouissance, a vestige of the paternal prohibition of enjoyment. And whereas Lacan's comment suggests that Freud's work reiterates the structural centrality of the commandment to love God, as a reminder of the Father's exception to the law of prohibition he ordains, Freud pulls back from the commandment to love the neighbor, where, according to Lacan, he perceives and reacts against the traces within the law of the obscene transgression the commandment would seem designed to limit. This, Lacan suggests, is a sign of Freud's moral fiber. The whole Aristotelian conception of the good is alive in this man who is a true man. He tells us the most sensitive and reasonable things about what it is worth sharing the good that is our love with. But what escapes him is perhaps the fact that precisely because we take that path we miss the opening onto jouissance. It is in the nature of the good to be altruistic. But that's not the love of thy neighbor. 79. Freud rejects the injunction to love the neighbor for the best moral reasons. My love is precious, and I owe it to family and friends first. Moreover, my neighbor is malicious, unloving, and unlovable. But the cost of this response is that he misses something real in it, what Lacan calls the difficult way, love for one's neighbor. And if Freud stops at the thought of the consequences of his discovery of the obscenity of the law, it is with even greater horror that he encounters the truth of the commandment to love the neighbor that he finds, Lacan suggests, in the same place. The position of the subject is precisely at the intersection of these two commandments to love, where they come together, forming an ethical pivot. If the subject is called to face one or the other, he or she nevertheless remains in the place determined by both. The neighbor, as what Freud had called in the Project for a Scientific Psychology the Nebenmensch, bears within it the thing, the kernel of jouissance that is both foreign, strange, and unrecognizable in the other, and intimate to me, the secret of my own traumatic drives. As Lacan writes, we cannot avoid the formula that jouissance is evil. Freud leads us by the hand to this point: it is evil because it involves the evil of the neighbor, le mal du prochain. 80. What troubles Freud in the injunction to love the neighbor is precisely the fact that it condenses his own most disturbing insights about the nature of the superego, both urging and prohibiting the violence of jouissance in a single utterance. For Freud, the neighbor materializes the fundamental antagonism both within and between the familial and the social, the strangeness that haunts the subject of practical reason. The antagonism between the familial and the social is what inspires the project of converting the one into the other, but the antagonism that the neighbor deposits within each, as their negative intersection, prevents the success of any such translation. Familial desire does not precede and condition social responsibility, but vice versa. The response to the neighbor is not the sublation, but the cause of Oedipal love. At this point in his seminar, Lacan presents the problematic of neighbor love as a double bind for which there is no clear solution. He suggests a modification of a classic Kantian test case of ethical reason to explain his sense of the situation. In Kant's example, we are asked to decide whether to obey a despot who demands that we testify falsely against someone who will be put to death because of our testimony, or be put to death ourselves for our disobedience. For Kant, it is clear that we must die rather than testify falsely, since the biblical law against false testimony constitutes a truly categorical imperative for practical reason. We cannot imagine, according to Kant, a coherent world that would approve of false testimony. Lacan wonders how things are changed if it is a question not of perjury, but of presenting true testimony that will nevertheless condemn our fellow man. If, for example, I am summoned to inform on my neighbor or my brother for activities that are prejudicial to the security of the state. Here, I am caught between two equally urgent duties: to love my neighbor and to support the general good represented by national interests. But how is my decision affected by the fact that in testifying truthfully perhaps I am satisfying a desire, unconscious or not, to kill my neighbor? Or, perhaps even more disturbing, how do I calculate the possibility that being betrayed might be in accordance with my neighbor's jouissance? And I who stand here right now and bear witness to the idea that there is no law of the good except in evil and through evil, should I bear such witness? This law makes my neighbor's jouissance the point on which, in bearing witness in this case, the meaning of my duty oscillates. Must I go toward my duty of truth insofar as it preserves the authentic place of my jouissance, even if it remains empty? Or must I resign myself to this lie, which, by making me substitute forcefully the good for the principle of my jouissance, commands me to blow alternatively hot and cold? Either I retreat from betraying my neighbor prochain so as to spare my fellow man semblable, or I shelter behind my fellow man so as to give up my own jouissance. 81. To testify against the other, in the name of truth, may indeed support my jouissance, which may include condemning my neighbor to death. But insofar as to do so would require that I speak from the place and in the name of the law, I am thereby evacuating the conditions necessary to my jouissance, which can only be sustained by and as transgression. On the other hand, to refuse to testify, for the sake of saving the other person's life, is to treat him as my fellow man, mon semblable, whose good, self-preservation, satisfaction of needs, I imagine in the mirror of my own ego. And this is to fail to encounter him as my neighbor, mon prochain, whose jouissance I cannot presume to know and which I may in fact betray along with the moral law in not testifying against him. The subject of jouissance is in a deadlock from which the ethics of practical reason provides no escape. To be loyal to the paternal law is to betray the neighbor, and to encounter the neighbor who stands nakedly before me is to give up on the conditions of sociality itself. This is the same paradox that emerges in any sustained encounter with Emmanuel Levinas's thinking, which has been the primary site recently for a renewed interest in ethical critical theory. For Levinas, ethics is based on my radically asymmetrical and non-reciprocal relationship to the other as the neighbor to whom I owe a debt that can never be amortized and for which I am unjustly persecuted. No one can take my place, assume my ethical burden, but I am called to assume the place of all others. Politics, on the other hand, is a relationship among equals, subjects equivalent to each other, each having the same rights and responsibilities, each intrinsically substitutable. This particular other's claim must be put in perspective by this other other's claim, and indeed by all others. Politics for Levinas is a question of distributive justice, and as such it implies a reciprocal and symmetrical relationship among fellow citizens. Although Levinas's work has been made into a theory of moral conscience for post-colonial and multicultural studies, the ethical basis for political criticism, the crucial point that is often passed over, indeed, that Levinas himself seems to forget, is that there can be no relationship between ethics and politics in Levinas's theory. This fundamental disjunction between the conditions of ethics, and the neighbor, and politics, and the citizen, on the model of fraternity, should preclude any attempt to draw political consequences from Levinas's theory of the neighbor. 82 What is truly radical in Levinas's thought is precisely this impasse, the fact of the unbridgeable gap between ethics and politics. Insofar as ethics involves the encounter of the two, of the neighbor and the self, it cannot conceive of the three, the symbolic representation and mediation on which politics is based. Ethics is inherently apolitical, must willfully ignore what would be fair or for the general good. To shift the other as neighbor into mediation with the other in the polis is precisely to give up on ethics. Moreover, to try to bring politics to the immediate level of the singular face of the other, to see the other as a singularity, can only mean to give up on politics. Slavoj Žižek counters the political appropriation of Levinas by radicalizing his insight into the incommensurability between politics and ethics, which he presents as the opposition between justice and love. Others are primordially and, ethically, indifferent multitude, and love is a violent gesture of cutting into this multitude and privileging a one as the neighbor, thus introducing a radical imbalance into the whole. In contrast to love, justice begins when I remember the faceless many left in shadow in this privileging of the one. Justice and love are thus structurally incompatible. What this means is that the third is not secondary, it is always already here, and the primordial ethical obligation is towards this third who is not here in the face-to-face relationship. 83 Žižek argues that only by limiting our obligation to the singular other and shifting into the perspective of the political other, the third, can we locate ethics on the grounds of the universal, rather than one version or another of particularism. When we hold on to this insight, despite its inconvenience for the project of an ethical critical theory, we encounter what is truly radical in Levinas. This is also where his thought approaches Lacan's insight that there is no such thing as a sexual relationship, which, in its impossibility, is itself the very rock of the real. The political is the condition of the ethical, the only ground by which we can approach ethics, and not vice versa. The love of the neighbor cannot be generalized into a universal social love, but it is only from the perspective of the political in its radical non-relationship with ethics that love as such can emerge. As I will argue below, the two can only be created by passing through the three. It is only when we understand the neighbor in Levinas in terms of the fundamental aporia of the ethical and the political in his thinking, an aporia that resists any attempt to appropriate either term for the service of the other, that we encounter the resources he provides for a political theology of the neighbor. As Lacan comes increasingly to terms with the impasse that he will ultimately formulate as the impossibility of the sexual relationship in the 1970s, he reframes the question of sexual difference in terms of two pairs of logical formulas of sexuation. The contradictions between universal statement and existential exception that inscribe man and woman in these formulas will serve as a template for my development of a political theology of the neighbor in the non-relationship between ethics and politics. Although Lacan continues to draw on his earlier models of sexual difference, formulated primarily in terms of being or having the phallus, his transformation of those models in the later years of his seminar has profound implications for all aspects of his thinking. What we might call the reality of sexual difference in his earlier paradigm was the symbolic, based on the phallus as the signifier of lack that constituted both men and women as split subjects, castrated, albeit in fundamentally asymmetrical ways. 84 In his later writings, the reality of sexual difference becomes the real in ways that alter Lacan's understanding of this central concept. Lacan's notion of the real shifts over the years of his seminar, both in terms of its relationship with the other two elements of his fundamental topology, made up of the imaginary, symbolic, and real, and in terms of its significations and resistance to signification. By way of a simplified chronology, we can say that, whereas in the 1950s the real was simply reality, the manifold of sensory perception of the external world in relation to which the symbolic subject emerges, and in the 1960s the real was primarily trauma, the lack in the other or inconsistencies in the symbolic order around which the subject as reaction formation collected. In the 1970s the real is the impossible, most frequently manifesting in Lacan's axiomatic declaration of the impossibility of a sexual relationship. Lacan's theory of sexuation must be understood as the corollary of this new account of the real. There are subjects called men and subjects called women precisely because of the abyss of the real that separates them and that divides each from itself. Men and women swerve away from the impossibility of their relationship in different ways, and each relates instead to a substitute, a signifier or object, in lieu of meeting with another subject. Moreover, Lacan enigmatically suggests that although intersubjective sexual relations are impossible, love makes up for or supplements this impossibility. But this declaration and what Lacan means by love remain ambiguous. Are we to understand that love is the consoling illusion that there is something more than sex, which we experience only as failed or non-existent? Or is Lacan suggesting that love is not an illusion, but the union of disjunctive elements in a new whole, greater than the parts, that does indeed compensate us for the failure of sex with something of value? Or does he mean that love is something more than either of those readings would suggest, that there is something real in love, correlative to the real of the impossibility of the sexual relationship, but neither identical to it nor to its dissimulation? Before pursuing this question of love, which must clearly be fundamental to a political theology of the neighbor, we need to say something more about the formulations of man and woman, which for Lacan are the consequence of the impossibility of a sexual relationship, and their relation to Freud's model of sovereignty in the primal horde. To be a man or a woman is to be inscribed within what we might call a theory not of sex but of sets. The difference between men and women, the real difference, rather than the distortive, imaginary one reflected in biology or the symbolic one determined by culture, lies in the nature of the participation of an element, a man or a woman, in the set of which it is a member, man or woman. Lacan uses the language of symbolic logic to express sexuation as a particular modality of the relationship of an element and the set of which it is a member, in each case a universal quantifier, symbolized by turned a and meaning all or every element of the set, is juxtaposed with an existential quantifier, symbolized by, which means there is one or there is at least one such element. In Figure 1, the bottom formula on the side of men should be read: all speaking beings inscribed here are subjected to the phallic function. That is, to be a man is to be under the universal thrall of the phallus as signifier, and the name for the limitations that this signifier imposes is castration, the price of entry into the technologies of symbolic mediation, which promise some partial and limited measure of enjoyment, in giving up the greater enjoyment mythically attributed to the father of the primal horde. To write oneself as man is to enter into a social contract where access to unmediated jouissance, the impossible traumatic enjoyment associated with the overwhelming presence of the mother's body, is sacrificed for the sake of the symbolic substitutions and displacements of culture and the remnant of jouissance that it promises. The crucial function of the phallus, phi x, is precisely that all men are subjected to it, which implies that a set is posited called all men, a set that is characterized by its totality and the homogeneity of its members, as castrated subjects. An individual man is always more or less an example of the closed set of man. Each man participates synecdochally in an idea of man, which he equally represents and falls short of. This is the democratic principle par excellence, the assumption that all men are created equal, that they are interchangeable to the extent that they are both represented and limited by a single universal law. Figure 1. Yet although castration is the inexorable condition of entering the rule of the symbolic order as a man, there is an exception which, Lacan says, proves the rule. The formula on the top left of figure 1 indicates there is a speaking being inscribed here who is not subject to the phallic function. In political terms, we could say that this existential formulation represents the non-democratic truth that is internal to democracy, the exception that constitutes both the transcendental condition and imminent horizon of the democratic rule of law. Lacan connects this exceptionality with Freud's myth of the father of the primal horde from totem and taboo. In the unconscious, this uncastrated man supports the illusion of having it all, the possibility of unlimited enjoyment, that enables men to bear their own castration. As if to suggest that this father almost constitutes his own species distinct from that of Homo sapiens, Lacan coins the name homoins un for him, a homonymic holophrasis of homoins un, at least one, as in the formula there exists at least one speaking being who is not subject to castration. I will dare to say, all the same, that people had a few more ideas in their heads when they demonstrated the existence of God. It's evident that God exists, but not any more than you do. That doesn't get us very far. So, what's finally involved is the question of existence. What is it that really interests us in this there exists, with respect to the signifier? That is that there exists at least one for whom that business of castration doesn't work, and it is because of this that what is called the Father has been invented. That's why the Father exists at least as much as God, which is to say, not very much. Inasmuch as there exists one, it follows that all the others can function, that is, with reference to this exception, to this there exists AD 5. Lacan here points out that the cultural question of God's existence is not entirely a metaphysical or religious speculation. Rather, it signals the more material problem, at the level of the signifier, of the existence of a father who is not subject to the law of castration. Just as in Freud's myth of the primal horde there must be, at least hypothetically, one man whose jouissance is not limited, Lacan argues that in the order of the signifier there must be at least one signifier that is not subject to its laws and exception, the singular signifier that remains rigid, intransigent, and around which all the other signifiers revolve. The myth of the murder of the primal father is Freud's attempt to secularize the function of God and provide the imaginary support of this exceptional signifier. Both God and the Father exist, or better, exist, as Lacan writes, following Heidegger, at the limit of the worlds of existence they orchestrate. Hence, both God and the Father persist with the structural necessity of not being castrated, of being whole, the existential exception to a universal rule. So whereas the speaking being that inscribes itself on the side of man is defined as the individual example of a universal set or principle, the phallus, the closure of that set is itself the function of an exception, a transcendental term that both exceeds and enforces its limits. In describing the way in which a subject emerges in writing itself in either one set of logical functions or the other, Lacan consistently refers to the choice of sexuation. We see here what we might call the decisionist aspect of Lacan's account of sexuation. One ultimately situates oneself there in the man's or woman's position by choice. 86. By this, Lacan does not mean to claim that the subject selects its gender from a subjective position prior to such a choice, since no intentional agency yet exists at such a hypothetical pre-originary moment. Nor should we read Lacan's assertion as implying that the choice is the selection from a continuum of polymorphic gender positions, contingent masquerades, or metamorphic forms of drag. Nor should we assume from Lacan's language of choice that sexuation can be retracted, revised, or repeated at a later date. The signifiers man and woman express the fact of a radical decision, a cut that divides the one from the other and each in itself, but not as a historical or phenomenological condition. Indeed, to be a man or a woman is not to assume an identity but, as we have said, to fail to take on identity as self-sameness, self-certainty. And this constitutive failure is both a consequence of the fundamental impossibility of the sexual relationship and its hypostasized repetition. To borrow Alain Badiou's terms, we might say that sexuation is an event in being, not a static situation, but an encounter involving a pure choice, which retroactively is named as either man or woman. For Badiou, a real choice is one that has no basis in any objective difference, but is between what he calls indiscernibles. It is then a question of an absolutely pure choice, free from any presupposition other than that of having to choose. If there is no value by which to discriminate what you have to choose, it is your freedom as such which provides the norm, to the point where it effectively becomes indistinguishable from chance. The indiscernible is the subtraction that establishes a point of coincidence between chance and freedom. 87 Such a decision between indiscernibles through subtraction describes the nature of the choice of sexuation the subject makes, according to Lacan. The terms man and woman are constituted in relation to the subtraction of a third term, the phallus, which each is equally deprived of and dominated by. If we can imagine the mythical primal scene where a proto-subject faces the choice between Lacan's two sets of formulas of sexuation, the choice would be between apparent indiscernibles. Both men and women are absolutely subject to the phallic function, and in each case there is an exception to that rule. In traditional Aristotelian logic, the pairs of logical assertions that define men and women would be, in fact, equivalent. The universal statement that all speaking beings are subject to the phallus, male, is not logically different from the negative existential formulation on the woman's side, there is no speaking being who is not subject to the phallus. The first makes a global assertion using an affirmative universal quantifier, all X are castrated, and the second indicates that there is no exception to the phallic function, in a double negative existential quantifier, no X is not castrated. In the case of the man, the existential assertion there is a man who is not subject to the phallic law of castration posits an exception to the universal without suspending its universality. And similarly, on the woman's side the universal quantifier is negated, also positing the possibility of an exception. But if, on the most formal level, it appears that there is almost no difference between men and women, each is the product of logically equivalent contradictions between universal and existential quantifiers, to have made the choice is to produce difference as such. In the trajectory of truth that, according to Badiou, proceeds by way of subtraction, while the choice among indiscernibles is the act that produces a subject, the truth that results from that choice is generic, indiscernible in its act or as subject. A truth is generic in its result or being. 88 Generique, of course, is a form of the word genre in French, which means not only kind but also gender. Hence, from the choice that is made on the basis of no discernible difference, sexual difference, which Badiou understands as difference as such, emerges. Indeed, the emergence of sexuality in the speaking being can be characterized as what Schmidt calls an emergency, an exigency to which the proto-subject responds by choosing to write itself, in absolutely irrevocable and incomparable ways, under the signifier man or the signifier woman. The positions represented by these two signifiers are indiscernible, but must be chosen between, on the basis of inexorable conditions that are undecidable for the normative law. Schmidt's theory of the sovereign as the one who decides on the exception, the extreme contingency where the constitution is suspended, helps explain Lacan's claims that sexuality is both an exception to a rule and a choice. Schmidt's notion of the sovereign as a border concept, both within and beyond the law, describes the situation of the subject who will have located himself as a man in Lacan's logics of sexuation, just as the universal rule of the phallus is expressed in the lower left side of Lacan's diagram, so this determination is contradicted by an existential exception, embodied by the primal father, inscribed on the upper left side of the formulas of sexuation. The sovereign is like the primal father in being stationed at the margins of the state he regulates, it is only insofar as there can be a radical exception to the law that the law can exist and be effective. The primal father and the sovereign occupy the position of extreme dictators whose word both violates the rule of the total state and promises it totality, closure, drawing a line between the inside and the outside, the native and the stranger. The subjective decision that results in masculine sexuation is the choice not to choose, the decision to remain in a liminal position by both accepting subjection to the law of castration and maintaining the belief in the existence of at least one man who has escaped that law, while enforcing it on all others. 89. But there is still the question of the woman's sexuation, that is, the consequences of the other decision, which, we might say, involves the choice to choose, the decision not only to take responsibility for the irrevocably past choice that brought a woman into the open community of women, but also for the infinite series of contingent decisions that follow from it. To begin with, how do we make sense of the negative universal quantifier on the upper half of the woman's side of Lacan's formulas? See Figure 1, there is no speaking being who locates herself on this side who is not subject to the phallus. How is the double negative of the existential formulation different from its counterpart on the man's side, the universal affirmative formulation of castration? In classical logic, the negation of a universal, the bottom half of the woman's side of the diagram, not all speaking beings are subject to the phallus, would imply the existence of an exception to the rule of castration. Thus, we might expect that, as on the man's side, there is at least one woman who is not castrated. But the doubly negative existential assertion on the woman's side is different from the positive universal assertion of castration precisely insofar as it directly contradicts that possibility and insists that there cannot be an exception to the law of the phallus. 90. It is as if the woman's side of the formulas anticipates the question of the possibility of an exception. Why shouldn't there be, as for the man, an exception that proves the rule, a great mother who escapes castration, and flatly negates that question? There is no exception to the rule of the phallus for the woman. If this is the case, then what is the status of the not all on the bottom right side of the equation? Not all speaking beings are subject to the phallus. For Lacan, the stakes riding on the not all are very high. One of the following two things is true: either what I write has no meaning at all, or when I write turned ax phi x, a never before seen function in which the negation is placed on the quantifier, which should be read pot out, it means that when any speaking being whatsoever situates itself under the banner women, it is on the basis of the following that it grounds itself as being pot out in situating itself in the phallic function. That is what defines what woman precisely, except that woman la femme can only be written with a bar through it. There's no such thing as woman, woman with a capital W indicating the universal ilny pa la femme, article défini pour designer L universal. There's no such thing as woman because in her essence, she is not all pot out. 91. The logical consistency of Lacan's entire discourse depends on the status of the not all. If there is knowledge in these signifiers, it is only because there is truth in the not all, which, however, in its singularity, subtracts something from the totality of knowledge. Lacan's account of the not all is in part negative. He maintains that the not all does not mean that not all women are under the law of the phallus, that is, that some perhaps escape castration and in some way preserve their jouissance intact. Nor does it mean that not all of a woman is castrated, that some part of her being or her body remains unscathed, free of the signifier's cut. Unlike the case of men, for whom there is a unified category, all men, that they are identified as being members of, women are radically singular, not examples of a class or members of a closed set, but each one an exception. They are an exception, however, not to a rule, but to an open set, an infinite series of particular women, into which each woman enters one by one. As Lacan says, you know that the not all has been essential to me in marking that there is no such thing as the woman, which is, namely, that there are only, if I may say, different ones, and in some way, they enter one by one, and that all that is in some way dominated by the privileged function of this, nonetheless, that there isn't one to represent the statement that interdicts, namely the absolutely no. There you have it. 92. There is, then, no common denominator for subjects who locate themselves as women, no way of characterizing women in general, contrary to popular misconceptions about feminine essence and unlike the case for men, who are determined by the assumption that there is a totality of the set man. No authentic positive characterization of woman in general is possible. One should talk only about individual beings, who enter into the logic of the not all one at a time, each as if for the first time. The relationship between particular elements of the open set of women is metonymic rather than synecdochal. One woman cannot substitute or stand for another and is not in a relationship of equality with another, but can only stand next to another, in an unending series that has no characteristics that unify it. There is no figure of the sovereign woman who might adjudicate the claims of individual women to participate in feminine sexuality and determine the boundaries of the set. In the language of set theory, a man belongs to and is included in the subset of humanity called all men, a set that constitutes a unified group, guaranteed by the transcendental exceptionality of the primal father. A woman, however, belongs to the subset of women without being included in it, insofar as that subset has no border that would determine membership and delimit inside from outside. Men are part of the group man insofar as they are all equivalent in their failure to represent the primal father. The set of all men functions according to the principles of group formation around a leader that Freud describes in group psychology and the analysis of the ego. And although women are no less irrecusably marked by the phallus, the terms of their reprieve are not given by a transcendental sovereign who represents the possibility of eventual satisfaction, but immanently, in the contingencies of their particular inhabitations of the not all. Lacan clearly distinguishes woman's not all from psychotic foreclosure, which it might seem superficially to resemble, insofar as each involves the non-functioning or suspension of the paternal signifier and consequent non-totalization of the field of signifiers. Foreclosure, Lacan argues, is a question of language, of saying or not saying the name of the father. This contingency of the symbolic order can lead either to normative, neurotic, subjectivity or to the psychotic's failure to become a subject. The not all, however, operates at the level of the real, rather than the symbolic, as the impossibility of saying something or, better, the impossibility of writing, that is, formalizing, the sexual relationship. The phallic function is by no means foreclosed in the case of women, rather, Lacan describes the not all as a principle of discordance vis-a-vis the phallus. Whereas the psychotic forecloses the phallic function, failing to submit to its sovereignty, the woman's not all defines something more like a non-accord or non-compliance with the phallic function, submission to it with reserve, with a reservation that hinges precisely on the impossibility of the sexual relationship that the phallic function both represents and dissimulates. 93 The psychotic's refusal of the paternal signifier correlates with the collapse of the space of the neighbor, the woman's. Demurral, on the other hand, opens up the space of the neighbor. Is this all to say that the neighbor is a woman? Should we risk claiming that, if the subject of the political theology of sovereignty is man, the subject of the political theology of the neighbor is woman? First of all, we must be careful not to make the false assumption that these modes of political organization are topo-theological options that we can choose between. A political theology of the neighbor cannot replace the political theology of the sovereign, but can only supplement it, both in the sense of pointing to some structural lack and descriptive deficiency in traditional political theology that the figure of the neighbor might compensate for, and in the sense of pointing to something heterogeneous to political theology, something other than itself in its very core, that manifests and finds its phenomenology in the neighbor. Moreover, it would be even more misleading to imagine that we have made a historical transition from the epoch of the modern all to that of the postmodern not all, characterized by increasingly feminine and neighborly values. Such modes of political messianism, whether gradualist or apocalyptic, would propose the neighbor as the path to completing political theology by restoring its missing feminine complement. In addition, just as the sexual relationship between men and women remains fundamentally impossible, so there can be no theoretical paradigm that simply combines these modalities in a unified field theory. We must avoid the phantasmatic structures such accounts imply, both as wishful illusions and as veils cloaking the irreducible trauma of the neighbor's jouissance. The political theology of the neighbor is the decompletion of the political theology of sovereignty, the supplement that both supplies something that was lacking and inserts something heteronymous into political economy. As Erich Santner has argued, if the politics of sovereignty is defined by the exception, the neighbor constitutes the exception to the exception, the interruption of sovereignty. The politics of the not all can be thought of as the decision to say no to the superegoi insistence on all, on jouissance as an obligation, as Slavoj Žižek has recently formulated it. This is to reserve the right not to enjoy, to desist from the insistence of the sovereign exception. If there is a mode by which sovereign and neighbor come together, it can only be by means not of sex, but of love, that is, as the production of something new, what Alain Badiou calls a new open set, a new open part of a world. In a discussion of Lacan's notion of the infinity of the not all in feminine sexuality, Alain Badiou writes, "The not all, far from allowing us to extract from it the affirmation that there exists one who is not under the effect of castration, indicates, on the contrary, a particular mode of that effect, namely that it is somewhere and not everywhere. The for all port out of the position man is also an everywhere purtu. The somewhere, and not everywhere, of the woman's position is called, not all." 94. According to Badiou, in the case of women, the universal law of castration is localized as a subset of feminine sexuality, which is itself an open set, infinite in scope. The not all does not contradict the fact that there is no exception to the phallic law within that closed set, but rather, we might say, quietly insists that this is not all there is to a woman. Whereas for men the law of the phallus is both inexorable and ubiquitous, for a woman the universality of castration is itself a closed subset within the open set of her subjectivity. Thus, woman's sexuality requires an idea of infinity, a theological concept that only mathematics can fully secularize. Unlike the claim of totality, the set of all men exists, that determines men's sexuality. And since dialectical relationship is impossible between finite and infinite entities, this, according to Badiou, is what makes a sexual relationship between men and women impossible. Badiou argues that Lacan's use of set theory in these later seminars remains precantorian, insofar as his account of the infinity of feminine sexuality does not require its actual existence, but merely its negative virtuality in the finite. Lacan's point is that the infinite of the pot out is inaccessible, it is infinite to men, not in itself. According to Badiou, however, the reality of the infinite must be established mathematically, and it cannot be other than through a pure decision, that is, axiomatically, silently, in the infinite element of her jouissance, a woman must have decided that in regard to the first, phallic, jouissance, there exists an inaccessible point that in effect supplements it and determines her as not all with regard to the phallic function. 95. For Badiou, the actual infinity of woman's jouissance implies that one cannot give a satisfactory account of sexual difference based solely on the phallic function. Another function is required, which he calls the generic function, or the function of humanity. 96. We will discuss the generic set in a moment, but first let's follow Badiou's argument about love and humanity in his essay What is Love? According to Badiou, it is only through love that the truth of sexual difference and the impossibility of the sexual relationship emerges. In relationship to the category humanity, the existence of love makes it appear retroactively that, in the disjunction, the female position is oddly the bearer of love's relation to humanity. For a woman, according to Badiou, the human world, made up by the truth procedures of science, art, love, and politics, is only valuable insofar as there is love. When love is present, it infuses itself throughout the field of humanity, linking and correlating its elements. For the man, this is not the case. The truth procedures of life are independent of each other. Love is only one field among four in which life unfolds. If for men these elements of humanity are metaphors of each other, each representing the whole of humanity, for women the elements of life are threads that are meaningless in isolation and that only love can tie into a knot. Thus, in retroactively determining the real of sexual difference, love creates humanity. Badiou writes, the feminine representation of humanity is at the same time conditional and nodding, which authorizes a more total perception and in that case a more abrupt right to inhumanity. However, the masculine representation is at the same time symbolic and separative, which can entail not only indifference but also a greater ability to conclude. 97 According to the masculine paradigm, the link that binds humanity under the conditions of love is that of metaphor, the paternal metaphor that inflates the sphere of humanity by defining similarities between men and between discursive spheres of life. According to the feminine symptom, humanity is the knotting of various discursive strands and truth procedures, where each element remains both irreducibly itself and intimately imbricated in the others. In Badiou's account, the masculine mode concludes by means of the symbolic technology of mourning, piece by piece symbolizing and desymbolizing. The feminine mode, however, is not exactly melancholic, which we might expect according to a Freudian account of their opposition, but allows for separation not only through untying, but through the violent cut that is inhuman precisely in getting at the dead heart of the human. Each mode metaphor and knot represents different possibilities of binding and unbinding the universalism of humanity, the former, by totalizing, the latter, by infinitizing. Earlier I borrowed Badiou's terms to describe sexuation as an event in being that requires a decision, a choice must be made between positions without positive difference, terms that are virtually indiscernible, in order to establish difference as such the two of sexual difference. However, we can now refine that characterization by further utilizing Badiou's terms and concepts. If the choice of sexuation that is called man constructs what Badiou calls a new situation from the trauma of the imperative to choose, we can infer that the choice of sexuation called woman names an event, and as such is not constructible, cannot be defined or discerned according to the rules of the set in which it is included. This is to say that woman constitutes what Badiou, following the mathematician Paul Cohen, calls a generic set, which Badiou, without further comment, symbolizes as female sign. 98 A generic set is included in a situation without belonging to it, without being proper to it or presented in it, that is, without being discernible in the terms of the situation. The process of a truth, according to Badiou, is the elaboration of a subset of elements that, although invisible and insignificant from the perspective of the situation, remain faithful to the event and testify to its truth. There are no positive predicates other than this fidelity that unify the elements of generic sets, and they remain open, as sets made up of infinitely many members that share no common characteristic and conform to no common rule. 99 To say directly what Badiou implies by using the symbol female sign to designate the generic set, the paradigmatic instance of such a set is the set of not all women. Furthermore, we should pay attention to the directly political implications of this mathematical notion. As Peter Hallward suggests, the axiom of the generic set justifies the possibility of joining entirely disparate sets together in unnatural union. 100 That is, because the generic set has no positive characteristics other than a connection which is elaborated between it and the event to which it testifies, new sets that have no principle of identity can be made by combining generic sets. These new sets can be unnatural sets or communities that depend on nothing to hold them together and which cannot even be perceived from any position outside the set neighborhoods, we might say, that exist within the political without being determined by citizenship, nationality, or any other legal or autochthonous status. Hence, the logic of the not all suggests an infinite set of possibilities of social inclusion and association distinct from the principles of representation, equality, and totality that determine the conceptual closure of the political theology of the sovereign. Moreover, we can take the risk of further extrapolating from Badiou's account to suggest that such a truth process, or linked set of fidelities, opens up the space of the political to the love of the neighbor. 101 According to Badiou, if the political truth procedure moves from the infinite to the oneness of equality that arises when a measure has been given to the disequilibrium of sovereign power, the truth procedure in the case of love moves in the opposite direction, from the one to the infinite, through the mediation of the two of sexual difference. 102 Badiou writes, In this sense, and I leave the reader to meditate upon this, politics is love's numerical inverse. In other words, love begins where politics ends. 103. That is, if politics describes a movement from the infinite to the one, by way of 3, love describes the movement from the one to the infinite, by way of 2, see Figure 2. Figure 2. The political theology of the neighbor opens up where the one truth procedure passes into the other, love into politics or politics into love, precisely at the point of contact of the two ones and the two infinites, the seam where the equality and sameness of the political encounters the singularity and difference of love, see Figure 3. If we think of the relationship between politics and love in Figure 3 as that of the two sides of a Mobius strip, the neighbor marks the point where the strip twists and the one merges into the other, a position with no intrinsic place of its own, but always shifting along the continuum created by the ligature of the political and the amorous, see Figure 4. Because the 3 of politics remains forever incommensurable with the 2 of love, this moving point must be thought of not as the positive intersection of overlapping sets or topological surfaces, but as the approach of heteronymous truth procedures in an infinite calculus of proximity that we name the neighbor. The question of the role, if any, that the theological plays or can play in Badiou's thinking, a philosophy matched in modernity in its concrete universality and systematic multiplicity perhaps only by that of Rosenzweig, remains open. Badiou does not grant religion the dignity of the 4 basic truth procedures he describes: politics, science, art, and love. Clearly Badiou's notion of fidelity is to be sharply distinguished from any simple notion of religious belief. But perhaps, to follow Badiou's suggestion that we should meditate on the fact that love begins where politics ends, one way to do so would be to propose a political theology of the neighbor. Figure 3. Figure 4. In a series of lectures delivered at the University of California, Los Angeles, and the University of California, Irvine, in fall 2003 and spring 2004, Alain Badiou presented new theories of love and the neighbor. For Badiou, the question of the neighbor is fundamentally the question of the neighborhood. Just as there is no possible formulation of a sexual relationship, so 2 elements in a set, or 2 people in a world, cannot be directly linked as neighbors, but only asserted as being in the same neighborhood. And what is a neighborhood? Rather than a definition based on topological nearness or shared points of identification, Badiou describes neighboring in terms of openness. A neighborhood is an open area in a world, a place, subset, or element where there is no boundary, no difference, between the inside of the thing and the thing itself. Similarly, an element can belong to a set without being included in that set. There can still be a something that demarcates a difference between it and the set itself. 104 That is, merely to be on the inside of something is not the same as being included in or interior to that thing or community. For example, a Mexican gardener in Southern California who is an illegal alien is part of the subset called the workforce without being included in that subset, that is, without being proper to it. Badiou calls a set where there is no difference between it and what is interior to it open. Hence, to say that one element is neighbor to another is to assert that they are included in a common open set, that there is no difference between each and the set which it is interior to. Furthermore, since the union of 2 open sets is another open set, the union of 2 neighborhoods is itself open and thus presents new possibilities of neighboring. To assert that 2 elements are in the same neighborhood, that they are in the interior of the same open place, is not to make an observation or an interpretation. According to Badiou, it is a decision, one that involves work, a force and forcing rather than the passivity that being open might suggest. This work is the construction of a common open area, a new place of universality. The question of the neighborhood, finally, is subjective, a question that calls for a decision to be in the interior of a place and that requires fidelity and work to remain open. We may choose, Badiou insists. Either we can point to our objective differences, the things that separate us from the world, the differences that wall off an inside from an outside, or we can expose ourselves to the world. If our particularity and individuality are what we preserve in the first choice, the decision to be in a neighborhood located in a particular place, but open is for the sake of universality. And insofar as the union of open sets is itself open, an unlimited number of open sets can be united without being closed or totalized. Hence, the neighborhood opens on infinity, endlessly linking new elements in new subsets according to new decisions and fidelities. The political theology of the sovereign elaborated by Schmidt is based on a logic of the boundary, even if the limit is always transgressed in the sovereign's incipient decision to suspend the law. Transgression is the exception that proves and reasserts the limit's rule. Badiou's notion of the neighborhood, as a set where no boundary separates the set and its members and no limit is drawn between inside and outside, can contribute to the elaboration of a political theology of the neighbor. And just as much as the political theology of the sovereign is based on an arbitrary, non-determined moment of choice, so the opening of a political theology of the neighbor requires a purely subjective act, a decision. For Badiou, love is the decision to create a new open set, to knot two interiorities into a new logic of world, a new neighborhood. Whereas Lacan argues that love is the supplement for the radical lack of the sexual relationship, for Badiou this supplementarity must be understood not as the imaginary dissimulation of or symbolic compensation for the sexual failure, but as the real encounter that occurs precisely on the basis of the impossibility of the sexual relation and that retroactively creates sexual difference. 105 According to Badiou, there is at least one non-null term that enters in its place in rapport with the two sexed positions. We will inscribe this term, supposed local mediator of global non-rapport, under the letter U. So I advance what I could call the humanistic thesis, which is that the two positions M and W share a multitude of predicatives allowing for detailing almost to infinity their common membership in humanity. This thesis in reality harkens back to the non-rapport, to support a detailed description, that what the two terms have in common makes a sort of acceptable approximation of a rapport. It is clear that if there is certainly an element which ties up the two non-related terms in the space of non-rapport, it is certain that this element is absolutely indeterminate, indescribable, uncomposable. 106. For Badiou, it is only on the basis of love that the fact of two sexes can retroactively be established. It is not that sexual difference is the basis for love, but that love is the condition of sexual difference. Love makes the sexes two. The point U of love, unlike the objet of desire, establishes the conditions for an encounter that produces an authentic two-ness rather than the false attempts of the romantic notion of love to create an imaginary one, mystical union, or the Christian notion of love to create a symbolic three, a child, through which desire supports itself. The truth of love occurs on the side of the failure of sex. Love is itself the truth of sex, in the sense that it creates the two that sex fails to bring together in relationship. Badiou writes, love is the only available experience of a two counted from itself, of an immanent two. Each singular love has this of the universal that, were it ignored by everyone, it contributed on its part, while limping along as long as it could, to establish that the two can be thought in its place, a place supported partially by the hegemony of the one as well as by the inclusion of the three. On the ground of the real, between the one of the family and the three of the political, love works to find and hold fast to a two, an immanent two as such, the result of neither addition nor subtraction, a two that does not fall into one or reach up to three, but to infinity, 1, 2, infinity. Such is the numericity of the amorous procedure. It structures the becoming of a generic truth. What truth? The truth of the situation insofar as there exist two disjunct positions. 107 If the situation, the state of affairs, the status quo of a particular world, presents itself as if it were unified, love is what fractures that imaginary unity, brings out the universal truth of disjunction in a particular situation. The world that love opens, the new neighborhood, within the political and beyond the familial, is the only place where the two may be encountered as such. Badiou suggests that to love the neighbor is to create a new open space, a new universality in a particular place. In a talk on the topic of psychoanalysis in the city, Jacques-Alain Miller commented on Lacan's notion of the not all in terms of changing world political reality. According to Miller, the theory of psychoanalytic practice that Lacan inherited from Freud was situated in a world in which the function of the father and the politics of patriarchy were still dominant, but that is no longer the case. 108 Miller follows Antonio Negri's description of the current historical moment as no longer disciplinary, in the Foucauldian sense, but a new time of empire. What Negri calls impero, empire, is a regime that no longer proceeds by prohibition and repression, and which, thus, renders transgression and the very idea of revolution and liberation problematic. 109 Miller describes the machines that produce the civilizations of discipline and empire in terms of Lacan's formulas of sexuation and as a shift from the logic of all to that of not all. The function of the father is in effect linked to the structure that Lacan discovered in masculine sexuation. A structure that comprises an all with a supplementary and antinomic element that poses a limit, and which allows the all to be constituted precisely as such, which poses the limit and thus allows for organization and stability. This structure is the very matrix of the hierarchical relation. The not all is not an all that includes a lack, but on the contrary a series in development without limit and without totalization. This is why the term of globalization is a vacillating term for us, since it is precisely a question of there being no longer any all and, in the current process, what constitutes the all, and what constitutes a limit, is threatened and staggers. What is called globalization is a process of detotalization that puts all the totalitarian structures to the test. It is a process by which no element is provided with an attribute it can be assured of by principle and forever. We do not have the security of the attribute, but its attributes, its properties, its accomplishments are precarious. The not all implies precariousness for the element. 110. The formulas of man's sexuation also describe the political logic of the Freudo-Marxist era, when the world was understood as a totality, species were defined in terms of genera, and entities were assumed to be possessed of stable properties. According to Miller, the new globalism expresses not only the logic of the not all, but also specifically feminine qualities, the rise in society of values said to be feminine, those of compassion, of the promotion of listening practices, of the politics of proximity, all of which must from now on affect political leaders. The spectacle of the world may be becoming decipherable, more decipherable if we relate it to the machine of the not all. 111 Miller's formulation of the relationship of the masculine all and feminine not all reflects some aspects of the relationship we described between the love of God, structured under the name of the Father, and the love of the neighbor, the encounter with the thing, and gives us some more indication of what the political theology of the not all might be like. Although we may not share Miller's confidence that the world we find ourselves in today is one that supports feminine values and psychoanalytic listening practices any more than during the modern disciplinary phase of the regime of capitalism, we can take his essay as a confirmation of the expediency of developing a political theology of the neighbor in the topology of the not all. We must be cautious, however, about accepting the positive value of the politics of proximity that Miller calls for, despite its evocation of the relationship of nearness or neighborliness. Proximity in Levinas represents the infinite approach of the other whose otherness obsesses me, excluding all other concerns, yet maintained at a certain distance from the self in order to prevent its assimilation to self-sameness. In this sense, proximity as an absolute value is changeless, static, what we might call a figure of bad infinity. What is excluded here is the question of a community of such neighbors, the neighborhood that is infinite in its openness, its lack of boundaries, and its lack of obsession with the otherness of the other. Moreover, Miller sees the not all as a historical development from the all, the progression from an era of man to one of women. Although at times this may have some descriptive value, I am inclined to see the all and the not all as logical events rather than chronological situations, simultaneous rather than sequential, and to see them together as defining a structure that always determines political theology, rather than as the supersession of one by the other. Finally, Miller's characterization of the logic of the not all as that of globalization risks losing the universalism of the political theology of the neighbor. As Eric Santner points out in On the Psychotheology of Everyday Life, A truly psychoanalytic universalism is opposed to globalism, at least in its current dominant understanding. For global consciousness, every stranger is ultimately just like me, ultimately familiar. For the psychoanalytic conception of universality, it is just the reverse. The possibility of a we, of communality, is granted on the basis of the fact that every familiar is ultimately strange and that, indeed, I am even in a crucial sense a stranger to myself. 112. How can we find the place of the neighbor between the 2 of love and the 3 of politics? According to Lacan, it is only by way of the 3, by beginning with the political. Lacan argues that the injunction to love the neighbor as yourself is precisely the elaboration of the 3 and the emergence of a new 2 from out of it. It's only because we count to 3 that we can count to 2, if I have said that religion is that of which one can make the most true. I'm going to draw your attention to what I've yacked on about for quite a while, right? That you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Does that mean you will be 3, yes or no? Yeah. The Borromean knot can only be made of 3. The imaginary and the symbolic are not enough, a third element is needed, and I designate it the real. 113. Why are 3 loves implied by the injunction, rather than 2, love of my neighbor, love of myself? Love of myself is imaginary, the specular reflection on myself that constitutes the narcissistic ego in the mirror stage, and love of the neighbor is real, insofar as the neighbor harbors the strange kernel of enjoyment Freud and Lacan call the thing. However, this two-ness cannot be reached directly and does not subsist on its own, Lacan argues, except by passing by way of the third love, never superseded, the love of God, which is the model of symbolic love, the love of the Father that sustains the symbolic order. Hence, love of the neighbor includes within it the love of God, and together they constitute the Borromean knot of political theology, see figure 5. Drawing such a knot on the board during a session of his seminar of 1973-74, entitled Les Non-Dupes Errant, Lacan comments: if we take the symbolic as playing the role of the means moyen between the real and the imaginary, we are thus at the heart of that love which I just spoke about under the name of divine love. The symbolic taken as love is under the form of this commandment, which praises to the skies being and love. Insofar as it joins something as being and as love, these two things can only be said to support the real on the one hand and the imaginary on the other. This is where the dimension of love your neighbor as yourself comes from. I've got to say it, be a dupe and you won't err. 114. The Borromean knot is characterized by the fact that each loop holds together the other 2, to cut one is to unravel the connection between the other 2. In terms of the 3 loves, this implies that the relationship between any 2 terms requires the third. The subject loves the neighbor only by means of the love of God, and loves God only by means of the love of the neighbor. Moreover, these relationships involve what Lacan characterizes as a kind of salutary duperie, the non-dupes err, according to Lacan, insofar as they believe themselves free of the traps of fantasy, the eruptions of the unconscious, and most of all, the chains of religious ideology. It is only those who know themselves duped by these structures, ensnared in their logic, who are able to find a kind of non-errance. Lacan comments to the analysts and academics in his seminar, I know quite well you're not believers, right? But you are all the more conned, because even if you aren't believers, you believe. I'm not saying that you assume it, it assumes you. 115. For Lacan, the force of religious discourse is not contingent on whether or not we believe in God, whether we take commandments such as love your neighbor as yourself seriously as binding, as law, or dismiss them as naive moral recommendations. Our subjectivity is itself a function of the intransigent signifiers called Scripture, which, needless to say, are often mobilized for dupery, knavery, and some of the worst crimes perpetrated against humanity. Nevertheless, these signifiers are weighted with the reality that is ignored only at the cost of even greater errors, foolery, and suffering. To be a dupe is, of course, not a guarantee of non-errance. A fool for God is still a fool. But to fail to take the risk of dupery by resorting to the lures of cynical reason is surely to err. Figure 5. I would like to suggest here a possible schematization that may help us describe the contours of the political theology of the neighbor, see Figure 6. If we think of these circles as both threads in a Borromean knot and the intersecting sets of a Venn diagram, the following implications emerge. The intersection of the self and the neighbor is negative, the abyss of the other's jouissance that inhabits me, in the form of the objet, the remnant of the primordial thing. The intersection of the self and God is the primal signifier, the name of the Father, by which the subject is interpellated into the symbolic order, taken up into the all that is defined by the law of castration, turned ax phi x. The intersection of the neighbor and God is the place of the not all, the field of the subject who chooses to inscribe herself as woman, turned ax phi x. And the empty place in the center, the point of intersection of God, self, and neighbor? We might be tempted to locate the phallus there, as the signifier of lack whose vicissitudes link the symbolic, imaginary, and real. But perhaps it is better to leave it open, in order to allow it to signify precisely the open, the set that is identical with its interior. Figure 6. To conclude, let me propose 6 theses concerning the political theology of the neighbor. 1. The political theology of the neighbor is supplementary to the political theology of the sovereign. As such, it is not merely an addition to the theory of sovereignty, but decompletes it by subtracting something from the field of the political and naming it the neighbor. 2. The political theology of the neighbor opens up between the family and the polis. It is an act of spacing that maintains the minimum distance required to resist holophrastic fusion, totalitarianism, and possessive individualism, liberal democracy. The space it clears is open, infinite. 3. The political theology of the neighbor thinks the universal from the situation of differences. The condition of the particular comes to stand for the possibility of the universal, not in the reduction of differences, but by determining what is singularly universal in them. Hence, justice is not a function of equalizing differences, but depends on sublimating in thought the different to the condition of the same. 4. The political theology of the neighbor materializes the deadlock of ethics and politics. It assumes their radical incommensurability and finds its resources in their disjunction. The knowledge sought by the political theology of the neighbor is not symbolic or imaginary, but knowledge in the real. 5. The political theology of the neighbor is not descriptive but prescriptive. It speaks in the imperative, but without affect, aspiring to the condition of mathematics, let x equals the neighbor, y equals myself, and z equals God. It speaks in the name of a law that has been drained of its jouissance and remains as pure structure. 6. The temporality of the political theology of the neighbor is a present tense mechanism. It dilates the time of the now by resisting both historicism and progressivism. It is a profane science through which redemption may make its quietest approach. Erich L. Santner. Miracles happen, Benjamin, Rosenzweig, Freud, and the matter of the neighbor. Most readers of this essay will no doubt be familiar with the famous allegory with which Walter Benjamin begins his theses on the concept of history. This opaque little text, written during the first years of World War II, shortly before Benjamin's death, concerns the relation between historical materialism and theology. The former is figured as a chess-playing automaton in Turkish attire who is able to defeat all opponents. Beneath the table, hidden by a series of mirrors, sits a hunchbacked dwarf who, as the real chess master manipulating the puppet with a series of strings, holds the place of a theology about which secular, enlightened subjects have grown ashamed. One of the difficulties presented by the allegory is, of course, that in its final self-interpretive moment, it is the puppet historical materialism that is endowed with intentionality, agency, and the capacity to exploit the resources of theology. The puppet called historical materialism is to win all the time. It can easily be a match for anyone if it enlists the services of theology, which today, as we know, is small and ugly and has to keep out of sight. 1. At some level, this allegory condenses the entirety of Benjamin's philosophical, political, and literary critical project. At its core we find 2 interrelated questions. First, What sort of materiality is at issue in historical materialism if it is to be informed and oriented by theology? And second, what must this theology look like if it is to be up to such a task? As I see it, our understanding of Benjamin stands or falls with our capacity to engage with these questions. My hunch is that this engagement might best be served by way of a detour through the work of Franz Rosenzweig, the philosopher whose own efforts to construct a modernist theology laid a significant piece of the groundwork for Benjamin's approach. In the following, I will make this detour by following the tracks of a central theme in Rosenzweig's work, the question as to the viability of the concept of miracle in a post-Enlightenment age. Some 20 years before Benjamin composed his allegory of historical materialism, Rosenzweig wrote an allegory that in its own way addressed a certain shame that had come to disfigure the features of modern theological thought. The introduction to the second volume of Rosenzweig's magnum opus, The Star of Redemption, a work composed during and shortly after World War I, bears the title On the Possibility of Experiencing Miracles and begins with the following narrative, taking a quote from Goethe's Faust as its point of departure. If miracle is really the favorite child of belief, then its father has been neglecting his paternal duties badly, at least for some time. For at least 100 years the child has been nothing but a source of embarrassment to the nurse which he had ordered for it to theology. She would have gladly been rid of it if only a degree of consideration for the father had not forbidden it during his lifetime. But time solves all problems. The old man cannot live forever. And thereupon the nurse will know what she must do with this poor little worm which can neither live nor die under its own power. She has already made the preparations. Point 2. Given the conventional identification of the Enlightenment with the triumph of reason over superstition, it should come as no surprise that Rosenzweig's account of the state of affairs, the gradual attenuation of the concept of miracle, its place within our form of life, takes the form of a brief history of the Enlightenment, or, as he prefers, a history of a staggered series of Enlightenment moments culminating in the embarrassment which now shadows the very word miracle. As Rosenzweig puts it, there is not just one Enlightenment but a number of Enlightenments. One after another, they periodically represent for the belief that has entered the world that knowledge with which it must contend. 97. The first in this series is the triumph of philosophy over myth in antiquity, a triumph that Nietzsche would famously characterize as that of Socrates over Dionysus. The second Enlightenment refers to the Renaissance and Reformation, in which the calcified legacies of Aristotle, above all in scholasticism, were supplanted by the privileging of direct, experimental encounter with nature, on the one hand, and of spiritual experience authorized only by Scripture and the strength of faith, on the other. For Rosenzweig, the 18th century moment we have come to refer to as the Enlightenment signals the moment when the trust in the reliability of experience and the historical/scriptural record of experience itself begins, in its turn, to appear as a form of naive belief. In each case, what at first occupies the place of knowledge over against belief comes to be retroactively posited as a groundless form of belief. As Rosenzweig summarizes the series, the Enlightenment of antiquity had directed its criticism against the dreams of mythology, that of the Renaissance against the webs of Intellekt die Gespinst der Vernunft. The new Enlightenment directed it against the gullibility of experience, die Leichtgläubigkeit der Erfahrung. As critique of experience, it became, slowly but surely, a historical critique. 98. It is only at this point, Rosenzweig insists, that miracles truly become a problem for both knowledge and faith, since miracles ultimately depend on the testimony of witnesses, the ultimate witness being the martyr. Once testimony was laid open to critical historical analysis, the credibility of miracles, the very ones that fill the pages of Scripture and had so long served as a support for faith, could not long survive. At the heart of what Rosenzweig refers to as historical critique, or the historical Weltanschauung, is the demand, understood as the voice of reason itself, to free oneself from the weight of tradition, from the so-called truths of the past which, because they belong to a concrete historical context and horizon of experience, can no longer make binding claims upon the present and future. Revelation, if it can still be called that, must be an immanent feature of, must in some sense be nothing but, the self-education of human reason itself, mankind's exit from its self-incurred immaturity, as Kant famously put it. Point 3. The past becomes identified with dogmatic invention, mythic projection, or at the very least, a historical specificity that places radical limits on its cultural, political, and moral relevance for the present. It is by definition subject to the suspicions and doubts of the critical faculty of reason, which is now posited as the ultimate arbiter of what shall count as being authoritative for human society. As Aleda Assmann has succinctly put it, Aufklärung bedeutet Traditionsbruch, enlightenment means break with tradition / break up of tradition. Point 4. With the historical enlightenment, then, the last vestiges of the view according to which knowing meant in some sense to inherit knowledge, are expunged. Point 5. This liberation from the past was, Rosenzweig suggests, already well underway in German Pietism, which, beginning in the latter part of the 17th century, had already elaborated a new concept of belief that no longer depended on the historical objectivity of miracles. This view would come to be consolidated by Friedrich Schleiermacher in a theology of Erlebnis that posited the present intensity of religious feeling as the crucial warrant of faith. For Rosenzweig, the authentication of faith by way of religious feeling rather than the heteronomy of scriptural testimony was profoundly connected to another crucial tenet of the historical Enlightenment, the belief in progress. In secular culture, the break with the dogmatic hold of tradition opened a new confidence in human capacities to understand and master the recalcitrance of the natural world and the social, moral, and political obstacles to a rational organization of society. Just so, for its part, Rosenzweig writes, the new belief fastened the present moment of the inner breakthrough of grace to the confidence of its future implementation in life. This hope in the future realm of morality became the star to which belief hitched its world course. Star 100. The progressive movement toward the telos of a future kingdom of morality, das zukünftige Reich der Sittlichkeit, thus became the guidepost, albeit in different idioms, for knowledge as well as for belief. Both thereby opened onto the new bourgeois ideology of scientific and moral progress through Bildung. The mandate of Bildung, or self-education and self-cultivation, though emerging out of a new and radical valorization of present and future at the expense of the past, included, of course, an explicit demand for historical research. This research, whereby the past would be, so to speak, surrendered to cognition, star 99, would serve in the end to further free the present from its moorings in tradition. To this very purpose, theology after 1800 became historical theology. As Paul Mendes Floor has put it, historical theology sought to neutralize the past, to tame it and its claims on the present, in order to secure the autonomy of the present. 6. Nietzsche's own infamous claim about the death of God is, ultimately, one concerning this dialectic of enlightenment as a dynamic within Christianity itself. In Nietzsche's view, the ascetic ideal internal to Christianity eventually takes aim at God himself, culminating in an honest atheism that dismantles the presuppositions of the possibility of experiencing miracles. What, in all strictness, has really conquered the Christian God? Christian morality itself, the concept of truthfulness taken more and more strictly, the confessional subtlety of the Christian conscience translated and sublimated into the scientific conscience, into intellectual cleanliness at any price. To view nature as if it were a proof of the goodness and providence of a God, to interpret history to the glory of a divine reason, as the perpetual witness to a moral world order and moral intentions, to interpret one's own experiences, as pious men long interpreted them, as if everything were preordained, everything a sign, everything sent for salvation of the soul that now belongs to the past, that has conscience against it. In this way Christianity as a dogma was destroyed by its own morality. 7. Perhaps the most concise summary of this state of affairs is provided by Serenus Zeitblom, the narrator of Thomas Mann's great novel Dr. Faustus, a novel that was, of course, largely based on Nietzsche's own biography and the event of Nietzsche in European culture more generally. After joining his friend Adrian Leverkuhn at the University of Halle, where the latter was studying theology, Zeitblom quickly registers the sense of crisis in the theological faculty at the turn of the century. In its Theology's conservative form, holding tight to revelation and traditional exegesis, it has attempted to save whatever elements of biblical religion could be saved, and on the other, liberal, side, Theology has accepted the historical critical methods of profane historical science and abandoned its most important beliefs: miracles, large portions of Christology, the physical resurrection of Jesus, and more besides, to scientific criticism. What sort of science is that, which has such a precarious, coerced relationship with reason and is threatened with ruin by the very compromise it makes with it? In its affirmation of culture and ready compliance with the ideals of bourgeois society, it demotes religion to a function of man's humaneness and waters down the ecstatic and paradoxical elements inherent in religious genius to ethical progressiveness. And so, it is said, although the scientific superiority of liberal theology is incontestable, its theological position is weak, for its moralism and humanism lack any insight into the demonic character of human existence. Point 8. Of course, man's narrator quickly warns of the dangers theology runs if it seeks a way out of this impasse by incorporating the terms of so-called Lebensphilosophy, the civilized mind, however one may call it bourgeois, or simply leave it at civilized, cannot shake off the sense of something uncanny. For by its very nature, theology, once it is linked with the spirit of life philosophy, with irrationalism, runs the risk of becoming demonology. 9. As I understand it, Rosenzweig's project was dedicated to elaborating an entirely new conception of the demonic as well of miracle that would allow theology to move beyond the limits of historicism without thereby succumbing to the irrationalism, the fanatical, quasi-mystical schwarmerei of any sort of Lebensphilosophy. Point 10. To return for a moment to Benjamin's allegory, we might summarize the gist of Rosenzweig's contribution to its interpretation as follows: a theology that has lost sight of a demonic or inhuman dimension immanent to the human and a concept of miracle correlative to it could never be of any use to historical materialism, because it has itself already become a version of the historicist perspective that materialism was supposed to supplant. Benjamin's theses are, among other things, a radical critique of historicism. This deadlock may hold the key, however, to the paradoxical moment we've already noted in Benjamin's allegory, the moment when the location of agency becomes undecidable in the relation between automaton and dwarf, in other words, when it becomes unclear who is really in charge of the game. The lesson of that uncertainty is, I would suggest, that if materialism is to find its orientation from theology, as Benjamin indicates, this must be a theology that has itself already turned toward materialism as its necessary supplement in a post-Enlightenment age. There must, in other words, be an ongoing exchange of properties, of activity and passivity, between the two. And indeed, this is precisely what Rosenzweig, albeit in somewhat different terms, suggests. For the sake of its very status as science, philosophy, historical materialism, in Benjamin's allegory requires theologians to philosophize theologians, however, now likewise in a new sense. 4. The theologian whom philosophy requires for the sake of its scientific status is himself a theologian who requires philosophy for the sake of his integrity. They are dependent on each other and so generate jointly a new type, be it philosopher or theologian, situated between theology and philosophy. 106. This interstitial space is the locus of what Rosenzweig came to understand as the new thinking. 11. For Rosenzweig, philosophy can enter into this new relationship with theology only if it can hold the place of the materialist dimension which had been neglected in liberal theology, namely the dimension of creation. Thus creation has once more to be placed next to the experience of revelation in the full gravity of its substantiality in Vollenschwurgwicht ihrer Gegenständlichkeit. More than this, the only connection which hope is able to establish between revelation and redemption, and which today is felt to be the essential core of belief, is the trust in the coming of an ethical kingdom of eventual redemption. Revelation itself, together with its involvement in and foundation upon this trust, must once more be built into the concept of creation. Here, then, lies the point from which philosophy can begin to reconstruct the whole edifice of theology. It was creation which theology neglected in the 19th century in its obsession with the idea of a vitally present revelation. And precisely creation is now the gate through which philosophy enters into the house of theology. 103, My emphasis. 2. Rosenzweig's understanding of such a philosophy of creation, or perhaps better, creatureliness, which I am here attempting to link to Benjamin's conception of historical materialism, must be understood against the background of what he characterizes as the fundamentally semiotic structure of miracles. A miracle, as Rosenzweig puts it in The Star, is essentially a Sein das Wunder ist wesentlich Zeichen, transmodified. While today one can imagine a miracle only as a breach of natural law of some sort, for the consciousness of erstwhile humanity, Rosenzweig writes, miracle was based on an entirely different circumstance, namely, on its having been predicted, not on its deviation from the course of nature as this had previously been fixed by law. As Rosenzweig succinctly puts it, miracle and prophecy belong together, 95. In the first instance, Rosenzweig is thinking here of the efforts made by both Judaism and Christianity to anchor the ultimate miracle, that of revelation, in prior predictions or signs. To lend the character of a portent to their miracles of revelation is of supreme importance both to Scripture and to the New Testament. The former does so through the promise to the patriarchs, the latter through the prophecies of the prophets. 96.12. The crucial distinction here is, thus, between prophecy and sorcery. Sorcery and portent Zeichen lie on different planes. The magician turns on the course of the world in active intervention. He attacks God's providence and seeks by audacity, guile, or coercion to extort from it what is unforeseen and unforeseeable by it, what is willed by his own will. The prophet, on the other hand, unveils, as he foresees it, what is willed by providence. What would be sorcery in the hands of the magician, becomes portent in the mouth of the prophet. And by pronouncing the portent, the prophet proves the dominion of providence which the magician denies. He proves it, for how would it be possible to foresee the future if it were not provided? And therefore it is incumbent to outdo the heathen miracle, to supplant its spell, which carries out the command of man's own might, with the portent which demonstrates God's providence. 95. The distinction between magical and providential miracle, between sorcery and sign event, plays a crucial role in the so-called Waters of Meribah episode recounted in Numbers 20. There, one will recall, Moses and Aaron are once more faced with the rebellious lament of the Israelites, who complain of the hardships of their wanderings, and why have you made us come up out of Egypt, to bring us to this evil place? It is no place for grain, or figs, or vines, or pomegranates, and there is no water to drink. Moses and Aaron withdraw from the assembly and supplicate God, who thereupon tells Moses, "Take the rod and assemble the congregation, you and Aaron your brother, and tell the rock before their eyes to yield its water, so you shall bring water out of the rock for them, so you shall give drink to the congregation and their cattle." What Moses does, however, amounts to a rupture of this ark of promise and fulfillment. Instead of bearing witness to the providential sign of God, he performs, instead, a purely magical miracle, and Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock, and he said to them, "Hear now, you rebels, shall we bring forth water for you out of this rock?" And Moses lifted up his hand and struck the rock with his rod twice, and water came forth abundantly, and the congregation drank. And their cattle. It is against this background that we can understand the otherwise perplexing extremity of God's punishment. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not believe in me, to sanctify me in the eyes of the people of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly in the land which I have given them." 13. Now it was precisely the semiotic understanding of revelatory miracle, in contrast to pagan magic, of miracle as a specific sort of event of meaning, that led Rosenzweig to his genealogy of the historical worldview in the first place, to the claim, that is, that the emergence of a fundamental distrust in and critique of historical testimony had been the ultimate cause of the embarrassment attending to miracles in modernity. With the historical Enlightenment, the coordination of prediction and fulfillment that forms the semiotic structure of providence, including the thought that our coming was in some sense expected on this earth, begins to falter. To recall, once more, Nietzsche's precise and devastating account of the state of affairs. To view nature as if it were a proof of the goodness and providence of a God, to interpret history to the glory of a divine reason, as the perpetual witness, my emphasis to a moral world order and moral intentions, to interpret one's own experiences, as pious men long interpreted them, as if everything were preordained, everything assigned, my emphasis, everything sent for salvation of the soul that now belongs to the past, that has conscience against it. Point 14. As Mendes Flor has put it in rather more sober terms, this historical critique would undermine the various religious traditions that are founded on the testimony borne by those who actually witnessed the miracles, the original eyewitnesses, and by those who believed in the credibility of those who had transmitted the miracle to them. The transmission of the witness is embodied in a religious tradition, its teachings as well as rites, and it is that witness that ultimately endows that tradition with its auctoritas. 15. In modernity, Rosenzweig suggests, it can only be philosophy, or as I read Benjamin, a certain understanding of historical materialism that can reconstitute the semiotic structure of miracles, according to which, as Rosenzweig puts it, prediction, the expectation of a miracle, always remains the actually constitutive factor, while the miracle itself is but the factor of realization. 96. Here, again, Mendes Flor. Eclipsed by the historical Enlightenment, the witness of the past which had endowed miracle with the objective power of knowledge was no longer available. It is, alas, irretrievably lost in the rubble of time created by historicism. If miracle is, nonetheless, to be salvaged from these ruins, Rosenzweig contends, it would be necessary to furnish a credible substitute for the witness of the past. The crucial dimension of the prophecy of miracle, witnessed in the past by Scripture, will be supplied by philosophy, or rather the new thinking. 16. What I am proposing, however, is that the new thinking does not so much eliminate the function of the witness as compel us to rethink the very nature of the past, the nature of historical testimony itself. What is at stake in the interstitial space between theology and philosophy in the new thinking is not so much a dismissal of the witness of the past as a new conceptualization of the nature of that which registers itself in historical experience, a rethinking of that which in such experience, in its dense, creaturely materiality, calls out toward the future, constitutes, temporalizes the dimension of futurity as a mode of response to a peculiar sort of excitation transmitted by the past. One needs to hear/read excitation in its derivation from excitar, a calling out or summoning forth. But this is a past that has, so to speak, never achieved ontological consistency, that in some sense has not yet been but remains stuck in a spectral, protocosmic dimension. Philosophy or the new thinking becomes the elaboration of the logic of such excitations, the historical truth of which can come to serve as a new locus of prophecy in modernity. 17. Thinking becomes a mode of attentiveness to a peculiar sort of address or apostrophe to a signifying stress imminent to our creaturely life. To use a Heideggerian locution, our thrownness into the world does not simply mean that we always find ourselves in the midst of a social formation that we did not choose, our language, our family, our society, our class, our gender, and so on. It means, more importantly, that this social formation in which we find ourselves immersed is itself permeated by inconsistency and incompleteness, is itself haunted by a lack by which we are, in some peculiar way, addressed, excited, to which we are, in some fashion, answerable. The anxiety correlative to our thrownness Argwarfenheit pertains not simply to the fact that we can never fully grasp the reality into which we are born, we are forever deprived of the God's eye view of it, but rather that reality is never fully identical with itself, is fissured by lack. 18. This structure of temporality, or better, temporalization is, of course, at the center of Benjamin's reflections in his theses. The crucial argument there is that the past makes a claim on the present and future precisely insofar as that past is marked by a certain void or lack of being which persists into the present. There is happiness such as could arouse envy in us only in the air we have breathed, among people we could have talked to, women who could have given themselves to us. In other words, the idea of happiness is indissolubly bound up with the idea of redemption. The same applies to our view of the past, which is the concern of history. That past carries with it a secret index by which it is referred to redemption. Doesn't a breath of the air that pervaded earlier days caress us as well? In the voices we hear, isn't there an echo of now silent ones? Don't the women we court have sisters they no longer recognize? If so, then there is a secret agreement between past generations and the present one. Then our coming was expected on earth. Then, like every generation that preceded us, we have been endowed with a weak messianic power, a power on which the past has a claim. 19. In Benjamin's work, the registration of that claim takes the form of what he famously referred to as a dialectical image. In the file of materials dealing with the method of the so-called Arcades project, Benjamin included a series of variations of the formulations that would eventually be published as the theses. One finds there Benjamin's idiosyncratic formulation of what Rosenzweig characterized as the fundamentally semiotic structure of miracle. It is not that what is past casts its light on what is present, or what is present its light on what is past, rather, image is that wherein what has been comes together in a flash with the now to form a constellation. In other words, image is dialectics at a standstill. For while the relation of the present to the past is purely temporal, the relation of what has been to the now is dialectical, not temporal in nature but figural bildlich. Only dialectical images are genuinely historical, that is, not archaic images. The image that is read, which is to say, the image in the now of its recognizability, bears to the highest degree the imprint of the perilous critical moment on which all reading is founded. 20. Earlier in the same section of notes, Benjamin characterizes the historical index of an object or image as precisely its readability in a determinate historical situation or moment of crisis. For the historical index of the images not only says that they belong to a particular time, it says, above all, that they attain to legibility only at a particular time. And, indeed, this acceding to legibility constitutes a specific critical point in the movement of their interior. Every present day is determined by the images that are synchronic with it, each now is the now of a particular recognizability. In it, truth is charged to the bursting point with time. 21. It is precisely such an eventful synchronicity that constitutes what Benjamin portrays as an awakening to a new kind of answerability in ethical and political life. That such moments of awakening can and do occur, both Rosenzweig and Benjamin suggest, means that the experience of miracle persists into modernity. What this has to do with materialism we shall see in the following. 3. To get a better feel for the structure of temporalization and the ethical and political transformations it entails, I'd like to return to a work I discussed some years ago in a rather different context. There I suggested that Christa Wolf's important novel about coming of age during the Nazi period, A Model Childhood, was in large measure organized around the development of what we might call, with Benjamin, a weak messianic power on the part of the narrator as she comes to acquire a capacity to read the symptoms plaguing the members of her family, herself included. 22. What the narrator discovers is that such symptoms, headaches, anxiety attacks, a sudden pallor, fits of rage, form a sort of virtual archive. What is registered there are not so much forgotten deeds, but rather forgotten failures to act. In the course of the novel, Wolf suggests that such failures can, at least in part, be understood as failures to suspend the force of the social bond, call it the dominant ideology inhibiting acts of solidarity with society's others. In the novel, one of the central metaphors for such archives is a paleontological one. Why, then, stir up settled, stabilized rock formations in order to hit on a possible encapsulated organism, a fossil? The delicately veined wings of a fly in a piece of amber. The fleeting track of a bird in once spongy sediments, hardened and immortalized by propitious stratification. To become a paleontologist. To learn to deal with petrified remains, to read from calcified imprints about the existence of early living forms which one can no longer observe. 23. In the novel, these symptoms become legible, or as Benjamin puts it, readable in the now of their recognizability as indices of missed opportunities to intervene on behalf of the oppressed during the Nazi regime, even missed opportunities for empathy with the victims. 24. The novel suggests that adaptation to the social reality of everyday life during the Nazi period involved forming pockets of congealed moral and social energies manifest as psychic perturbations, as a symptomatic torsion of one's being in the world, or what I have called signifying stress. Miracles happen when, upon registering their historical truth, we are able to act, to intervene into these symptoms and enter the space of possibilities opened thereby. 25. One way we might think about such acts is in relation to the problem of guilt and responsibility. Miracles happen when we find ourselves able to suspend a pattern, a Kindheitsmuster, as Wolff might say, whereby one culpabilizes the other, or, in more Nietzschean terms, cultivates ressentiment, with respect to a fundamental dysfunction or crisis within social reality. As Slavoj Žižek has put it apropos of the Kristallnacht pogroms, one of the central points of reference in Wolff's novel, the furious rage of such an outburst of violence makes it a symptom, the defense formation covering up the void of the failure to intervene effectively in the social crisis. 26. In Wolff's novel, the narrator chronicles her own symptom formation with respect to the Kristallnacht in rather more personal, though still closely related, terms. Nellie couldn't help it, the charred building made her sad. But she didn't know that she was feeling sad, because she wasn't supposed to feel sad. She had long ago begun to cheat herself out of her true feelings. Gone, forever gone, is the beautiful, free correlation between emotions and events. It wouldn't have taken much for Nellie to have succumbed to an improper emotion, compassion. But healthy German common sense built a barrier against it, anxiety. My emphasis. And as the narrator quickly adds, perhaps there should be at least an intimation of the difficulties in matters of compassion, also regarding compassion toward one's own person, the difficulties experienced by a person who was forced as a child to turn compassion for the weak and the losers into hate and anxiety. 27. The crucial thought in all of this is that such failures/defense formations persist as a peculiar sort of stress in the individual and collective lives of those in some way linked to them. It is the signs/symptoms of such stress that await, as it were, the miraculous now of their recognizability. 4. At this point I'd like to attend more closely to the nature of the stress that for Benjamin serves as the crucial historical index for any materialist engagement with history, and that for Rosenzweig provides the basis for rethinking the fundamental monotheistic concepts, creation, revelation, and redemption. As I have suggested, Rosenzweig and Benjamin seem to agree that in modernity miracles do happen, and that their happening must be understood as some sort of opening or unfolding of the semiotic energies condensed in such stress. What is, I think, misleading about some of Benjamin's formulations is that it can appear as if these semiotic energies merely stood in for a nameable, determinate possibility, in other words, one with a specifiable representational content, that was blocked from actualization. But this would result merely in a sort of negative historicism. Instead of worrying about wie es eigentlich gewesen, what objectively happened at some moment in the past, we would be concerned with, as it were, equally datable and objective non-happenings inscribed in the virtual yet nonetheless fully legible archive of individual and collective symptoms. The mistake would be to think of the signifying stress at issue here along the lines of Freud's original conception of the seduction theory. According to that first theory of the etiology of hysteria, symptoms are produced through the repression of a determinate and, as it were, datable experience of premature sexualization in childhood, the trauma of sexual abuse at the hands of an adult, and, thus, the trauma of one's own, if I might put it that way, overwhelming passivity. Freud would revise this theory to allow for the etiology of neurotic symptoms on the basis not simply of external events intruding upon an essentially passive subject, but of psychic events connected to the birth of sexuality in the human child. These events pertain ultimately, and here I am reading Freud in light of Lacanian and post-Lacanian theory, to the encounter with the enigma of parental desire. The revised theory shares with the first the notion that what is traumatic is, ultimately, the over-proximity to the mysterious desire of the other. The difference is that in the later theory such over-proximity assumes a certain structural value and need not have been acted out in any egregious manner. The fundamentally disorienting encounter with the other's desire is now seen to be constitutive of what we understand as human subjectivity. This revision did not, of course, prevent Freud from attempting to locate this encounter in historical time, to date the psychic event, the primal scene out of which the singular subjectivity of his various analyses emerged. Perhaps the most notable example of Freud's efforts in this direction is his attempt to reconstruct the scene of parental intercourse that the Wolfman ostensibly witnessed as a child. Freud is still committed here to the importance of the original eyewitness in the birth of the expectation in the form of symptoms of the miracle of the analytic intervention and cure. To return to a term I introduced earlier, according to this revised notion of seduction, the human child is excited by enigmatic messages emanating from the parental other, messages indicating something profoundly amiss, something fundamentally lacking, in the other. As Lacan has put it, a lack is encountered by the subject in the other, in the very intimation that the other makes to him by his discourse. In the intervals of the discourse of the other, there emerges in the experience of the child something that is radically mappable, namely, he is saying this to me, but what does he want? The desire of the other is apprehended by the subject in that which does not work, in the lacks of the discourse of the other, and all the child's whys reveal not so much an avidity for the reason of things, as a testing of the adult, a why are you telling me this? Ever resuscitated from its base, which is the enigma of the adult's desire. Point 28. According to this theory, the child works at translating this enigma into more or less determinate demands one can comply with, reject, fail at fulfilling, feel guilty about, and so forth. As Jean Laplanche, the student of Lacan who has most systematically elaborated this notion of the enigmatic message, has written, the fundamental situation that gives rise to unconscious formations is an encounter between an individual whose psychosomatic structures are situated predominantly at the level of need, and signifiers emanating from an adult. Those signifiers pertain to the satisfaction of the child's needs, but they also convey the purely interrogative potential of other messages, and those other messages are sexual. These enigmatic messages set the child the difficult, or even impossible, task of mastery and symbolization, and the attempt to perform it inevitably leaves behind unconscious residues. I refer to them as the source objects of the drives. Point 29. It is this never-ceasing work of symbolization and failure at symbolization, translation and failure at translation, that constitutes what I have referred to as signifying stress. We have here, then, something of a tragic cycle. My signifying stress is called forth excited by my efforts to translate the signifying stress emanating from the other, indicating, in its turn, the other's addiction to his/her own enigmas. Or, as Laplanche has put it, internal alienness maintained, held in place by external alienness, in turn, held in place by the enigmatic relation of the other to his own internal alien. 30. In the view I have been outlining here, a miracle would represent the event of a genuine break in such a fateful enchainment of unconscious transmissions. Perhaps the most vivid literary example of what it means to be caught up in the endless work of translation and failure, to live with, or perhaps better, simply to live the pressures of signifying stress, is Kafka's great, unfinished, novel dealing with enigmatic address, The Trial. Beginning with the fateful morning of his arrest, apparently without his having done anything particular, the protagonist's entire existence becomes an attempt to discern the meaning of enigmatic communications emanating not from a parental other, but rather from the rather more ominous big other of a complex bureaucratic entity, the law, and its various visible and invisible institutions and agents. Indeed, One of the great achievements of Kafka's novel, and this no doubt contributes to Kafka's canonicity, is that it makes plausible that the familial scenario so central to psychoanalytic theory and practice is only one rather concentrated instance of a much more general dynamic pertaining to the subject's transferential relations to symbolic power and authority. 31 Joseph K. is forever trying to translate the inconsistencies of the legal bureaucracy into a set of demands that would allow for some sort of meaningful negotiation. Kafka's novel goes so far as to suggest that these inconsistencies are quite literally correlative to an obscene sexuality, that Joseph K.'s dilemma is indeed one of over-proximity to the desire of the other. One thinks here not only of the various sexually charged women who in some fashion belong to the court, but also of the scene of sadomasochistic punishment Joseph K. stumbles upon in a closet at his place of business, as well as K.'s discovery of pornographic materials among the books and legal documents at his initial hearing. In his extended correspondence with Benjamin on the subject of Kafka, Gershom Scholem tried to capture what is canonical about the universe of Kafka's fiction by attending precisely to the nature of the signifying stress by which figures like Joseph K. are burdened. In a now famous letter of September 20, 1934, Scholem tries to clarify an earlier claim, letter of July 17, 1934, that Kafka's world is one of revelation seen from that perspective in which it is returned to its own nothingness. In the September letter, he writes to his friend, "You ask what I understand by the nothingness of revelation? I understand by it a state in which revelation appears to be without meaning, in which it still asserts itself, in which it has validity but no significance in dem sie gilt, aber nicht bedeutet. A state in which the wealth of meaning is lost and what is in the process of appearing, for revelation is such a process, still does not disappear, even though it is reduced to the 0 point of its own content, so to speak." 32. In a beautiful reading of the Scholem-Benjamin correspondence on Kafka, Robert Alter takes Scholem's essential point to be that the world in which we find ourselves has an ultimate, though also ultimately inscrutable, semantic power. Something is always in the process of appearing from the ground of being that imposes itself on us with the sheer force of its validity, even if it finally has no safely construable significance. According to Scholem, that is, revelation is not merely an idea of Jewish tradition, but an underlying phenomenon of man's creaturely existence. 33 Clearly, such claims belong within the orbit of what Rosenzweig called the New Thinking. The crucial difference introduced by Rosenzweig is that the miracle of revelation is constituted not simply by an inscrutable semantic power underlying the creaturely existence of humans by our signifying stress, but also by our capacity to unfold this stress through acts of neighbor love, something that perhaps lay beyond the boundaries of the Kafkan imagination. V. The characterization of Scholem's claim as one pertaining to a semantic power arising from the ground of being resonates not only with Lacan's thesis concerning unconscious mental activity, which is, as he notes, ever resuscitated from its base, which is the enigma of the adult's desire, it also nicely captures a fundamental structural feature of Rosenzweig's Star of Redemption. The entire first volume of the Star is entitled The Elements or the Ever-Enduring Protokosmos die Element oder die Immerwährende Vorwelt, and provides a kind of logic of this semantic power as a dimension not only of human being but also of worldly and divine being as well, the three fundamental elements or regions of being. What Rosenzweig seems to mean here is that when we attempt to think each element independently, to capture what each one is in abstraction from its relations to the other regions of being in its pure tautological self-sameness, man is man, world is world, God is God, what we encounter are not the elements in their ultimate reality, but rather, to use a Lacanian locution, the real of each element, the specific way in which our access to knowledge is voided. In the first part of the Star, Rosenzweig tries to get us to brush up against that on account of which each element enjoys its irreducibility to anything else without thereby being knowable, whatever God might be. For example, we at least know that God is not simply a species of human or worldly being. It is in this sense that Rosenzweig was able to refer to his method in the Star as an absolute empiricism, an attunement to the substances of thinking, within the actual, non-objective, and non-substantial experience. 34. With respect to human being, Rosenzweig suggests that what is irreducible there pertains to a constitutive, rather than merely contingent, dimension of trauma. And it is clear from the first lines of the star that this trauma that, paradoxically, makes us something more than just a piece of the world, more than a link in the great chain of being, is a function of our finitude, our subjection to death. For Rosenzweig, we acquire our singular density as human beings, Heidegger would say, as Dasein only by way of anxiety in the face of our own, ultimately unknowable, mortality. Our death is not a natural fact to be known but a facticity to be borne. The absolute nullity that borders mortal life intrudes into our being as a strange sort of surplus vitality that has no proper place in the world, that can't be put to work, can't be fully absorbed by a project. Rosenzweig develops this thought under the heading of what he refers to as the metaethical self, which he distinguishes from the concept of the personality. The personality signifies what is generic about a person, that is, everything about a person that can be subsumed under a concept, that can be subordinated to some sort of universal or genus. For Rosenzweig, the paradigm of this subsumption is sexual reproduction. Natural birth was the birth of individuality. In progeniture it died its way back into the genus. 70. In sexual reproduction, that is, our individuality is given over to the immortal life of the species that persists by way of the cycle of generation and corruption. Rosenzweig abbreviates this subsumption by the equation B equals A, signifying the entrance of what is particular, individual, and distinctive das Besondere into the general or universal das Allgemeine. Many predications are possible about personality, as many as about individuality. As individual predications they all follow the scheme B equals A, the scheme in which all the predications about the world and its parts are conceptualized. Personality is always defined as an individual in its relation to other individuals and to a universal. 69, my emphasis. But, as he quickly adds, there are no derivative predications about the self, only the one, original B equals B. 69. The self, that is, signifies the part that is no part, of a whole, a non-relational excess which is out of joint with respect to the generality of any classification or identification, any form of teleological absorption by a larger purpose. Because the self pertains to that which, in some sense, persists beyond an individual's integration into the life of the genus, we should, Rosenzweig writes, be led to the inadequacy of the ideas of individuality and personality for comprehending human life. 70-71. Rosenzweig circumscribes what remains / insists beyond these ideas by means of the concepts of character and defiance. The self signifies nothing but the defiant persistence of one's character, its demonic self-sameness. This is what Rosenzweig tries to capture by the tautology, B equals B, a distinctive insistence on pure distinctiveness. 35 This leads him to the thought of the second birth and second death as constitutive features of human existence. Character, and therefore the self which bases itself on it, is not the talent which the celestials placed in the crib of the young citizen of the earth already at birth as his share of the common will of mankind am gemeinsame Menschheitsgott. Quite the contrary, the day of the natural birth is the great day of destiny for individuality, because on it the fate of the distinctive das Schicksal der Besonderen is determined by the share in the universal den Anteil am Allgemeinen. For the self, this day is covered in darkness. The birthday of the self is not the same as the birthday of the personality. For the self, the character, too, has its birthday. One day it is there. It is not true that character becomes, that it forms. One day it assaults man like an armed man and takes possession of all the wealth of his property. Until that day, man is a piece of the world even before his own consciousness. The self breaks in and at one blow robs him of all the goods and chattel which he presumed to possess. He becomes quite poor, has only himself, knows only himself, is known to no one, for no one exists but he. The self is solitary man in the hardest sense of the word. The personality is the political animal. 71. Though this language might indicate a tendency similar to the one I noted in Freud, that is, a belief that the traumatic intrusion of selfhood into the human animal are becoming subject is a datable event in historical time. Rosenzweig for the most part exhibits no special preoccupation with primal scenes. The paradox for both Freud and Rosenzweig is that something that has a structural status, something that is constitutive for being a human subject, also has the quality of an event. Here contingency and necessity, eventfulness and essence, coincide. Indeed, the term primal scene may best be understood as naming just such a coincidence. Rosenzweig's language makes absolutely clear that his concern here is with what Freud characterized as the emergence of Triebschicksal, the drive destiny that amplifies the life of human beings, endows this life, to return to a term introduced earlier, with a demonic aspect. Thus the self is born on a definite day. It is the day on which the personality, the individual, dies the death of entering the genus, i.e., in progeniture. This speechless, sightless, introverted daimon assaults man first in the guise of eros, and thence accompanies him through life until the moment when he removes his disguise and reveals himself as thanatos. This is the second, and, if you will, the more secret birthday of the self, just as it is the second, and, if you will, the first patent day of death for individuality. Whatever of the self becomes visible to us lies between these two births of the daimon. 71-72. At one level, Rosenzweig is simply noting here that the birth of human sexuality is fundamentally linked to intimations of mortality. In sexed reproduction we become most directly confronted with the fact that our death was provided for, that our species' existence is correlative to our death, that our germ cells, or at least half of them, must split off from the mortal soma cells. But Rosenzweig is, I believe, also thinking about what we earlier characterized as a sort of general seduction theory, Laplanche's term, according to which the body/psyche of the child is from the start of life penetrated by enigmatic messages emanating from, the unconscious of, its caregivers and authority figures. Indeed, it is only on the basis of such enigmas that human sexuality proper gets off the ground. What is generally thought to be most animal-like about us, our sexuality, is, in this view, precisely where we are most out of joint with respect to any merely animal nature. 36 We might say that, whereas instincts orient, our drive destiny, which emerges on the basis of our seduction by enigmatic signifiers, our second birthday disorients, leading us along utterly and often painfully eccentric paths and detours. We are driven, we have drive destinies, because we find ourselves, at some level of our being, addicted to an always idiosyncratic series of enigmatic signifiers pertaining to the desire of the big others in our lives. This also means that the most intimate kernel of our being is also what is most tightly linked to otherness, though this link gets laid down below the level of intentionality and intersubjectivity proper. 37 In Rosenzweig's view, it is precisely our drivenness that has a rightful claim to immortality. Thus, apropos of the hero of Attic tragedy who, in Rosenzweig's view, first gives visible shape and form to the metaethical self, Rosenzweig writes, the tragic hero does not actually die after all. Death only cuts him off, as it were, from the temporal features of individuality. Character transmitted into heroic self is immortal. 79. And with immortality, Rosenzweig continues, we touch on an ultimate yearning of the self. Personality does not demand immortality for itself, but the self does. Personality is satisfied with the eternity of the relations into which it enters and in which it is absorbed. The self has no relations, cannot enter into any, remains ever itself. Thus it is conscious of being eternal, its immortality amounts to an inability to die. All ancient doctrines of immortality come down to this inability of the disengaged self to die. Theoretically, the only difficulty consists in finding a natural bearer of this inability to die, a something that cannot die. 79. My emphasis. Rosenzweig's post-metaphysical gesture is to refuse this preoccupation with finding a natural bearer of the drive, say, a soul substance, of this quasi-semantic power emerging from the ground of being, from what Rosenzweig refers to as the Vorwelt, or protocosmos. 6. Benjamin, who not only knew Rosenzweig's star but also especially valued its first volume, evoked the notion of the Vorwelt in his important essay on Kafka. There Benjamin refers to the prehistoric forces Vorwelt-like Gewalten that dominated Kafka's creativeness, forces which, to be sure, may justifiably be regarded as belonging to our world as well. 38 As I've noted, Kafka's protagonists are forever trying to get clear about a message in which an enigmatic and unnerving surplus of validity beyond meaning persists as a chronic signifying stress curving the space in which they move. Their inability to interpret or translate the enigma, to stabilize its meaning in a legible call with which to identify, in a demand one can comply with or refuse, is what ultimately serves to draw them all the more powerfully into the ban of the law, castle, and so forth. This thought will become more important in what follows. A certain hindrance to our institutional inscription/subjection serves as a support of our effective attachment to this very subjection. Later in the same essay, and indeed just after a brief reference to Rosenzweig's star, Benjamin offers a reading of another series of Kafkan figures, figures whose being is distorted by a sort of cringe, as if the stress we have been addressing had taken on direct, bodily form and density, endowing these figures with their emphatic sense of creatureliness. Audradek is the form which things assume in oblivion. They are distorted. The cares of a family man, which no one can identify, are distorted. The bug, which we know all too well represents Gregor Samsa, is distorted. The big animal, half lamb, half kitten, for which the butcher's knife might be a release, is distorted. These Kafka figures are connected by a long series of figures with the prototype of distortion, a hunched back. Among the images in Kafka's stories, none is more frequent than that of the man who bows his head far down on his chest, the fatigue of the court officials, the noise affecting the doormen in the hotel, the low ceiling facing the visitors in the gallery. In the penal colony, those in power use an archaic apparatus which engraves letters with curlicues on the back of every guilty man. 39. Suggesting that what is at stake in any miracle is precisely an intervention into the peculiar burdens of these uncanny neighbors, Benjamin writes about the figure of the hunchback, that he will disappear with the coming of the Messiah, who, a great rabbi once said, will not wish to change the world by force but will merely make a slight adjustment in it. 40. Benjamin's evocation of the hunchback strongly resonates with Primo Levi's description of the so-called Musulman, the figure who represents, for Levi, the paradox of the complete and impossible witness to the truth of the death camps. They crowd my memory with their faceless presence, and if I could enclose all the evil of our time in one image, I would choose this image which is familiar to me, an emaciated man, with head dropped and shoulders curved, on whose face and in whose eyes not a trace of thought is to be seen. 41. The Musulman is, it would seem, the figure whose being has been fully reduced to the substance of a cringe, whose existence has been reduced to its pure, protocosmic being, who is there, yet no longer in the world. What remains, that is, at this 0 degree of social existence, in this zone between symbolic and real death, is not pure biological, animal or vegetable, life, but rather something like the direct embodiment of signifying stress, the becoming flesh of the state of emergency of socio-symbolic meaning. Recalling Rosenzweig's use of the infinitesimal calculus in his construction of the protocosmos, we might say that the Musulman is the human in the neighborhood of 0. But that also makes him the ultimate and therewith impossible embodiment of the neighbor. 42. We are faced here with the topological paradox of a figure who is included within the sphere of political existence by virtue of his radical exclusion, whose presence within the order of the human is paid for by his deprivation of any symbolic representation. In his recent work, Giorgio Agamben has analyzed this paradoxical figure under the heading of the homo sacer, a term he appropriates from early Roman texts and which marks someone as being subject to murder without the prospect of punishment but who is nonetheless excluded from any form of ritual sacrifice. According to a text by Pompeius Festus, it is not permitted to sacrifice this man, yet he who kills him will not be condemned for homicide. This is why it is customary for a bad or impure man to be called sacred. 43. To return once more to Kafka, one might think here of Gregor Samsa, whose status as a homo sacer is supported by the etymological resonances of the words Kafka uses ungeheuer, ungeziefer, monstrous vermin, to introduce Gregor's transformation in the famous first sentence of the story. Ungeheuer, as Stanley Korngold has emphasized, connotes the creature who has no place in the family, ungeziefer, the unclean animal unsuited for sacrifice, the creature without a place in God's order. 44. For Agamben, the crucial point is that the topological peculiarity that constitutes the figure of the homo sacer directly mirrors a comparable peculiarity at the heart of political sovereignty. At least according to one important tradition of political thought, the concept of sovereignty includes the dimension of the state of exception, the sovereign's right to suspend the law in conditions that threaten the order of the state. That is to say that the sovereign, this embodiment of state law, has the legal right to suspend law. The sovereign is, then, in some peculiar sense, both inside and outside the law. According to Agamben, the homo sacer is the figure who stands in absolute intimacy with this dimension of sovereignty. He is utterly exposed to the state of exception/emergency imminent in the law, an exposure Agamben characterizes as a ban. He who has been banned is not, in fact, simply set outside the law and made indifferent to it, but rather abandoned by it, that is, exposed and threatened on the threshold in which life and law, outside and inside, become indistinguishable. It is literally not possible to say whether the one who has been banned is outside or inside the juridical order. 28-29. Interestingly, Agamben, too, suggests that there is a kind of testimony preserved in the figure of such exposure. The homo sacer is a kind of impossible witness, utterly consumed, drowned, as Levi says, by the truth to which he testifies. Once brought back to his proper place beyond both penal law and sacrifice, homo sacer presents the originary figure of life taken into the sovereign ban and preserves the memory of the originary exclusion through which the political dimension was first constituted. The sacredness of life, which is invoked today as an absolutely fundamental right in opposition to sovereign power, in fact originally expresses precisely both life's subjection to a power over death and life's irreparable exposure in the relation of abandonment. 83. My emphasis. 45. To return to our initial problem, the problem of miracle in the present context, we might say that miracles happen when and where this impossible, mad testimony can be unfolded. But this also suggests that the word miracle, for both Benjamin and Rosenzweig, means just the opposite of what the modern theorist of the state of exception, Carl Schmitt, posits as its meaning. In his book Political Theology, Schmitt suggests that the state of exception, the Ausnahmezustand, has for jurisprudence an analogous meaning to that of miracle for theology. 46. And indeed, Schmitt argues that the notion of the state of exception suffered a parallel fate to the one we traced with regard to miracle, a fate that, for Schmitt, ultimately impoverishes the liberal theory of the state, just as the disappearance of miracle impoverished liberal theology. For the idea of the modern constitutional state Rechtsstaat attains predominance along with deism, with the theology and metaphysics, that is, that just as much banishes miracle from the world, along with any sort of interruption of natural laws, the exception that belongs to the very concept of miracle, as it does the direct intervention of the sovereign into the governing rule of law. The rationalism of the Enlightenment repudiates the state of exception in every form. 43. My argument here has been, however, that for both Rosenzweig and Benjamin a miracle signifies not the state of exception, but rather its suspension, an intervention into this peculiar topological, not the outlaw dimension internal to law that serves to sustain the symbolic function of sovereignty. Rosenzweig's and Benjamin's thinking about miracle must, thus, be seen as critiques of political theology, but as critiques which gain their force from the resources of theology, understood as a form of new thinking. Point 47. But what might such a suspension look like? What does it mean to suspend what is, ultimately, itself a sort of suspension, of law by way of the state of exception? 7. The first thing to notice is that Agamben's characterization of the sovereign exception and its effects closely resembles the psychoanalytic understanding of the punitive superego a psychic agency that does not so much represent the rule of law internalized by a subject as a set of impossible demands holding the place of a void, of the missing foundations of such rule. The superego, in this view, represents not the psychic agency of interpellation that endows us with a symbolic mandate in the world but the signifying stress left over from such an operation. Here we might recall Louis Althusser's famous allegory of ideological interpellation. According to Althusser, ideology takes hold of a subject, successfully interpellates an individual into a subject at the moment when this individual recognizes himself in a master's call, much as when a man turns toward a police officer who has hailed him on the street. Assuming the theoretical scene I have imagined takes place in the street, Althusser writes, the hailed individual will turn round. By this mere 180-degree physical conversion, he becomes a subject. Why? Because he has recognized that the hail was really addressed to him, and that it was really him who was hailed, and not someone else. The existence of ideology and the hailing or interpellating of individuals as subjects are one and the same thing. 48. If we let Rosenzweig's formula for the predications about the world and its parts, B equals A, stand for any instance of successful interpellation, the individual recognizes himself as being a part within the totality in the name of which he has been hailed, then B equals B will signify what in the individual contracts from the interpellation and the identification established through it. B equals B registers, we might say, not so much the master's call as the impact of his voice, that which in the act of hailing occupies the uncanny zone between corporeal event and event of meaning. The voice is always more than the body from which it emanates and less than the meaning it materially supports. Point 49. The self, in Rosenzweig's sense, is born when this vocal object finds an initial organization in fantasy, when the uncanny externality of the other's voice congeals as an intimate locus of persistent solicitation or excitation. Point 50. The 6-8-bit of fantasy out of which the agency of the superego is constructed, this congealed excitation, is, I am suggesting, the matter or materiality at the heart of the neighbor, the excess that makes the neighbor irreducible to the political animal. The paradox, however, is that it is for the most part this very dimension that seals our fate as political animals, that keeps us effectively, we might say, superegoically attached to the constrained space of a determinate social formation. A miracle would thus signal the intervention into and suspension of this dimension of superego attachment. As Žižek has put it apropos of the notion of homo sacer, the distinction between those who are included in the legal order and homo sacer is not simply horizontal, a distinction between two groups of people, but more and more also the vertical distinction between two, superimposed, ways of how the same people can be treated. Briefly, on the level of law, we are treated as citizens, legal subjects, while on the level of its obscene superego supplement, of this empty unconditional law, we are treated as homo sacer. Perhaps, then, the best motto for today's analysis of ideology is the line quoted by Freud at the beginning of his interpretation of dreams, Archiranta mugbo. If you cannot change the explicit set of ideological rules, you can try to change the underlying set of obscene unwritten rules, i.e., dimension of superego demands. Point 51. And as Žižek illustrates in a telling example, such an act can indeed display the quality of a miracle. Speaking of the group of Israeli reservists who refused to serve in the occupied territories in the winter of 2002, Žižek writes, the point is not the cruel arbitrary treatment as such, but, rather, that Palestinians in the occupied territories are reduced to the status of homo sacer, the object of disciplinary measures and or even humanitarian help, but not full citizens. And what the refuseniks accomplished is the passage from homo sacer to neighbor. They treat the Palestinians not as equal full citizens but as neighbors in the strict Judeo-Christian sense. For Žižek, this passage represents the ethical moment/act at its purest. It is here, in such acts, that as St. Paul would have put it, there actually are no longer Jews or Palestinians, full members of the polity and homo sacer. We should be unashamedly Platonic here. This no, designates the miraculous moment in which eternal justice momentarily appears in the temporal sphere of empirical reality. Point 52. It should be clear that we are here at the furthest possible remove from the Schmittian notion of the sovereign exception. Or rather, we are at a point of the most profound proximity, but it is the proximity of disease and cure. 8. Fidelity to what opens at such moments, the labor of sustaining such a break within the order of the everyday, of going on with what interrupts our ordinary goings on. This is what it means to remain true to the trajectory of what Rosenzweig calls the star of redemption. In light of Rosenzweig's work, we would nonetheless want to modify the claim regarding the Pauline dimension of this labor identified by Žižek. The first modification would be to exchange Israelis for Jews in the above passage. The second, more properly Rosenzweigian claim, would be that the possibility of such a Pauline suspension is itself held open by the Jewish insistence on always already anticipating this eternal realm of justice. For Rosenzweig, this insistence takes shape in the liturgical time established in and through the rituals and practices of Jewish life, which together serve to sustain a gap between the flow of historical time, the time of the nations, and that of the remnant of Israel. We might say that it is precisely in this gap that the gesture of the Refusenix transpires. The difficulty of grasping Rosenzweig's peculiar understanding of the Jewish community as one oriented by a fundamental gap has led one Rosenzweig scholar to what I take to be a potentially serious misunderstanding of Rosenzweig's originality. 53 In his otherwise compelling comparative reading of Rosenzweig and Heidegger, Peter Gordon argues that the recent trend in Rosenzweig scholarship to read Rosenzweig in light of Emmanuel Levinas's Ethics of Radical Altruity, a reading suggested, in part, by Levinas's own expressed debt to his predecessor's work, misses the point of Rosenzweig's holism. What Gordon means is that for Rosenzweig the Jewish people represent an irreducible unit of redemptive meaning whose internal uniformity does not leave room for altruity at all. Ethics for Rosenzweig is forged from structures of familiarity rather than altruity. Here Rosenzweig's ideas concerning the priority of holistic, communal bonds sets him dramatically at odds with new developments in contemporary Jewish ethics, especially those of Levinas. Indeed, it seems misleading to call Rosenzweig's ideas ethical in the customary sense. For Rosenzweig, the community is a unified and organic structure, not a collective of discrete individuals. Beginning with religiously dissociated selves cut off from the social and historical world, the star develops a holistic theory of human groups, but for this same reason prohibits any sustained understanding of truly public life. Gordon goes on to compare Rosenzweig's holism to that of Heidegger, for whom to live in an intelligible world at all requires that we live within hermeneutical horizons, those shared forms of life that comprise the fundamentally social phenomena of language, history, and people. 54. What Gordon misses here is that, as I've already noted, even for Heidegger, to find ourselves always already in the midst of life does not simply mean that we always find ourselves in the midst of a social formation and space of meaning that we did not choose, our language, our family, our society, our class, our gender, etc. It means, more importantly, that this social formation in which we find ourselves immersed is itself permeated by inconsistency and incompleteness, is itself punctuated by a lack by which we are, in some peculiar way, addressed, excited, and for which we are in some fashion responsible. In Levinas's terms, this responsibility is what becomes manifest, revealed in the face of the other, who thereby becomes my neighbor. To put it simply, for Gordon, belonging to a community is a matter of a part-whole logic in which an item finds its meaning only within the context of a historically determined matrix of relations, against the backdrop of a hermeneutical horizon. But Rosenzweig's new thinking is not simply a species of hermeneutic holism, which would, ultimately, remain within the logic of the B equals A. His more radical claim pertaining to Judaism is that it opens the possibility of community on the basis of a shared orientation with respect to a non-relational remainder/excess, to the signifying stress that every normal community attempts to gentrify by way of some sort of simulated holism. Rosenzweig's point is not that the Jews are the only people to achieve a proper holism, or even one just like that of other people qua national, cultural, or ethnic formation, but rather that they are the one people to have structured a form of life around precisely what disrupts the life of the nations. Historicity. for Rosenzweig, pertains not to the succession of one space of social meaning by another, the merely natural history of the rise and fall of nations and empires, but rather to moments of uncoupling, of exodus from the phantasmatic holism of epochal or cultural totalities. And as we have seen, this uncoupling pertains to the possibility of the passage from homo sacer to neighbor. Indeed, this is precisely what makes the gesture of the Refuseniks so radical. It recalls Jews to remember the distinction between any possible holism of the Israeli nation and the logic of community of the Jewish nation. To put it in a formula, holism and holiness never simply overlap. In Rosenzweig's view, the Jews as a people persevere not simply on one side or the other of this distinction, but rather within this non-coincidence, this non-overlapping. If there is a unity to the Jewish people, it is a strange one, owing to this unique topology, one that is, I am suggesting, structured in response to the topological peculiarities of the couple, sovereign exception homo sacer. 55. How, then, are we to understand the passages from the star cited by Gordon, which suggest a certain righteousness and even violence in the self-understanding of all communities, and above all those that understand themselves as bearers of redemptive energies? 56. The passages in question pertain to the status of the first-person plural pronoun, the we, in Rosenzweig's discussion of redemption in the third section of the second volume of the Star. There, Rosenzweig writes of the necessity of a judgment or verdict to be enunciated by the community charged with redemptive energies against all the others, a verdict of a we against a you. In these sections, Rosenzweig is concerned with the discursive dimension of the constitution of community/solidarity and posits the polyphonic choral chant of congregational thanksgiving, a thanksgiving that is fundamentally anticipatory, as its crucial linguistic/performative locus. Choral singing is posited here as a model of what it means to anticipate now the becoming neighbor of the other, who thereby comes to represent all the world for me. Where someone or something has become neighbor to a soul, there a piece of the world has become something which it was not previously, soul, star, 235. And later, the effect of the love of neighbor is that anyone and all the world belong together. Whoever be momentarily my neighbor represents all the world for me in full validity, star, 236. In the chant of the chorus, we are all, as it were, brought into the circle of this ensouling proximity, a proximity that does not, however, depend on any positive features of its members. Being neighbor in this sense does not imply resemblance, familiarity, or likeness, but rather a kind of shared resoluteness sustained, in large measure, by certain kinds of linguistic and social practices, rather than merely individual intentions or states of mind. The we is not simply an aggregation of individuals, nor is it some sort of group identity or tolerant universalism, posited as being higher or more encompassing than our individual/cultural/ethnic/sexual differences. It is, rather, a form of militant fidelity with respect to the testimony borne by the homo sacer. This testimony does not pertain, however, to what is most human in all of us once we subtract all our social predicates, to our sacred humanity beyond individual and cultural differences. If that were the case, then the work of redemption would be nothing but a kind of charitable, humanitarian assistance program. As we have seen, the testimony immanent to the locus of the homo sacer pertains to the signifying stress produced by way of the exceptional operations of sovereignty. It is against this background, I am arguing, that we need to understand the meaning of the judgment that is born of the we. As Rosenzweig puts it, the we encompasses everything it can grasp and reach, or at least sight. But what it can no longer reach nor sight, that it must eject from its bright, melodious circle into the dread cold of the not, for the sake of its own exclusive inclusive unity, it must say to it, yeah, 237. And as Rosenzweig adds, yes, the yeah is dreadful. It is the judgment. But the crucial point here is that this judgment does not pertain to any positive content of this yeah. It is not that what belongs to the we is in any way endowed with special attributes or talents. What is at issue here is more a subjective stance, with respect to the operations of sovereignty, a stance that must itself, however, be sustained by practices that thereby delimit a paradoxical boundary of those who remain faithful, though we cannot avoid the sitting in judgment, for only with this judgment does it give a definite content to the totality of its we. This content nevertheless is not distinctive, it subtracts nothing from the totality of the we. For the judgment does not distinguish a distinct content as against the we, no other content, that is, than the not. 237.57. 9. The delimitation of the we is produced not out of the fabric of a distinct content allowing for group identification in the usual sense, but rather on the basis of what Alain Badiou has called ethical consistency. Badiou develops this notion in conjunction with a larger argument about the ways in which human subjects undergo tears in the fabric of their lives, tears that, in principle, allow not simply for new choices of objects of desire, but rather for the radical restructuring of the coordinates of desire, for genuine changes of direction in life. Ethical consistency will mean something like the creation of new fabric out of a tear. Although Badiou's primary examples come from the domains of art, science, love, and politics, the theological background of this theory of truth processes his name for such sudden tears or ruptures, and the processes of their elaboration is clear throughout and made explicit in his work on St. Paul, whose letters produced, for Badiou, a formal model of the temporality of the truth event. Indeed, we might say that for the three contemporary thinkers I have been in dialogue with throughout this essay, Žižek, Agamben, and now Badiou, the wizened dwarf beneath the chess table in Benjamin's allegory is none other than Paul. I will return to Paul's contemporaneity in the following. Badiou's thought is related to the Heideggerian notion of authenticity, according to which, our immersion in the practices and opinions of the social world we inhabit in what Heidegger calls Das Man is structurally susceptible to a disruption that compels us to decide a new way of being. 58 Such disruptions effectuate a transformation of the animal that I was into the subject I am to become. If there is no ethics in general, that is because there is no abstract subject, who would adopt it as his shield. There is only a particular kind of animal, convoced by certain circumstances to become a subject, or rather, to enter into the composing of a subject. That is to say that at a given moment, everything he is, his body, his abilities, is called upon to enable the passing of a truth along its path. This is when the human animal is convoced request to be the immortal that he was not yet. 40. Badiou goes on to give examples from the domains of politics, love, science, and art to indicate what can count as such truth events: the French Revolution of 1792, the meeting of Heloise and Abelard, Galileo's creation of physics, Haydn's invention of the classical musical style. 41. Each such event generates within our animal inertia or mere perseverance in being a vital disorganization that can become the source of a radically new kind of subjective stance in the world, or, at the very least, within the spheres at issue. Every pursuit of an interest has success as its only source of legitimacy. On the other hand, if I fall in love, the word fall indicates disorganization in the walk of life, or if I am seized by the sleepless fury of a thought, or if some radical political engagement proves incompatible with every immediate principle of interest, then I find myself compelled to measure life, my life as a socialized human animal, against something other than itself. And this above all when, beyond the joyful or enthusiastic clarity of the seizing, it becomes a matter of finding out if, and how, I am to continue along the path of vital disorganization, thereby granting to this primordial disorganization a secondary and paradoxical organization, that very organization which we have called ethical consistency. 60. The paradox Badiou invokes here is even more complex than may at first appear, indeed, more complex than he himself at times allows. For the vital disorganization inaugurated by a truth event happens not simply to an animal pursuing its predatory interests, but to one whose animal life has already been amplified, one might even say disrupted, disorganized by what Freud referred to as Triebschicksal, or drive destiny. What Badiou seems to lose sight of here is nothing less than the difference between animal instinct and human drive. As I put it earlier, there is nothing that differentiates us more from animal life than that dimension that has traditionally been characterized as the locus of our animality, our drives. To put it in the terms laid out by Rosenzweig, the human drive for self-preservation, to which Badiou refers, ultimately pertains neither simply to animal life nor to the personality. Badiou collapses these into the formulation socialized human animal. This is precisely what Rosenzweig abbreviates by the equation B equals A, but rather to the metaethical self, B equals B. The new ethical consistency that emerges by way of a truth event has as its ground not simply the socialized human animal, in other words, a mere perseverance in being, a predatory pursuit of interests, but the metaethical substance that already exceeds such life, from within. Man is, in short, the creature whose creatureliness has been amplified by a death-driven singularity that makes him more than creature, or, rather, more creaturely than any other part of creation. Badiou's theory does, however, have a place for this intermediate area between perseverance in being, on the one hand, and truth events, on the other. Though Badiou is for the most part much more concerned with the problem of fidelity, the work that is done to sustain the break with the norms of a historical situation, he does indicate that a break emerges only insofar as such norms are themselves articulated around a void. You might then ask what it is that makes the connection between the event and that for which it is an event. This connection is the void of the earlier situation. What does this mean? It means that at the heart of every situation, as the foundation of its being, there is a situated void vitae, around which is organized the plenitude, or the stable multiples, of the situation in question. 68. In his Ethics, Badiou gives two examples of such a situated void, one from the realm of art and one from politics. Thus at the heart of the Baroque style at its virtuoso saturation lay the absence vitae, as decisive as it was unnoticed, of a genuine conception of musical architectonics. The Haydn event occurs as a kind of musical naming of this absence vitae. 68. And further, Marx is an event for political thought because he designates, under the name proletariat, the central void of early bourgeois societies. For the proletariat being entirely dispossessed, and absent from the political stages that around which is organized the complacent plenitude established by the rule of those who possess capital. 69. My emphasis. As Badiou sums up, the fundamental ontological characteristic of an event is to inscribe, to name, the situated void of that for which it is an event. 69. And as he emphasizes elsewhere, what he refers to here as a situated void has the status of what we have more generally come to understand as a symptom. 59. Our thrownness, to use the Heideggerian term again, generates anxiety not so much because we can never master the wealth of meanings in which we always already find ourselves, in other words, because we are not the authors of the social roles we are compelled to assume, but rather because these roles are in turn never fully identical with themselves, are inconsistent/incomplete, haunted by a void. What this means, of course, is that what Badiou refers to as our life as a socialized human animal is already sustained, in its very animal normality, by the singular way in which each of us comes to be excited by such voids and defends against knowing anything about it. This is what I earlier referred to as signifying stress. We are thereby back at Laplanche's concise formulation of the situation of the child with respect to its caregivers and authority figures, internal alienness maintained, held in place by external alienness, in turn, held in place by the enigmatic relation of the other to his own internal alien. 60. The socialized human animal that we are is, so to speak, always already bent over, locked into some sort of cringe. What Badiou refers to as the vital disorganization generated by a truth event thus signifies a disruption of this symptomatic cringe already constraining/intensifying our life. If we think of a symptom as being a locus of some sort of disorganization, then the vital disorganization at issue in a truth event must be understood in this reflexive sense as a disorganization of a disorganization already at the heart of our animal, or rather, our creaturely life. X. Certainly one of the most striking examples of what it means to be seized by a truth event and to organize one's life in fidelity to it was provided by Rosenzweig himself, who gave up a promising career as an academic in order to sustain, in his work as a teacher, organizer, translator, and community leader, the break he experienced in an especially concentrated fashion during a Yom Kippur service in a Berlin synagogue in 1913. This was the moment he definitively decided to give up plans for conversion and to remain a Jew. In a now famous letter written to his mentor, Friedrich Meinecke, 7 years later, in which he turned down the latter's offer of an assistantship in Berlin, Rosenzweig explained his decision as the result of his new commitment to Judaism. As Rosenzweig tells it, this commitment emerged in the context of a breakdown. In 1913 something happened to me for which collapse Zusammenbruch is the only fitting name. I suddenly found myself on a heap of wreckage, or rather I realized that the road I was then pursuing was flanked by unrealities. 61. Of the academic road he had been traveling, Badiou would call this the life of the socialized human animal. Rosenzweig writes that it was the very road defined for me by my talent, and my talent only. I began to sense how meaningless such a subjection to the rule of one's talent was and what abject servitude of the self it involved. Rosenzweig's collapse and recovery in 1913 transpired, as he puts it, in relation to a force, a dark drive that allowed him to suspend such subjection. The one thing I wish to make clear is that scholarship Wissenschaft no longer holds the center of my attention, and that my life has fallen under the rule of a dark drive which I'm aware that I merely name by calling it my Judaism. One of the effects of this rule was, as Rosenzweig puts it, that he was now more firmly rooted in the earth than he had been when he wrote his dissertation, Hegel and the State, under Meinecke's supervision. One aspect of this new rootedness Badiou would speak of one's seizure by a truth process was an enhanced capacity to find value in the mundane details of everyday life, details that were now linked to a truth process, the small, at times exceedingly small thing called by Goethe demand of the day Forderung des Tages, which is made upon me in my position at Frankfurt. I mean the nerve-wracking, picayune, and at the same time very necessary struggles with people and conditions, have now become the real core of my existence, and I love this form of existence despite the inevitable annoyance that goes with it. 62. Finally, Rosenzweig links this transformation to one pertaining to the very substance of his attentiveness to and curiosity, his capacity for Aufmerksamkeit about the world. His language furthermore suggests that it was made possible by, or, perhaps more accurately, was coterminous with, a passage through a domain of fantasy. Cognition is autonomous, it refuses to have any answers foisted on it from the outside. Yet it suffers without protest having certain questions prescribed to it from the outside, and it is here that my heresy regarding the unwritten law of the university originates. Not every question seems to me worth asking. Scientific curiosity and omnivorous aesthetic appetite mean equally little to me today, though I was once under the spell of both, particularly the latter. Now I only inquire when I find myself inquired of. Inquired of, that is, by Menschen rather than by scholars. There is a man in each scholar, a man who inquires and stands in need of answers. I am anxious to answer the scholar qua man, but not the representative of a certain discipline, that insatiable, ever inquisitive phantom which like a vampire drains him whom it possesses of his humanity. I hate that phantom as I do all phantoms. Its questions are meaningless to me. 63. Rosenzweig's words concord with the claim made above, namely, that our life as a socialized human animal is, at its heart, sustained by a peculiar sort of hauntedness, by a congealed excitation that we might call, following Rosenzweig's lead here, a phantom-like undeadness. Seizure by a truth event thus implies, among other things, a suspension, a denimation of, this undeadness, its being rendered, if only momentarily, inoperative. 64. 11. Badiou offers a quite compelling presentation of this dynamic of denimation in his book on St. Paul. 65. Badiou positions his reflections on Paul as a challenge to the multiculturalist consensus of contemporary thought and culture, a consensus that he sees as being an integral part of the neoliberal understanding of the progress associated with processes of globalization. Badiou sees the tendency toward ever more subtle modes of identifying individuals and groups, a tendency often linked with grievances and claims to victim status, black, lesbian, single parent, etc. In much the same way that Michel Foucault understood the proliferation of sexualities, as an expansion of the field by which power is able to invest human life with certain kinds of meaning, knowledge, and value. The deterritorialization of populations into diverse minority identities is seen here as the means by which capital spreads its logic of general equivalence throughout the globe, configuring the world precisely as world market. Capital demands a permanent creation of subjective and territorial identities in order for its principle of movement to homogenize its space of action, identities, moreover, that never demand anything but the right to be exposed in the same way as others to the uniform prerogatives of the market. The capitalist logic of the general equivalent and the identitarian and cultural logic of communities and minorities form an articulated whole. 10-11. In Rosenzweigian terms, multiculturalist politics and market capitalism conspire to articulate a global system in which every B can enter into the sphere of general equivalence, A. This would represent a triumph of what Rosenzweig characterizes as the world in the form of the third person, in which all singularity is ultimately identifiable and marketable by means of its predicates. 66. Against this background, Badiou proposes Paul as a radical alternative, as the militant proponent of a uniquely subjective and yet somehow materialist rupture with this world system that exhibits the formal features of the closed cosmos of antiquity. As readers of the Star know, Greek antiquity formed the paradigm for Rosenzweig's understanding of the world in the form of the third person. About the Pauline break with that world, Badiou writes that the world that Paul declares has been crucified with Jesus is the Greek cosmos, the reassuring totality that allots places and orders thought to consent to those places, and that it is consequently a question of letting in the vital rights of the infinite and the untotalizable event. 71. Paul's great achievement, in Badiou's eyes, was to have articulated the procedures for and virtues appropriate to the composition of a subjectivity correlative to that uncountable infinity constituted by a singular human life. 10. A subjectivity thereby in excess of the predicative particularity of any sort of cultural identity. At the heart of Badiou's understanding of Paul is the thought that Paul introduced into the world of late antiquity a distinct form of discourse that positioned and engaged the human subject in a radically different way than the reigning discursive links of that world. In contrast to the discourse of the wise man, the Greek discourse concerning man's proper place in the order of the natural totality of the cosmos, and that of the prophet, the Jewish discourse concerning the decipherment of exceptional signs and the fulfillment of providential miracles, Paul's discourse was that of the apostle. What distinguishes the apostle from both wise man and prophet is, according to Badiou, a refusal of the ambition to mastery proper to the other subjective figures, whether it be through direct mastery of the totality, Greek wisdom, or through mastery of a literal tradition and the deciphering of signs, Jewish ritualism and prophetism. 42. Paul's project, Badiou argues, is to show that a universal logic of salvation cannot be reconciled with any law, be it one that ties thought to the cosmos, or one that fixes the effects of an exceptional election. It is impossible that the starting point be the whole, but just as impossible that it be an exception to the whole. Neither totality nor sign will do. One must proceed from the event as such, which is acosmic and illegal, refusing integration into any totality and signaling nothing. 42. For Badiou this amounts to the claim that both Greek and Jewish discourses are discourses of the Father, whereas the new discourse is that of the Son, equidistant from Jewish prophecy and the Greek logos. 43. Indeed, the new discourse is one that can only be accomplished through a sort of decline of the figure of the Master or Father. 43. A decline captured in such passages as the famous statement of 1 Corinthians 4:13, we have become, and are now, as the refuse of the world, the offscouring of all things. 67. It is, according to this view, only at the sight of such predicative disqualification, such utter phallic ruination, testifying to the vanity of every identification and symbolic investiture. Every B equals A, that the possibility of a genuinely new beginning, the life of the Son, becomes realizable. The Christ event, which for Paul has little to do with any sort of moral teaching, the figure of Jesus, is almost entirely absent from Paul's letters, but is concentrated, rather, in the gift of new life signaled in the declaration Christ is resurrected is, as Badiou claims, heterogeneous to the law, pure excess over every prescription, grace without concept or appropriate right. The pure event can be reconciled neither with the natural whole nor with the imperative of the letter. 57. It should be clear that what is at stake in this version of Paul is nothing other than the pure possibility of a life uncoupled from the figure of law, whether it be the law of cosmic totality or that delimiting the exceptional ethical sphere and substance of a community. The formula for such an uncoupling is the not but of Romans 6:14, for you are not under law, but under grace, for the not is the potential dissolution of closed particularities, whose name is law, while the but indicates the task, the faithful labor, in which the subjects of the process opened by the event, whose name is grace, are the co-workers. 64. The very emptiness or formalism of this gesture/gift of what he refers to as evental grace allows Badiou to place the Pauline notion of the Son in proximity to the Nietzschean thought of the Overman as a figure of pure affirmation of life beyond any guilty attachment to law. This formalism notwithstanding, it is crucial that the sight of such grace be grasped in its special sort of material density. This density is provided, in Paul's writings, by the thought of death understood as the obstacle to such an affirmation. Perhaps Badiou's most important achievement in his essay on Paul is to emphasize that, for Paul, death does not so much signify a biological terminus as a certain subjective stance or path, a way of dying to life within life, in a word, a form of nihilism. Indeed, what Paul understands by death, which he links to the way of the flesh and of sin, would seem to correspond quite closely to what I have referred to as undeadness. 68 Resurrection thereby designates precisely the possibility of some sort of denimation of this peculiar sort of death in life that both intensifies and constrains human existence. The crucial point for Badiou is that it is exactly from this point, that is, from this uncanny side of undeadness, that the upsurge of life signified by the Christ event first becomes possible. That is the meaning of the claim that death is the construction of the evental side. 70. We might note at this point another important parallel between this understanding of Paul and Rosenzweig's project. In Volume 2 of The Star, in a section forming the transition between Book 1 and Book 2, the former addressing creation or the ever-enduring base of things, the latter revelation or the ever-renewed birth of the soul, and entitled The Prophecy of Miracle, Rosenzweig offers a commentary on Genesis 1:31. Rosenzweig notes, and here he joins a larger tradition of rabbinic exegesis, that it is only at this point in the biblical narration of beginnings, that is, after the creation of man, that God uses for the first time the comparative form by proclaiming creation to be very good. Within the generalia of creation, bearing everything individual on its broad back, an area is set apart which is affirmed differently, which is very affirmed. Unlike anything else in creation, it thus points beyond creation. This very heralds a supercreation, a Überschöpfung within creation itself, something more than worldly within the worldly, something other than life which yet belongs to life and only to life, which was created with life as its ultimate, and which yet first lets life surmise a fulfillment beyond life. This very is death. The created death of the creature portends the revelation of a life which is above the creaturely level. For each created thing, death is the very consummator of its entire materiality. Star, 155, my emphasis. For both Paul and Rosenzweig, creaturely materiality enjoys its supreme density in the death-driven singularity of human being that provides the very matter of the neighbor, that is, the very thing we should perhaps write, thing to which the love that emerges in and through the messianic gift is addressed. 69 We should say, then, that the socialized human animal becomes susceptible to the force of truth only because his or her animality or creatureliness has been heightened by the impact of an anxiety-filled encounter with the void. As Badiou emphasizes, in Paul's writings, the key name of death is the law. The most famous and difficult passage in Paul's letters linking death and law is no doubt Romans 7, from which I will quote at length. Likewise, my brethren, you have died to the law through the body of Christ, so that you may belong to another, to him who has been raised from the dead in order that we may bear fruit for God. While we were living in the flesh, our sinful passions, aroused by the law, were at work in our members to bear fruit for death. But now we are discharged from the law, dead to that which held us captive, so that we serve not under the old written code but in the new life of the Spirit. Paul continues along this path of paradoxical formulations by claiming, in effect, that death first comes alive through the law. What then shall we say? That the law is sin? By no means. Yet, if it had not been for the law, I should not have known sin. I should not have known what it is to covet if the law had not said you shall not covet. But sin, finding opportunity in the commandment, wrought in me all kinds of covetousness. Apart from the law sin lies dead. I was once alive apart from the law, but when the commandment came, sin revived, and I died. The very commandment which promised life proved to be death to me. For sin, finding opportunity in the commandment, deceived me and by it killed me. Did that which is good, then, bring death to me? By no means. It was sin, working death in me through what is good, in order that sin might be shown to be sin, and through the commandment might become sinful beyond measure. Finally, Paul seems to offer a solution to this set of paradoxes by suggesting that one differentiate between different registers, levels, or dimensions of law, the law articulated in commandment and what he calls the law in my members. I do not understand my own actions. For I do not do what I want, but I do the very thing I hate. Now if I do what I do not want, I agree that the law is good. So then it is no longer I that do it, but sin which dwells within me. For I know that nothing good dwells within me, that is, in my flesh. I can will what is right, but I cannot do it. For I do not do the good I want but the evil I do not want is what I do. Now if I do what I do not want, it is no longer I that do it, but the sin which dwells within me. So I find it to be a law that when I want to do right, evil lies close at hand. For I delight in the law of God, in my inmost self, but I see in my members another law at war with the law of my mind and making me captive to the law of sin which dwells in my members. As Badiou rightly notes apropos of these passages, we are offered here nothing short of a theory of unconscious mental activity, the laws of which dwell in my members, as generated by the seductions of law. Paul's fundamental thesis is that the law, and only the law, endows desire with an autonomy sufficient for the subject of this desire, from the perspective of that autonomy, to come to occupy the place of the dead. 79. Badiou underlines here the exact same admixture of uncanny animation and constriction that we have been attending to under a variety of headings throughout this essay. The law is what gives life to desire. But in so doing, it constrains the subject so that he wants to follow only the path of death. 79. My emphasis. We are back, in other words, at the Freudian notion of the drive destiny that both intensifies and constrains life. What is sin exactly? It is not desire as such, for if it were one would not understand its link to the law and death. Sin is the life of desire as autonomy, as automatism. The law is required in order to unleash the automatic life of desire, the automatism of repetition. For only the law fixes the object of desire, binding desire to it regardless of the subject's will. It is this objectal automatism of desire, inconceivable without the law, that assigns the subject to the carnal path of death. 79. It is, in other words, the fixity of drive destiny manifest in the compulsion to repeat that is at issue in Paul's understanding of the flesh, sin, and death. The glad tidings of the Christ event are just this: it is possible, thanks to grace, to unplug from this destiny, to change direction and destination in a radical way. 12. Against the background of such an understanding, the strict separation of the discourse of the prophet and that of the apostle can no longer be rigorously sustained. That, at least, is the wager of Rosenzweig's effort to restore, on the basis of the new thinking, the relevance of the concept of miracle that, according to Badiou, strictly speaking belongs to the discourse of prophecy alone. Rosenzweig's whole point is, of course, that under conditions of modernity the semiotic structure of miracle would have to be reconceived along the very lines that Badiou presents as the essential features of the discourse of the Apostle. That is to say, what can now occupy the place of prophecy is the construction of the evental side understood as our protocosmic being, the drive destiny framing/fixing our possibilities of desire, the way in which one is, at the level of one's character, oriented in the world. Once again, the signs that are at issue in the semiotic structure of miracle are symptoms, which are, in turn, the ways in which the subject registers/represses, cringes around, avoids in the historical situation into which he is thrown. The cringe is thus a kind of virtual archive of a void. Badiou's claim that death is the construction of the evental side means just that our death-driven singularity is the very point at which the possibility of new possibilities can emerge. As Badiou writes, resurrection comes forth out from the power of death, not through its negation. 73. In The Star, Rosenzweig puts it this way. What then was the daimon, the character as distinct from the personality? Personality was an innate disposition, character something which suddenly overcame a man. Character, then, was no disposition, vis-a-vis the broad diversity of dispositions it was, rather, a dividing line or, better, a direction Richtung. Once man is possessed by his daimon, he has received direction for his whole life. His will is now destined to run in this direction which directs him once and for all. By receiving direction he is in truth already corrected gerichtet. For that which is subject to correction in man dem gericht unterliegt, his essential will, is already fixed once and for all in its direction. Star, 213. This translation only vaguely captures the series of puns at work in the cluster of terms, direction, correction, to direct. In German, the word gerichtet, translated here as corrected, also means judged and even resonates with the word for execution, Hinrichtung. Direction and law, destiny and judgment, are obviously deeply intertwined here. This entanglement forms, of course, the central target of Paul's polemic against the law. To put it somewhat differently, drive destiny and superego belong together. But Rosenzweig quickly adds to this passage concerning the fixity of our fundamental world orientation the following: fixed, that is, unless there occur the one thing that can interrupt this once and for all again, and invalidate the correction gericht along with the direction Richtung, the inner conversion die innere Umkehr, star, 213.70. What is crucial for both Paul and Rosenzweig for the discourse of the Apostle and the New Thinking is that the construction of the evental side in no way automatically produces the miracle of awakening to new life. As Badiou puts it, death is an operation that immanentizes the evental side, while resurrection is the event as such. Resurrection is neither a sublation, nor an overcoming of death. They are two distinct functions, whose articulation contains no necessity. For the event's sudden emergence never follows from the existence of an evental side. Although it requires conditions of immanence, that sudden emergence nevertheless remains of the order of grace. 71. The emergence of new life, the possibility of new possibilities, is not a dialectical outcome of the material itself, in other words, of the dense materiality of undeadness. To put it in psychoanalytic terms, symptoms do not dissolve simply by way of construction and interpretation. Even more to the point, there is really no such thing as self-analysis. One cannot give to oneself the possibility of new possibilities. Something must happen, something beyond one's own control, calculations, and labor, something that comes from the locus of the other. To recall Rosenzweig's account of the New Thinking, it is not just that theology requires philosophy, now understood as the construction of the evental side. Philosophy needs theology, understood as the insistence on the non-dialectical place of the grace event. To put it again in psychoanalytic terms, the mapping of unconscious mental activity. Think of Freud's self-analysis in the interpretation of dreams does not in and of itself generate the cure. In Rosenzweig's understanding, the event of inner conversion transpires under the impact of divine love, a love directed precisely at that bit of demonic self-sameness that Rosenzweig called the metaethical self, B equals B. It is not enough to separate out the self from the personality, to isolate, as it were, the workings of the automatism of desire, what I have been calling drive destiny, as the key to the symptomal torsion within the sphere of one's multiple identifications, B equals A. This separating out, this is the work of materialist analysis, can only become a separating from by way of the supplement of divine love. What Rosenzweig means here is, I would suggest, that divine love is the singular force that first allows us to uncouple the drive from its destiny, from its Richtung/Gerichtetsein. And if I understand Badiou correctly, this is precisely what he takes Paul to have proposed under the sign of resurrection. To return to Rosenzweig's discussion of the tragic self, we might say that eternity opens for human existence precisely where the immortality of drive destiny is interrupted. For both Paul and Rosenzweig, then, divine love must be clearly distinguished from any sort of oblatory love, a love understood as selfless devotion and surrender. For Rosenzweig, such love is ultimately love in the third person, love understood as the giving of one's individuality over to a higher unity, cause, ideal, or totality, love as immersion of self into some sort of greater, more beautiful whole or universal. For Rosenzweig, Goethe was the modern master of such love as a principle of artistic activity and form of life. Against such love, Rosenzweig writes, stands the other that rises out of the event, that is out of the most particular thing, there is dem allerbesondersten was es gibt. This particular goes step by step from one particular to the next particular, from one neighbor to the next neighbor, and denies love to the furthest until it can be love of neighbor. The concept of order of this world is thus not the universal das Allgemeine, neither the archie nor the telos, neither the natural nor the historical unity, but rather the singular, the event, not beginning or end, but center of the world. 71. For Badiou, such love is the only true basis of universality, one based not on predicates, on cultural identities forming closed particularities, but on that uncountable infinity constituted by a singular human life. 10. In Rosenzweig's terms, such universality is nothing but the infinite dissemination of the capacity for neighbor love. Only because the loving word of God has gone out to the metaethical self, only that leads B equals B beyond itself, and only in this event that has occurred to it can it think another B equals B, to which the same has occurred, a neighbor, that is like you. It discovers the other, not from its own essence and its heart's pure regions, but rather from the occurrence that has occurred to him and from his heart's deafness. 72. Apropos of Romans 13, where Paul famously reduces all the biblical commandments to the single one, you shall love your neighbor as yourself, Badiou argues that such a reduction of the multiplicity of commandments to a single, affirmative, and non-objectal maxim is required in order that the infinity of desire through the transgression of the prohibition, 89, not be released anew. Everything I have been saying here suggests that the commandment to love the neighbor is perhaps the most objectal maxim there is, for it directs our minds, indeed our entire being, toward that which is most object-like, most thing-like about the other, the dense and resistant materiality of his or her drive destiny. Indeed, it is Badiou's tendency to lose sight of this peculiar materiality of the neighbor that allows him to conclude his otherwise compelling commentary on Paul with a universalism of sameness. Thought becomes universal only by addressing itself to all others, and it effectuates itself as power through this address. But the moment all, including the solitary militant, are counted according to the universal, it follows that what takes place is the subsumption of the other by the same. Paul demonstrates in detail how a universal thought, proceeding on the basis of the worldly proliferation of Alterethes, the Jew, the Greek, women, men, slaves, free men, and so on, produces a sameness and an equality. The production of equality and the casting off, in thought, of differences are the material signs of the universal. 109. 13. It is precisely this conception of universalism that is the object of Giorgio Agamben's critique in his own recent study of St. Paul. In the present context, What is especially interesting about Agamben's work is his insistence on the link between Paul's conception of the Christ event and Benjamin's messianism as elaborated, above all, in the theses on the concept of history. The idea that the dwarf theologian in Benjamin's famous allegory is none other than St. Paul becomes fully explicit here. In a seminar on Paul held shortly before his death, Jacob Taubes had already argued that Benjamin's early text Theologus Politicus fragment was to be understood as a commentary on Romans 8 and 13. Following Taubes's lead, Agamben proposes an even tighter conceptual and philological connection between the theses and Paul. 73. Agamben notes the various ways in which Benjamin directly appropriates Paul's terminology, by way of the Luther translation, and suggests that in the theses Benjamin engaged in the practice of unmarked citation he had proposed as the methodological principle of his Arcades project. Thus, Benjamin's famous invocation of a weak messianic force in Schwache Messianisch Kraft, which I cited earlier, is read as an allusion to 2 Corinthians 12, 9-10, where Paul speaks of the messianic power finding its fulfillment in weakness. Luther's translation reads, Den mijn Kraft ist in den Schwachen machtig. More importantly, Agamben compellingly argues that Benjamin's otherwise enigmatic conception of image, of build, as it is deployed in the theses as well as in the Arcades project, finds its original source in Paul's understanding of typological relations which represent, in turn, a version of the semiotic structure of miracle I have been elaborating throughout this essay. In each case, a moment of the past is recognized as the typos of the messianic present. Indeed, this very instance and instant of recognition is what constitutes the present as messianic. As Agamben puts it, the messianic kairos is precisely nothing but this very typological relation. 221. The crucial difference between the old thinking and the new thinking concerning such typological relations, or rather, the difference between such typological relations and the construction of dialectical images, is that in the new thinking the element of the past that is at issue has the structural status of trauma, a past that in some sense never fully took place and so continues to insist in the present precisely as drive destiny, the symptomal torsion of one's being in the world, one's relation to and capacity to use the object world. As Rosenzweig has argued, under conditions of modernity, the first element of the semiotic structure of miracle is played not by an eyewitness to an event in the past, registered in and cultivated by scriptural tradition, but rather by the peculiar sort of testimony borne by the symptom. 74. It is only against this background that one can understand Benjamin's critique of Max Horkheimer's claim regarding the completeness of history. In a letter to Benjamin from 1937, Horkheimer wrote that the determination of incompleteness is idealistic if completeness is not comprised within it. Past injustice has occurred and is completed. The slain are really slain. If one takes the lack of closure entirely seriously, one must believe in the Last Judgment. Benjamin's response to this view reads as follows: the corrective to this line of thinking may be found in the consideration that history is not simply a science but also and not least a form of remembrancing Gedenken. What science has determined, remembrance can modify. Such mindfulness can make the incomplete, happiness, into something complete, and the complete, suffering, into something incomplete. Benjamin then adds the following remark that returns us to the allegory of the chess player and the role of theology in the new thinking more generally, that is theology, but in remembrance we have an experience that forbids us to conceive of history as fundamentally atheological, little as it may be granted to write it with immediately theological concepts. 75 regarding this understanding of remembrance which, according to Agamben, goes back to some early reflections shared by Scholem with his friend on the verb forms of Hebrew, where one finds the aspects of accomplished versus unaccomplished rather than the tenses of past and future. Agamben writes that it perfectly captures the essence of the typological relation in Paul. It is a field of tension in which the two times enter into a constellation which the apostle calls ho non kairos, where the past, the complete, again finds its actuality and becomes incomplete, while the present, the incomplete, acquires a sort of completeness or fulfillment. 124. It is also, Agamben argues, St. Paul, who stands behind Benjamin's idiosyncratic use of the term now time jets seed. Noting the negative connotations this term carries in, among other places, Heidegger's being and time, where now time signifies the flattening out of lived temporality into the empty, homogeneous clock time of modern experience, Agamben suggests that Benjamin's inversion of such connotations is performed under the auspices of Paul's notion of ho non kairos, the now of messianic time, in which a certain recapitulation of the past serves to suspend the repetition compulsion that had so painfully narrowed the possibilities of the present. 76. Perhaps most significant for our purposes, however, is another set of philological reflections Agamben introduces apropos of Benjamin and Paul. In one of the methodological notes he made concerning the Arcades project, Benjamin used a phrase the sources of which scholars have been unable to trace. Speaking of the way in which a properly dialectical treatment of historical material reorganizes temporal structure, Benjamin writes that the historical evidence polarizes into before and after history always anew, never in the same way. And it does so at a distance from its own existence, in the present instant itself, like a line which, divided according to the Apollonian section, experiences its partition from outside itself. 77. Agamben, who has worked on the Italian edition of Benjamin's works, argues that Apollonian section, which has no source in Greek mythology, ought to read, instead, Apolles section, referring to the 4th century BC painter who, in a contest, divided a narrow line by one yet narrower and of a different color. 78. Agamben makes creative use of this notion to get at Paul's understanding of the way in which the Messianic Advent enters into and transforms the closed particularities of cultural, ethnic, social, and sexual identity, in other words, all differences that are legible at the level of B equals A, Jew/Greek, male/female, master/slave. Rather than, as Badiou had argued, producing an element of sameness that would serve as the basis of a genuine universality, Agamben argues that the effect of the Apolles section or cut is to produce, instead, a unique kind of remainder or remnant. The most concise formulation of this claim can be found on the dust jacket of Agamben's book, which also makes the eminently Benjaminian gesture of suggesting that Paul has only now found his true moment of legibility/recognizability. There is a kind of secret link between Paul's letters and our epoch. Paul is no longer the founder of a new religion, but the most demanding representative of Jewish messianism, no longer the inventor of universality, but the one who surpassed the division of peoples with a new division, i.e., an Apolles cut, and who introduced it as a remainder, no longer the proclamation of a new identity and of a new vocation, but the revoking of every identity and every vocation, no longer the simple critique of the law, but its opening toward a use beyond every system of law. What Agamben means here is that Paul does not simply revoke the division Jew/Greek by appealing to some positive feature we might discover beneath or beyond such divisions, some sort of sameness. Agamben's claim is, rather, that Paul divides both sides of the identitarian division such that neither side can any longer enjoy stable self-coincidence. The divisions become non-exhaustive, not all, they leave a remainder. This means that the messianic division introduces into the large division of the nations according to the law a remainder, and that the Jews and the non-Jews are, in a constitutive sense, not all. 85. Agamben adds that this remainder is not something that resembles a numerical portion or a substantial positive residue. It represents, instead, a cut into the bipolar partition between Jews and non-Jews that allows for the passage to an entirely new sort of logic of being with, one that no longer operates on the basis of membership in bounded sets or totalities set off against exceptions. For Agamben, the figure that holds the place of this logic, of the non-coincidence of every identity with itself, is that of the non-Jew, the figure who is not in the law. Although he never mentions Lacan, Agamben's understanding of this logic of not all clearly recalls Lacan's elaboration of feminine jouissance as distinct from masculine, phallic jouissance. As Suzanne Bernard has put it in her reading of Seminar 20, where Lacan elaborates this distinction. The feminine structure is produced in relation to a set that does not exist on the basis of an external, constitutive exception. However, This does not mean, in turn, that the non-whole of feminine structure is simply outside of or indifferent to the order of masculine structure. Rather, she is in the phallic function altogether, or, in Lacan's words, she is not at all there. She is there in full. By being in the symbolic without exception, then, the feminine subject has a relation to the other that produces another unlimited form of jouissance. 79. In the essays published in this volume, both Reinhard and Žižek attempt to translate this not all logic into the very terms of ethical responsibility that have been at the center of my discussion. The position of true moral autonomy, in this view, is not I am responsible for everything, but rather there is nothing for which I am not responsible, the counterpart of which is I am not responsible for all, precisely because I cannot have an overview over all. There is nothing for which I can exempt myself from responsibility. 80. This not all logic represents a sharp alternative to that of the relation of part to whole as well as to that of exception to norm. As I already noted apropos of the Schmittian conception of the state of exception, one only arrives at the logic of the remainder, the apolis cut into every part-whole relation, every B equals A, by working through, by traversing the fantasy of the exception, a fantasy that is, in turn, condensed within and as one's characterological daimon, B equals B. As I have argued here, a successful interpellation, one culminating in an act of identification, a yes, that is me, always produces a vocal object that finds an initial organization in fantasy, that persists as an intimate locus of solicitation or excitation, congealing as the matter or materiality at the heart of the neighbor. Though this extimate bit of fantasy makes us irreducible to the socialized human animal, it is also what for the most part seals our fate as such animals, that keeps us effectively, superegoically, attached to the constrained space of the determinate social formation, the world in the form of the third person we happen to find ourselves in. In more Pauline terms, the closed particularities of cultural sets are sustained by an automatism of transgressive desire, the path of the flesh, sin, and death, solicited by the very law that established the boundaries of those sets. But such desires are, at bottom, nothing but fantasies of exception. What allows Paul to speak both about the nullification of the law as well as its fulfillment is the fact that what he is ultimately interested in is the suspension not of the law but of the element of fantasy that undeadens us. It is, in a word, precisely this bit of fantasy that is the object of the apolis cut. The apolis cut is thus not so much the division of the subject into personality and metaethical self as it is a cut into the metaethical self itself, one that momentarily we might just as easily say, for an eternity uncouples the drive from its destiny. To refer to the psychoanalytic clinic, the work that, ideally, takes place in a successful analysis is, according to this view, nothing but the, always renewed, shift from a logic of exception, from a structure of fantasy whereby at some level of my being I imagine that I can accept myself from the midst of life, and the answerability proper to it, to one where I am, without restraint, exposed to the proximity of the neighbor. We might even say that the neighbor as such only truly becomes manifest, only becomes revealed by means of such a shift. 81. Žižek has, in effect, made the same point apropos of two different ways of conceiving the state of emergency. It is therefore crucial to distinguish between the Jewish Pauline state of emergency, the suspension of the normal immersion in life, and the standard Bakhtinian carnivalesque state of exception when everyday moral norms and hierarchies are suspended, and one is encouraged to indulge in transgressions. The two are opposed, that is to say, what the Pauline emergency suspends is not so much the explicit law regulating our daily life, but, precisely, its obscene unwritten underside, when, in his series of as if prescriptions, Paul basically says, obey the law as if you are not obeying it. This means precisely that we should suspend the obscene libidinal investment in the law, the investment on account of which the law generates/solicits its own transgression. 82. What we find in Paul is, in other words, an engaged position of struggle, an uncanny interpellation beyond ideological interpellation, an interpellation which suspends the performative force of the normal ideological interpellation that compels us to accept our determinate place within the socio-symbolic edifice. 83 The Apelles cut intervenes into our ego life, the cluster of closed particularities that endow us with an authoritative identity and cultural intelligibility, by producing a remnant out of the state of exception that had served to keep that very ego life going, if only in a condition of moribund inflexibility. As I have put it elsewhere, revelation converts the surplus cause of our passionate attachments to ideological formations or various forms of idolatry into a remnant of them. 84 In more Rosenzweigian terms, if the response elicited by ideological interpellation is a "that's me," what becomes possible by way of the uncanny interpellation beyond ideological interpellation is the "here I am" modeled forth in Abraham's response to God's address, Genesis 22:1. For Rosenzweig, the core content of such an interpellation, which signifies, for him, the truth event of revelation, will ultimately be the imperative to love God and to manifest this love as love of neighbor. It is, Rosenzweig suggests, only such love and the language informed by it that can exceed the representational thinking that produces only further instances of "that's me." And as I have been emphasizing throughout this essay, the transition from "that's me" to "here I am" can take place only by way of a different level or register of "that's me," that is, by way of a recognition of oneself not in the identification proposed/mandated by way of ideological interpellation, but rather in its objectal leftover that persists in the formations of fantasy. 14. I would like to sum up where I think these reflections lead and leave us. The first thing to say is that we seem to have reached the conclusion that St. Paul was the first great German Jewish thinker, equal in stature to Rosenzweig, Freud, and Benjamin. That is, of course, to say that if indeed, as Agamben claims, there is a secret link between Paul's letters and our own epoch, if Paul's letters in some sense become legible only now, it is only because of the work done by the great German Jewish thinkers I have been discussing here. In a sense, each one of these figures arrived, by radically divergent pathways, at the same conclusion, namely, that to even conceive of radical shifts of direction in life, of a genuine exodus from deep individual and social patterns of servitude, human beings, both individually and collectively, require the notion of an interpellation beyond ideological interpellation. Freud, of course, thought that the psychoanalytic clinic, the position or, as Lacan put it, the discourse, of the analyst, could provide the locus of such an uncanny calling that would not only not reproduce a discourse of mastery but serve to unplug the analysand from the multiple forms of servitude dwelling in his or her members. Benjamin, who spent the better part of his energies constructing the evental site of such an address, the notes for the Arcades project provide the basis of what was to become his grandest version of such a construction, no doubt believed that only a revolutionary politics could be the source of such a calling, the force of which he characterized, however, by terms such as divine violence or weak messianic force. Rosenzweig, for his part, concluded that the very fact that we arrive at such an impossible notion, an interpellation beyond interpellation in the first place, testifies to the ongoing necessity of theological thinking, that the pressure, as it were, arising from within thought to reach for such a notion, is already a mode of registering the region of being we call God, and a kind of love that exceeds any sort of mere object cathexis, in other words, a love that is no longer tied to a representation. What makes this thinking new is that it works at showing how this necessity emerges out of the immanent impasses of secular thought. In Rosenzweig's work, the central paradox is that it is really secular thought that is most deeply invested in fantasies of exception, in other words, of being accepted from the lot and love of finite human existence, and that monotheism is actually a form of therapy that allows for a genuine return to the midst of life with our neighbor. 85 We don't, in a word, need God for the sake of divine things but for the sake of proper attentiveness to secular things. We might even say that all that Rosenzweig wanted to show was that truly inhabiting the midst of life, being answerable to our neighbor and the demands of the day, die Forderung des Tages, was actually a remarkable, even miraculous, achievement that required some form of divine support, ultimately, a form of love kept alive, in turn, by a certain form of life. My own sense is that it is not a matter of choosing one of these options over the others, say, the Freudian over the Rosenzweigian or Benjaminian, but rather of thinking them together and trying to appreciate the ways in which each one provides a resource for deepening our grasp of the others. Rather than a form of religious thinking, I'd like to consider this to be a first, tentative step along a path of what we might more modestly call post-secular thinking. Point 86. Slavoj Žižek. Neighbors and Other Monsters, a Plea for Ethical Violence. Critique of Ethical Violence. In one of his stories about Herr Kuhner, Bertolt Brecht ruthlessly asserted the Platonic core of ethical violence. Herr K. was asked, "What do you do when you love another man?" "I make myself a sketch of him," said Herr K., "and I take care about the likeness." "Of the sketch?" "No," said Herr K., "of the man." This radical stance is more than ever needed today, in our era of oversensitivity for harassment by the other, when every ethical pressure is experienced as a false front of the violence of power. This tolerant attitude fails to perceive how contemporary power no longer primarily relies on censorship, but on unconstrained permissiveness, or, as Alain Badiou put it in Thesis 14 of his 15 Theses on Contemporary Art, since it is sure of its ability to control the entire domain of the visible and the audible via the laws governing commercial circulation and democratic communication, empire no longer censures anything. All art, and all thought, is ruined when we accept this permission to consume, to communicate, and to enjoy. We should become pitiless censors of ourselves. 2. Today, we seem effectively to be at the opposite point from the ideology of 1960s. The mottos of spontaneity, creative self-expression, and so on, are taken over by the system. In other words, the old logic of the system reproducing itself through repressing and rigidly channeling the subject's spontaneous impetuses is left behind. Non-alienated spontaneity, self-expression, self-realization, they all directly serve the system, which is why pitiless self-censorship is a sine qua non of emancipatory politics. Especially in the domain of poetic art, this means that one should totally reject any attitude of self-expression, of displaying one's innermost emotional turmoil, desires, and dreams. True art has nothing whatsoever to do with disgusting emotional exhibitionism insofar as the standard notion of poetic spirit is the ability to display one's intimate turmoil, what Vladimir Mayakovsky said about himself with regard to his turn from personal poetry to political propaganda in verses, "I had to step on the throat of my muse," is the constitutive gesture of a true poet. If there is a thing that provokes disgust in a true poet, it is the scene of a close friend opening up his heart, spilling out all the dirt of his inner life. Consequently, one should totally reject the standard opposition of objective science focused on reality and subjective art focused on emotional reaction to it and self-expression. If anything, true art is more objective than science. In science, I remain a person with my pathological features, I just assert objectivity outside it, while in true art, the artist has to undergo a radical self-objectivization, he has to die in and for himself, turn into a kind of living dead. Point 3. Can one imagine a stronger contrast to today's all-pervasive complaints about ethical violence, in other words, to the tendency to submit to criticism ethical injunctions that terrorize us with the brutal imposition of their universality? The, not so, secret model of this critique is an ethics without violence, freely, negotiated. The highest cultural critique meets here unexpectedly the lowest of pop psychology. John Gray, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, deployed in a series of Oprah Winfrey shows a vulgarized version of the narrativist deconstructionist psychoanalysis. Since we ultimately are the stories we are telling ourselves about ourselves, the solution to a psychic deadlock resides in a creative positive rewriting of the narrative of our past. What he had in mind is not only the standard cognitive therapy of changing negative false beliefs about oneself into a more positive attitude of the assurance that one is loved by others and capable of creative achievements, but a more radical, pseudo-Freudian notion of regressing back to the scene of the primordial traumatic wound. That is to say, Gray accepts the psychoanalytic notion of a hard kernel of some early childhood traumatic experience that forever marked the subject's further development, giving it a pathological spin. What he proposes is that, after regressing to his primal traumatic scene and thus directly confronting it, the subject should, under the therapist's guidance, rewrite this scene, this ultimate phantasmatic framework of his subjectivity, in a more positive, benign, and productive narrative. Say, if your primordial traumatic scene that insisted in your unconscious, deforming and inhibiting your creative attitude, was that of your father shouting at you, "You are worthless. I despise you. Nothing will come out of you," you should rewrite it into the new scene with a benevolent father kindly smiling at you and telling you, "You're okay. I trust you fully." In one of the Oprah Winfrey shows, Gray directly enacted this rewriting the past experience with a woman who, at the end, gratefully embraced him, crying from happiness that she was no longer haunted by her father's despising attitude toward her. To play this game to the end, when the Wolfman regressed to the traumatic scene that determined his further psychic development witnessing the parental coitus et ergo, the solution would be to rewrite this scene, so that what the Wolfman effectively saw was merely his parents lying on the bed, father reading a newspaper and mother a sentimental novel. Ridiculous as this procedure may appear, let us not forget that it also has its politically correct version, that of the ethnic, sexual, and so on minorities rewriting their past in a more positive, self-asserting vein, African Americans claiming that long before European modernity, ancient African empires already had highly developed science and technology, etc. Along the same lines, one can even imagine a rewriting of the Decalogue itself. Is some command too severe? Let us regress to the scene on Mount Sinai and rewrite it. Adultery, yes, if it is sincere and serves the goal of your profound self-realization. What disappears in this total availability of the past to its subsequent retroactive rewriting are not primarily the hard facts, but the reel of a traumatic encounter whose structuring role in the subject's psychic economy forever resists its symbolic rewriting. The ultimate irony is that this critique of ethical violence is sometimes even linked to the Nietzschean motif of moral norms as imposed by the weak on the strong, thwarting their life assertiveness. Moral sensitivity, bad conscience, and guilt feeling are internalized resistances to the heroic assertion of life. For Nietzsche, such moral sensitivity culminates in the contemporary last man who fears excessive intensity of life as something that may disturb his search for happiness without stress, and who, for this very reason, rejects cruel imposed moral norms as a threat to his fragile balance. No wonder, then, that the latest version of the critique of ethical violence was proposed by Judith Butler, whose last book, for although it does not mention Badiou, is de facto a kind of anti-Badiou manifesto. Hers is an ethics of finitude, of making a virtue out of our very weakness, in other words, of elevating into the highest ethical value the respect for our very inability to act with full responsibility. The question one should ask concerns the limits of this operation. Butler's elementary move is the standard Derridean turn from condition of impossibility to condition of possibility, the fact that a human subject is constrained in its autonomy, thrown into a precise complex situation which remains impenetrable to him and for which he is not fully accountable, is simultaneously the condition of possibility of moral activity. What makes moral activity meaningful, since we can be responsible for others only insofar as they, and we, are constrained and thrown into an impenetrable situation. The paradox is that Butler, who is generally anti-Lacanian, reproaching Lacan for not allowing for change, is here asserting the inertia of human existence against Lacan, who allows for a much stronger subjective intervention. Butler describes how, in every narrative account of myself, I have to submit myself to the foreign temporality of my language tradition and thus have to accept my radical disenchantment. The irony of this description is that Butler, the sharp critic of Lacan, renders here, a somewhat simplified version of, what Lacan calls symbolic castration, the subject's constitutive alienation in the disentangled symbolic order. Is, then, the subject totally determined by the signifying structure, or does it dispose of a margin of freedom? In order to account for this resistance to the rule of symbolic norms, Butler turns to Foucault. Norms rule only insofar as they are practiced by subjects, and the subject disposes here of a minimum of freedom to arrange itself with these norms, to subvert them, to inscribe them in different modes, and so on. Lacan, on the contrary, allows for a much stronger subjective autonomy, insofar as the subject occupies the place of the lack in the other, symbolic order. It can perform separation, the operation which is the opposite of alienation, and suspend the reign of the big other, in other words, separate itself from it. The impossibility of fully accounting for oneself is conditioned by the irreducible intersubjective context of every narrative reconstitution. When I reconstruct my life in a narrative, I always do it within a certain intersubjective context, answering the other's call injunction, addressing the other in a certain way. This background, including the unconscious motivations and libidinal investments of my narrative, cannot ever be rendered fully transparent within the narrative. To fully account for oneself in a symbolic narrative is a priori impossible. The Socratic injunction, know thyself, is impossible to fulfill for a priori structural reasons. My very status as a subject depends on its links to the substantial other, not only the regulative symbolic other of the tradition in which I am embedded, but also the bodily desiring substance of the other, the fact that, in the core of my being, I am irreducibly vulnerable, exposed to the other, and far from limiting my ethical status, autonomy, this primordial vulnerability due to my constitutive exposure to the other grounds it, what makes an individual human and thus something for which we are responsible, toward whom we have a duty to help, is his/her very finitude and vulnerability. Far from undermining ethics, in the sense of rendering me ultimately non-responsible, I am not a master of myself. What I do is conditioned by forces that overwhelm me. This primordial exposure/dependency opens up the properly ethical relation of individuals who accept and respect each other's vulnerability and limitation. Crucial here is the link between the impenetrability of the other and my own impenetrability to myself. They are linked because my own being is grounded in the primordial exposure to the other. Confronted with the other, I never can fully account for myself. And when Butler emphasizes how one should not close oneself off to this exposure to the other, how one should not try to transpose the unwilled into something willed, Keg. 100, is she not thereby opposing the very core of Nietzsche's thought, the stance of willing the eternal return of the same, which involves precisely the transposition of everything unwilled, everything we are thrown into as given, into something willed? The first ethical gesture is thus to abandon the position of absolute self-positing subjectivity and to acknowledge one's exposure/thrownness, being overwhelmed by other-ness. Far from limiting our humanity, this limitation is its positive condition. This awareness of limitation implies a stance of fundamental forgiveness and a tolerant live and let live attitude. I will never be able to account for myself in front of the other, because I am already non-transparent to myself, and I will never get from the other a full answer to who are you, because the other is a mystery also for him/herself. To recognize the other is thus not primarily or ultimately to recognize the other in a certain well-defined capacity. I recognize you as rational, good, lovable, but to recognize you in the abyss of your very impenetrability and opacity. This mutual recognition of limitation thus opens up a space of sociality that is the solidarity of the vulnerable. Butler's central Hegelian reflexive turn here is that it is not only that the subject has to adopt a stance toward the norms that regulate his activity, these norms in their turn determine who and what is or is not recognized as subject. Relying on Foucault, Butler thus formulates the basic feature of critical tradition: when one criticizes and judges phenomena on behalf of norms, one should in the same gesture question the status of these norms. Say, when one holds something to be untrue, one should at the same time question the criteria of holding something to be true, which are never abstract and ahistorical, but always part of a concrete context into which we are thrown. This move, of course, is the elementary Hegelian move formulated in the introduction to the Phenomenology. Testing is always minimally self-relating and reflexive. In other words, when I am testing the truth of a statement or an act, I am always also testing the standard of testing, so that if the test fails, the standard of success or failure should also be problematized. This reference to Hegel is mediated by Adorno's critique of Hegel's idealism, a critique which Butler submits to critical reading. Point 5 When Adorno claims that the true injustice is always located at the place from which one blindly posits oneself as just and the other as unjust, Keg. 251, does he thereby not basically repeat Hegel's old argument about the beautiful soul, the true evil is the very gaze which sees evil all around itself? Recall the arrogance of many West Germans in 1990, when they condemned the majority of East Germans as moral weaklings corrupted by the communist police regime. This very gaze which saw in East Germans moral corruption was corruption itself. Symptomatically, although many DDR files were open to the public, the ones that remained secret are the files recording contact between East German and West German politicians. Too much West sycophancy would be revealed here. The limit of such a reference to the impenetrable background into which we are thrown and on account of which we cannot be taken as fully accountable and responsible for our acts is the negativity of freedom, even when the entire positive content of my psyche is ultimately impenetrable. The margin of my freedom is that I can say no to any positive element that I encounter. This negativity of freedom provides the zero level from which every positive content can be questioned. Lacan's position is thus that being exposed/overwhelmed, caught in a cobweb of pre-existing conditions, is not incompatible with radical autonomy. Of course, I cannot undo the substantial weight of the context into which I am thrown. Of course, I cannot penetrate the opaque background of my being, but what I can do is, in an act of negativity, cleanse the plate, draw a line, exempt myself, step out of the symbolic in a suicidal gesture of a radical act, what Freud called death drive and what German idealism called radical negativity. What gets lost in this critique of ethical violence is precisely the most precious and revolutionary aspect of the Jewish legacy. Let us not forget that, in the Jewish tradition, the divine Mosaic law is experienced as something externally, violently imposed, contingent and traumatic, in short, as an impossible/real thing that makes the law. What is arguably the ultimate scene of religious ideological interpellation, the pronouncement of the Decalogue on Mount Sinai, is the very opposite of something that emerges organically as the outcome of the path of self-knowing and self-realization. The pronouncement of the Decalogue is ethical violence at its purest. The Judeo-Christian tradition is thus to be strictly opposed to the New Age Gnostic problematic of self-realization or self-fulfillment, and the cause of this need for a violent imposition of the law is that the very terrain covered by the law is that of an even more fundamental violence, that of encountering a neighbor. Far from brutally disturbing a preceding harmonious social interaction, the imposition of the law endeavors to introduce a minimum of regulation onto a stressful, impossible relationship. When the Old Testament enjoins you to love and respect your neighbor, this does not refer to your imaginary semblable/double, but to the neighbor qua traumatic thing. In contrast to the New Age attitude which ultimately reduces my other/neighbor to my mirror image or to the means in the path of my self-realization, like the Jungian psychology in which other persons around me are ultimately reduced to the externalizations, projections of the different disavowed aspects of my personality, Judaism opens up a tradition in which an alien traumatic kernel forever persists in my neighbor. The neighbor remains an inert, impenetrable, enigmatic presence that hystericizes me. The core of this presence, of course, is the other's desire, an enigma not only for us, but also for the other itself. Point 6 For this reason, the Lacanian Chavoi is not simply an inquiry into what do you want, but more an inquiry into what's bugging you. What is it in you that makes you so unbearable, not only for us but also for yourself, that you yourself obviously do not master? In Serb, there is a vulgar expression which perfectly renders this meaning. When somebody is getting on one's nerves, one asks him, what for a prick is fucking you? Koji karakti ejeb. It is against this background that one should approach the topic of iconoclasm. The Jewish commandment which prohibits images of God is the obverse of the statement that relating to one's neighbor is the only terrain of religious practice, of where the divine dimension is present in our lives. No images of God does not point toward a Gnostic experience of the divine beyond our reality, a divine which is beyond any image. On the contrary, It designates a kind of ethical hic rhodus, hic salta. You want to be religious? Okay, prove it here, in the works of love, in the way you relate to your neighbors. Levinas was therefore right to emphasize how nothing is more opposed to a relation with the face than contact with the irrational and mystery. 7. Judaism is anti-Gnosticism par excellence. We have here a nice case of the Hegelian reversal of reflexive determination into determinate reflection. Instead of saying God is love, we should say love is divine, and, of course, the point is not to conceive of this reversal as the standard humanist platitude. It is for this precise reason that Christianity, far from standing for a regression toward an image of God, only draws the consequence of the Jewish iconoclasm through asserting the identity of God and man, or, as it is said in John 4:12, no man has ever seen God. If we love one another, God abides in us and his love is perfected in us. The radical conclusion to be drawn from this is that one should renounce striving for one's own spiritual salvation as the highest form of egotism. According to Leon Brunswick, therein resides the most elementary ethical lesson of the West against Eastern spirituality. The preoccupation with our salvation is a remnant of self-love, a trace of natural egocentrism from which we must be torn by the religious life. As long as you think only salvation, you turn your back on God. God is God, only for the person who overcomes the temptation to degrade him and use him for his own ends. 8. This is, in theological terms, the extreme of pitiless censorship Badiou talks about, and it is only through such a censorship that the dimension of what one is tempted to call ethical transcendence opens itself up. Smashing the neighbor's face. How does subjectivity relate to transcendence? There seem to be two basic modes exemplified by the names of Jean-Paul Sartre and Levinas. 1. The transcendence of the ego, Sartre, in other words, the notion of subject as the force of negativity, self-transcending, never a positive entity identical to itself. 2. The existence of the subject as grounded in its openness to an irreducible, unfathomable transcendent otherness. There is a subject only insofar as it is not absolute and self-grounded but remains in attention with an impenetrable other. There is freedom only through the reference to a gap which makes the other unfathomable. According to Manfred Frank and others, this is what Hölderlin, Novalis, Schelling, etc., knew in their critique of idealism. 9. As expected, Hegel offers a kind of mediation between these two extremes, asserting their ultimate identity. It is not only that the core of subjectivity is inaccessible to the subject, that the subject is decentered with regard to itself, that it cannot assume the abyss in its very center. It is also not that the first mode is the truth of the second. In a reflexive twist, the subject has to acknowledge that the transcendent power which resists it is really its own, the power of subject itself, or vice versa. The subject emerges only as confronted with the abyss of the other. This seems to be the lesson of Hegel's intersubjectivity. I am a free subject only through encountering another free subject, and the usual counterargument is here that, for Hegel, this dependence on the other is just a mediating step/detour on the way toward full recognition of the subject in its other, the full appropriation of the other. But are things so simple? What if the Hegelian recognition means that I have to recognize in the impenetrable other which appears as the obstacle to my freedom its positive enabling ground and condition? What if it is only in this sense is that the other is sublated? The topic of the other is to be submitted to a kind of spectral analysis that renders visible its imaginary, symbolic, and real aspects. It provides perhaps the ultimate case of the Lacanian notion of the Borromean knot that unites these three dimensions. First, there is the imaginary other people like me, my fellow human beings with whom I am engaged in the mirror-like relationships of competition, mutual recognition, and so forth. Then, there is the symbolic big other, the substance of our social existence, the impersonal set of rules that coordinate our coexistence. Finally, there is the other quarreal, the impossible thing, the inhuman partner, the other with whom no symmetrical dialogue, mediated by the symbolic order, is possible. And it is crucial to perceive how these three dimensions are hooked up. The neighbor, Nebenmensch, as the thing means that, beneath the neighbor as my semblant, my mirror image, there always lurks the unfathomable abyss of radical otherness, of a monstrous thing that cannot be gentrified. In his Seminar 3, Lacan already indicates this dimension. And why the other with a capital O? For a no doubt mad reason, in the same way as it is madness every time we are obliged to bring in signs supplementary to those given by language. Here the mad reason is the following. You are my wife after all, what do you know about it? You are my master in reality, are you so sure of that? What creates the founding value of those words is that what is aimed at in the message, as well as what is manifest in the pretense, is that the other is there qua absolute other. Absolute, that is to say he is recognized, but is not known. In the same way, what constitutes pretense is that, in the end, you don't know whether it's a pretense or not. Essentially it is this unknown element in the alterity of the other which characterizes the speech relation on the level on which it is spoken to the other. Point 10. Lacan's notion, from the early 1950s, of the founding word, of the statement which confers on you a symbolic title and thus makes you what you are, wife, master, is usually perceived as an echo of the theory of performative speech acts. The link between Lacan and J. L. Austin, the author of the notion of the performative, was Émile Benveniste. However, it is clear from the above quote that Lacan aims at something more. We need the recourse to performativity, to the symbolic engagement, precisely and only insofar as the other whom we encounter is not only the imaginary semblant, but also the elusive absolute other of the real thing with whom no reciprocal exchange is possible. In order to render our coexistence with the thing minimally bearable, the symbolic order qua third, the pacifying mediator, has to intervene. The gentrification of the other thing into a normal human fellow cannot occur through our direct interaction, but presupposes the third agency to which we both submit ourselves. There is no intersubjectivity, no symmetrical, shared, relation between humans, without the impersonal symbolic order. So no axis between the two terms can subsist without the third one. If the functioning of the big other is suspended, the friendly neighbor coincides with the monstrous thing. Antigone, if there is no neighbor to whom I can relate as a human partner, the symbolic order itself turns into the monstrous thing which directly parasitizes upon me, like Daniel Paul Schreiber's God who directly controls me, penetrating me with the rays of jouissance. If there is no thing to underpin our everyday symbolically regulated exchange with others, we find ourselves in a Habermasian flat, aseptic universe in which subjects are deprived of their hubris of excessive passion, reduced to lifeless pawns in the regulated game of communication. More precisely, one can distinguish three stages in Levinas's account of the emergence of the ethical. The subject emerges as an ego by way of appropriating alterity through labor and possession, thereby creating a realm of familiarity in which he can dwell. Such a domesticated other with whom I can share a home is for Levinas the feminine other. One can, of course, raise here the question of what happens with the non-familiar, properly uncanny, dimension of femininity. After this first alienation in an established particular life form comes the separation from my familiar world. When I am addressed by the absolutely other beyond my world, I am shattered from the complacency of my life world, and, in answering this address, I have to renounce my egotism and the safety of my home, of what Peter Sloterdijk calls my sphere 11. This call is not an empirical spatio-temporal event, but rather a kind of ethical transcendental a priori. It does not happen to, a pre-existing, me, it makes me into a subject, and, as such, it always already happens, in a past which never was present. This summons, as always having taken place no matter what actual response I make, is without limit, infinite, and so summons me to infinite responsibility for the other. Such a summons can only come from an absolutely heteronymous call, one which commands me, and so comes from a height, and before which I am absolutely responsible, unable to be replaced by anyone else. 12. My elementary situation is thus that of an eternal struggle against myself. I am forever split between egotistic rootedness in a particular familiar world around which my life gravitates and the unconditional call of responsibility for the other, the I which arises in enjoyment as a separated being, and has in itself the center around which its existence gravitates, is only confirmed in its singularity when it purges itself of this gravitation, and since the I's roots in separation are ineradicable, this process of purging is interminable. 13. Would this version of what Badiou calls pitiless censorship of oneself not make the heart of every Stalinist lover of purges beat with joy? The entire domain of laws and universality is grounded in this responsibility to and for the non-familiar other. I enter the domain of justice and universal laws when I renounce my small world and its possessions and offer to see things from the standpoint of the other. Concepts and their universality are thus grounded in my responsibility to the other. Ethics pre-exists and grounds ontology. In this domain of justice and laws, we are always dealing with a third party, the multitude of empirical others, which raises the problem of justice, of rules of how to treat them, and thus compels us to compare the incomparable. The notions through which that prior structure has been articulated become through the command to justice the more familiar concepts of the structure of rationality. The infinite responsibility of the I for the other becomes coexistence concretized as responsibilities in an historical world. 14. The difference between this Levinasian account and Kierkegaard is crucial. It is not only that Levinas's account remains a philosophical one, a transcendental turn toward what is always already here as the condition of possibility of ethics, the ethical call which precedes all empirical encounters of others, while Kierkegaard is dealing with decisions, leaps of faith into a new. More radically, perhaps, for Levinas, the other who addresses me with the unconditional call and thus constitutes me as an ethical subject is in spite of the fact that this is an absolutely heteronymous call which commands me and so comes from a the human other, the face, the transcendental form of neighbor as radical other, while, for Kierkegaard, God does not mediate between me and my neighbors. God is the primordial other itself, so that all neighbors, all empirical others with whom I interact, are primordially figures of the third, a third party. It is for this reason that there is no place, in Levinas's edifice, for the Kierkegaardian theological suspension of the ethical. The paradox is that it is precisely because Levinas asserts the relation to my neighbor, my unconditional responsibility for him, as the true terrain of ethical activity that he still has to cling to an impersonal God. God is for him, ultimately, the name for the law itself that enjoins me to love my neighbor, while Kierkegaard, because he asserts the gap between my direct responsibility to God and my love for human neighbors, the gap which becomes palpable in the case of Abraham and Isaac, has to endorse the Christian dogma of incarnation, of positing God himself as identical to a man like others, Christ. And it is from here that one should approach the key Levinasian notion of encountering the other's face as the epiphany, as the event that precedes truth itself. To seek truth, I have already established a relationship with a face which can guarantee itself, whose epiphany itself is somehow a word of honor. Every language as an exchange of verbal signs refers already to this primordial word of honor. Deceit and veracity already presuppose the absolute authenticity of the face. 15. One should read these lines against the background of the circular, self-referential, character of the Lacanian big other, the symbolic substance of our being, which is perhaps best rendered by Donald Davidson's holistic claim that our only evidence for a belief is other beliefs. And since no belief is self-certifying, none can supply a certain basis for the rest. 16. Far from functioning as the fatal flaw of the symbolic order, this circularity is the very condition of its effective functioning. So when Levinas claims that a face can guarantee itself, this means that it serves as the non-linguistic point of reference that also enables us to break the vicious circularity of the symbolic order, providing it with the ultimate foundation, the absolute authenticity. The face is thus the ultimate fetish, the object which fills in, obfuscates, the big other's castration, inconsistency, lack, the abyss of its circularity. At a different level, this fetishization or, rather, fetishist disavowal is discernible also in our daily relating to another person's face. This disavowal does not primarily concern the raw reality of flesh. I know very well that beneath the face there is just the real of the raw flesh, bones, and blood, but I nonetheless act as if the face is a window into the mysterious interiority on the soul, but rather, at a more radical level, the abyss/void of the other. The human face gentrifies the terrifying thing that is the ultimate reality of our neighbor. And insofar as the void called the subject of the signifier, dollar, is strictly correlative to this inconsistency, lack, of the other, subject and face are to be opposed. The event of encountering the other's face is not the experience of the abyss of the other's subjectivity. The only way to arrive at this experience is through defacement in all its dimensions, from a simple tic or grimace that disfigures the face. In this sense, Lacan claims that the real is the grimace of reality, up to the monstrosity of the total loss of face. Perhaps the key moment in Jerry Lewis's films occurs when the idiot he plays is compelled to become aware of the havoc his behavior has caused. At this moment, when he is stared at by all the people around him, unable to sustain their gaze, he engages in his unique mode of making faces, of ridiculously disfiguring his facial expression, combined with twisting his hands and rolling his eyes. This desperate attempt of the ashamed subject to efface his presence, to erase himself from others' view, combined with the endeavor to assume a new face more acceptable to the environs, is subjectivization at its purest. So what is shame, this experience of losing one's face? In the standard Sartrean version, the subject, in his for itself, is ashamed of the in itself, of the stupid real of his bodily identity. Am I really that, this bad-smelling body, these nails, these excrements? In short, shame designates the fact that spirit is directly linked to the inert vulgar bodily reality, which is why it is shameful to defecate in public. However, Lacan's counterargument is here that shame by definition concerns fantasy. Shame is not simply passivity, but an actively assumed passivity. If I am raped, I have nothing to be ashamed of, but if I enjoy being raped, then I deserve to feel ashamed. Actively assuming passivity thus means, in Lacanian terms, finding jouissance in the passive situation in which one is caught. And since the coordinates of jouissance are ultimately those of the fundamental fantasy, which is the fantasy of finding jouissance in being put in the passive position, like the Freudian "my father is beating me," what exposes the subject to shame is not the disclosure of how he is put in the passive position, treated only as the body. Shame emerges only when such a passive position in social reality touches upon the disavowed intimate fantasy. Let us take two women, the first, liberated and assertive, active, the other, secretly daydreaming about being brutally handled by her partner, even raped. The crucial point is that, if both of them are raped, the rape will be much more traumatic for the second one, on account of the fact that it will realize in external social reality the stuff of her dreams. Why? There is a gap which forever separates the phantasmatic kernel of the subject's being from the more superficial modes of his or her symbolic and/or imaginary identifications. It is never possible for me to fully assume, in the sense of symbolic integration, the phantasmatic kernel of my being. When I approach it too closely, what occurs is the aphanesis of the subject. The subject loses his or her symbolic consistency, it disintegrates. And the forced actualization in social reality itself of the phantasmatic kernel of my being is, perhaps, the worst, most humiliating kind of violence, a violence which undermines the very basis of my identity, of my self-image, by exposing me to an unbearable shame. We can clearly see, now, how far psychoanalysis is from any defense of the dignity of the human face. Is the psychoanalytic treatment not the experience of rendering public, to the analyst, who stands for the big other, one's most intimate fantasies, and thus the experience of losing one's face in the most radical sense of the term? This is already the lesson of the very material dispositif of the psychoanalytic treatment, no face-to-face between the subject-patient and the analyst, instead, the subject lying and the analyst sitting behind him, both staring into the same void in front of them. There is no intersubjectivity here, only the two without face-to-face, the first and the third. How, then, do the law, courts, judgments, institutions, and so on enter? Levinas's answer is, by way of the presence of the third. When face to face with the other, I am infinitely responsible to him. This is the original ethical constellation. There is always a third one, however, and from that moment new questions arise. How does my neighbor whom I face relate to this third? Is he the third's friend or his foe or even his victim? Who, of the two, is my true neighbor in the first place? All this compels me to compare the infinites that cannot be compared, to limit the absolute priority of the other, to start to calculate the incalculable. However, what is important for Levinas is that this kind of legal relationship, necessary as it is, remains grounded in the primordial ethical relationship to the other. 17 The responsibility for the other, the subject as the response to the infinite call embodied in the other's face, a face that is simultaneously helpless, vulnerable, and issuing an unconditional command is, for Levinas, asymmetrical and non-reciprocal. I am responsible for the other without having any right to claim that the other should display the same responsibility for me. Levinas likes to quote Fyodor Dostoevsky here, "We are all responsible for everything and guilty in front of everyone, but I am that more than all others." The ethical asymmetry between me and the other addressing me with the infinite call is the primordial fact, and I should never lose my grounding in this irreducibly first-person relationship to the other, which should go to extremes, if necessary. I should be ready to take responsibility for the other up to taking his place, up to becoming a hostage for him. Subjectivity as such is primordially a hostage, responsible to the extent that it becomes the sacrifice for others. Df. 98. This is how Levinas defines the reconciliatory sacrifice, a gesture by means of which the same as the hostage take the place of, replaces, the other. Is this gesture of reconciliatory sacrifice, however, not Christ's gesture par excellence? Was he not the hostage who took the place of all of us and, therefore, exemplarily human, ecce homo? Far from preaching an easy grounding of politics in the ethics of the respect and responsibility for the other, Levinas instead insists on their absolute incompatibility, on the gap separating the two dimensions. Ethics involves an asymmetric relationship in which I am always already responsible for the other, while politics is the domain of symmetrical equality and distributive justice. However, is this solution not all too neat? That is to say, is such a notion of politics not already post-political, excluding the properly political dimension, on account of which, for Hannah Arendt, tyranny is politics at its purest, in short, excluding precisely the dimension of what Carl Schmitt called political theology? One is tempted to say that, far from being reducible to the symmetric domain of equality and distributive justice, politics is the very impossible link between this domain and that of theological ethics, the way ethics cuts across the symmetry of equal relations, distorting and displacing them. In his Ethics and Infinity, Levinas emphasizes how what appears as the most natural should become the most questionable, like Spinoza's notion that every entity naturally strives for its self-perseverance, for the full assertion of its being and its immanent powers. Do I have the right to be? By insisting on being, do I deprive others of their place? Do I ultimately kill them? 18. Although Levinas dismisses Freud as irrelevant for his radical ethical problematic, was Freud also in his own way not aware of it? Is death drive at its most elementary not the sabotaging of one's own striving to be, to actualize one's powers and potentials? And for that very reason, is not death drive the last support of ethics? What one should fully acknowledge and endorse is that the stance of Levinas is radically anti-biopolitical. Levinasian ethics is the absolute opposite of today's biopolitics, with its emphasis on regulating life and deploying its potentials. For Levinas, ethics is not about life, but about something more than life. It is at this level that Levinas locates the gap that separates Judaism and Christianity. Judaism's fundamental ethical task is that of how to be without being a murderer. If Judaism is attached to the here below, it is not because it does not have the imagination to conceive of a supernatural order, or because matter represents some sort of absolute for it, but because the first light of conscience is lit for it on the path that leads from man to his neighbor. What is an individual, a solitary individual, if not a tree that grows without regard for everything it suppresses and breaks, grabbing all the nourishment, air and sun, a being that is fully justified in its nature and its being. What is an individual, if not a usurper? What is signified by the advent of conscience, and even the first spark of spirit, if not the discovery of corpses beside me and my horror of existing by assassination? Attention to others and, consequently, the possibility of counting myself among them, of judging myself conscience is justice. Df. 100. In contrast to this admission of terrestrial life as the very terrain of our ethical activity, Christianity simultaneously goes too far and not far enough. It believes that it is possible to overcome this horizon of finitude, to enter collectively a blessed state, to move mountains by faith and realize a utopia, and it immediately transposes the place of this blessed state into an elsewhere, which then propels it to declare our terrestrial life of ultimately secondary importance and to reach a compromise with the masters of this world, giving to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. The link between spiritual salvation and worldly justice is cut short. Along these Levinasian lines, Jean-Claude Milner recently elaborated the notion of Jews in the European ideological imaginary as the obstacle that prevents unification and peace, that has to be annihilated for Europe to unite, which is why Jews are always a problem/question demanding a solution. Hitler is merely the most radical point of this tradition. Point 19. No wonder that the European Union is getting more and more anti-Semitic in its blatantly biased criticism of Israel. The very concept of Europe is tainted with anti-Semitism, which is why the first duty of Jews is to get rid of Europe, not by ignoring it. Only the United States can afford to do that, but by bringing to light the dark underside of European enlightenment and democracy. The truly problematic part of Milner's argument concerns his Lacanian grounding of this notion of anti-Semitism inscribed into the very European identity. The European dream is that of parousia, Greek and Christian, of a full jouissance beyond law, unencumbered by any obstacles or prohibitions. Modernity itself is propelled by a desire to move beyond laws to a self-regulated, transparent social body. The last installment of this saga, today's postmodern, neopagan Gnosticism, perceives reality as fully malleable, enabling humans to transform themselves into a migrating entity floating between a multitude of realities, sustained only by infinite love. Against this tradition, Jews, in a radically antimillenarian way, persist in their fidelity to the law. They insist on the insurmountable finitude of humans and, consequently, on the need for a minimum of alienation, which is why they are perceived as an obstacle by everyone bent on a final solution. The weakness of Milner's argument is obvious, is one of the key roots of European modernity not the tradition of secularized Judaism? Is arguably the ultimate formulation of a full jouissance beyond law not found in Spinoza, in his notion of the third, highest, level of knowing? Is the idea of modern, total political revolution not rooted in Jewish messianism, as Walter Benjamin, among others, made it clear? Furthermore, is all we find beyond the law really only the dream of a full jouissance? Is not the fundamental insight of the late Lacan precisely that there is an inherent obstacle to full jouissance operative already in the drive which functions beyond the law? The inherent obstacle on account of which a drive involves a curved space, gets caught in a repetitive movement around its object, is not yet symbolic castration. For the late Lacan, on the contrary, prohibition, far from standing for a traumatic cut, enters precisely in order to pacify the situation, to rid us of the inherent impossibility inscribed in the functioning of a drive. Blut ohne Boden, Boden ohne Blut. The determination of Judaism as the religion of the law is to be taken literally. It is the law at its purest, deprived of its obscene superego supplement. Recall the traditional obscene figure of the father who officially prohibits his son casual sex, while the message between the lines is to solicit him to engage in sexual conquests. Prohibition is here uttered in order to provoke its transgression. And, with regard to this point, Paul was wrong in his description of the law as that which solicits its own violation, wrong insofar as he attributed this notion of the law to Jews. The miracle of the Jewish prohibition is that it effectively is just a prohibition, with no obscene message between the lines. It is precisely because of this that Jews can look for the ways to get what they want while literally obeying the prohibition. Far from displaying their casuistry and externally manipulative relationship to the law, this procedure rather bears witness to the direct and literal attachment to the law. And it is in this sense that the position of the analyst is grounded in Judaism. Recall Henry James's The Lesson of the Master, in which Paul Overd, a young novelist, meets Henry St. George, his great literary master, who advises him to stay single, since a wife is not an inspiration but a hindrance. When Paul asks St. George if there are no women who would really understand who can take part in a sacrifice, the answer he gets is, how can they take part? They themselves are the sacrifice. They're the idol and the altar and the flame. Paul follows St. George's advice and renounces the young Marian, whom he passionately loves. However, after returning to London from a trip to Europe, Paul learns that, after the sudden death of his wife, St. George himself is about to marry Marian. After Paul accuses St. George of shameful conduct, the older man says that his advice was right, he will not write again, but Paul will achieve greatness. Far from displaying cynical wisdom, St. George acts as a true analyst, as the one who is not afraid to profit from his ethical choices, in other words, as the one who is able to break the vicious cycle of ethics and sacrifice. It is possible to break this vicious cycle precisely insofar as one escapes the hold of the superego injunction to enjoy. Traditionally, psychoanalysis was expected to allow the patient to overcome the obstacles which prevented him or her the access to normal sexual enjoyment. Today, however, when we are bombarded from all sides by the different versions of the superego injunction enjoy, from direct enjoyment in sexual performance to enjoyment in professional achievement or in spiritual awakening, one should move to a more radical level. Psychoanalysis is today the only discourse in which you are allowed not to enjoy, as opposed to not allowed to enjoy. And, from this vantage point, it becomes retroactively clear how the traditional prohibition to enjoy was sustained by the implicit opposite injunction. This notion of a law that is not sustained by a superego supplement involves a radically new notion of society, a society no longer grounded in shared common roots. Every word is an uprooting. The constitution of a real society is an uprooting, the end of an existence in which the being at home is absolute, and everything comes from within. Paganism is putting down roots. The advent of the scriptures is not the subordination of the spirit to a letter, but the substitution of the letter to the soil. The spirit is free within the letter, and it is enslaved within the root. It is on the arid soil of the desert, where nothing is fixed, that the true spirit descended into a text in order to be universally fulfilled. Paganism is the local spirit, nationalism in terms of its cruelty and pitilessness. A humanity with roots that possesses God inwardly, with the sap rising from the earth, is a forest or pre-human humanity. A history in which the idea of a universal God must only be fulfilled requires a beginning. It requires an elite. It is not through pride that Israel feels it has been chosen. It has not obtained this through grace. Each time the peoples are judged, Israel is judged. It is because the universality of the divine exists only in the form in which it is fulfilled in the relations between men, and because it must be fulfillment and expansion, that the category of a privileged civilization exists in the economy of creation. This civilization is defined in terms not of prerogatives, but of responsibilities. Every person, as a person, that is to say, one conscious of his freedom, is chosen. If being chosen takes on a national appearance, it is because only in this form can a civilization be constituted, be maintained, be transmitted, and endure. Df. 137-38. We are so used to the Sintum Blut und Boden that we tend to forget the split signaled by the und, in other words, the fact that the relationship between the two is that of what Gilles Deleuze called disjunctive synthesis. What better proof than Jews themselves, who are precisely the people of Blut ohne Boden, supplementing the lack of land with the excessive investment into blood relations. It is as if the first and foremost effect of migration is to foreground even more the blood relations, thus violating the basic territorial definition of a modern state. The member of a state is defined not by his or her blood, ethnic identity, but by being fully acknowledged as residing in the state's territory. And the state's unity was historically established by the violent erasure of local blood links. In this sense, the modern state is the outcome of an inner migration, of the transubstantiation of one's identity, even if, physically, one does not change one's dwelling, one is deprived of a particular identity with its local color or, to put it again in Deleuze's terms, a state's territory is by definition that of a reterritorialized deterritorialization. And, perhaps, as was made clear in fascism, violence explodes precisely when one tries to deny the gap and bring together the two dimensions of blood and soil into a harmonious unity. This bringing together accounts for the innocent tautological formulas of today's neo-racists. Le Pen's entire program can be summed up in France to the French. And this allows us to generate further formulas, Germany to Germans, etc. We do not want anything foreign. We want only what is ours. To put it in more pathetic terms, the ultimate counterargument of a nationalist is the disarming question: is it a crime to love one's country? Jews are constituted by the lack of land, of territory. However, this lack is reinscribed into an absolute longing, next year in Jerusalem. What about an unconditional uprooting, renunciation of territory? In other words, does the Jewish identity not involve the paradox of the being uprooted itself functioning as the foundation of ethnic roots and identity? 20. Is there not, consequently, the next step to be accomplished, namely, that of forming a collective which no longer relies on an ethnic identity, but is in its very core the collective of a struggling universality? Levinas is right in locating Jewish universalism in their very non-proselyte stance. Jews do not try to convert all others to Judaism, to impose their particular religious form onto all others, they just stubbornly cling to this form. The true universalism is thus, paradoxically, this very refusal to impose one's message on all others in such a way. The wealth of the particular content in which the universal consists is asserted, while all others are left to be in their particular ways of life. However, this stance nonetheless involves its own limitation. It reserves for itself a privileged position of a singularity with a direct access to the universal. All people participate in the universality, but Jews are more universal than others. The Jewish faith involves tolerance because, from the beginning, it bears the entire weight of all other men. Df. 173. The Jewish man's burden. In other words, insofar as Jews are absolutely responsible for all of us, at a meta or reflexive level, are we not all doubly responsible to the Jews? Or, in an inverted way, if they are responsible for all of us, isn't the way to get rid of our responsibility to annihilate them, those who condense our responsibility? 21. What is still missing here is the notion, and practice, of antagonistic universality, of the universality as struggle which cuts across the entire social body, of universality as a partial, engaged position. The relationship between Judaism as a formal, spiritual structure and Jews as its empirical bearers is difficult to conceptualize. The problem is how to avoid the deadlock of the dilemma: either Jews are privileged as an empirical group, which means their spirituality, inaccessible to others, is also ultimately of no relevance to them, or Jews are a contingent bearer of a universal structure. In this second case, the dangerous conclusion is at hand that, precisely in order to isolate and assert this formal structure, the principle of Jewishness, one has to eliminate, erase, the empirical Jews. Furthermore, the problem with those who emphasize how Jews are not simply a nation or an ethnic group like others and side by side with others is that, in this very claim, they define Jews in contrast to other normal groups, as their constitutive exception. The standard humanitarian answer to Levinas's ethic of radical responsibility would have been that one can truly love others only if one loves oneself. However, at a more radical level, is there not something inherently false in such a link between the responsibility for to the other and questioning one's own right to exist? Although Levinas asserts this asymmetry as universal, every one of us is in the position of primordial responsibility toward others. Does this asymmetry not effectively end up in privileging one particular group that assumes responsibility for all others, that embodies in a privileged way this responsibility, directly stands for it in this case, of course, Jews, so that, again, one is ironically tempted to speak of the Jewish man's ethical burden. The idea of a chosen people must not be taken as a sign of pride. It does not involve being aware of exceptional rights, but of exceptional duties. It is the prerogative of a moral consciousness itself. It knows itself at the center of the world, and for it the world is not homogeneous, for I am always alone in being able to answer the call. I am irreplaceable in my assumption of responsibility, df. 176-77. In other words, do we not get here in a homology with Marx's forms of the expression of value a necessary passage from simple and developed form, I am responsible for you, for all of you, to the general equivalent, and then its reversal, I am the privileged side of responsibility for all of you, which is why you are all effectively responsible to me. And is this not the truth of such an ethical stance, thereby confirming the old Hegelian suspicion that every self-denigration secretly asserts its contrary? Self-questioning is always by definition the obverse of self-privileging. There is always something false about respect for others which is based on questioning of one's own right to exist. A Spinozistic answer to Levinas would have been that our existence is not at the expense of others, but a part of the network of reality. For Spinoza there is no Hobbesian self as extracted from and opposed to reality. Spinoza's ontology is one of full immanence to the world. In other words, I am just the network of my relations with the world, I am totally externalized in it. My conatus, my tendency to assert myself, is thus not my assertion at the expense of the world, but my full acceptance of being part of the world, my assertion of the wider reality only within which I can thrive. The opposition of egotism and altruism is thus overcome. I fully am, not as an isolated self, but in the thriving reality, part of which I am. When Levinas writes that enjoyment is the singularization of an ego, it is the very work of egoism, and when he concludes from it that giving has meaning only as a tearing from oneself despite oneself, only a subject that eats can be for the other. 22. He therefore secretly imputes to Spinoza an egotistic subjectivist notion of my existence. His anti-Spinozistic questioning of my right to exist is inverted arrogance, as if I am the center whose existence threatens all others. So the answer should not be an assertion of my right to exist in harmony with intolerance of others, but a more radical claim: do I exist in the first place? Am I not, rather, a whole in the order of being? This brings us to the ultimate paradox on account of which Levinas's answer is not sufficient. I am a threat to the entire order of being not insofar as I positively exist as part of this order, but precisely insofar as I am a whole in the order of being. As such, as nothing, I am a striving to reach out and appropriate all. Only a nothing can desire to become everything. Friedrich Schelling already defined the subject as the endless striving of the nothing to become everything. On the contrary, a positive living being occupying a determinate space in reality, rooted in it, is by definition a moment of its circulation and reproduction. Recall the similar paradox that structures the politically correct landscape. People far from the Western world are allowed to fully assert their particular ethnic identity without being proclaimed essentialist racist identitarians, Native Americans, blacks, etc. The closer one gets to the notorious white heterosexual males, the more problematic this assertion is. Asians are still okay, Italians and Irish maybe, with Germans and Scandinavians, it is already problematic. However, such a prohibition of asserting the particular identity of white men, as the model of oppression of others, although it presents itself as the admission of their guilt, nonetheless confers on them a central position. This very prohibition to assert their particular identity makes them into the universal neutral medium, the place from which the truth about the other's oppression is accessible. The figure of Benny Morris, This symptom of the falsity of the liberal benevolent peacenik Israelis 23 is to be conceived as the concealed obscene supplement to Levin Asian ethics. After bringing to the light the dark side of the emergence of the State of Israel, the aim of David Ben-Gurion and the first generation of Israeli leaders in the 1949 war was to provoke the Arab population to leave Palestine, and in order to achieve this goal, they resorted to an albeit limited amount of terror, including raping and killing innocent civilians, for which he was shunned by the Israeli academic establishment. Morris surprised everyone by the position he adopted toward his own discoveries. He stated that these dark acts were necessary for the constitution and survival of the State of Israel. And his logic is convincing in its ruthless sincerity. If Arabs were not a clear minority in Israel, Israel would never function as a state. Ben-Gurion's mistake was that he did not complete the ethnic cleaning, including expelling Arabs from the West Bank. In this case, there would have been peace today in the Middle East. The merit of this reasoning is that it thoroughly avoids the standard liberal hypocrisy. If you want the State of Israel, you have to accept the price of ethnic cleansing. There was never any third way of living peacefully side by side with the Palestinians in a Jewish or even secular democratic state. All the liberal complaints about the unfair harshness in the treatment of Palestinians, all their condemnation of the terror of the West Bank occupation, avoid the key issue by sustaining the illusion that a little bit more tolerance and withdrawal will bring peace. Of course, Morris is full of the usual racist clichés, the clash of civilizations with the barbarian Arabs, etc., but these clichés are not the gist, the essential part, of his argument, which is that the State of Israel was possible only through the ethnic cleansing of the majority of people living there prior to the Jewish resettlement. One should effectively read Morris as anti-Levinas par excellence, as the truth of Levinas's hope that the State of Israel will be a unique state directly grounded in the messianic promise of justice. To retain his vision of Israel, Levinas has to deny what Morris ruthlessly admits. Morris's attitude, his cold acceptance of the fact that we have to kill others in order to survive, is the truth of the Levin Asian questioning of one's own right to exist. Point 24. Odradek as a political category. The limitation of Levinas is not simply that of a Eurocentrist who relies on a too narrow definition of what is human, a definition that secretly excludes non-Europeans as not fully human. 25. What Levinas fails to include into the scope of human is, rather, the inhuman itself, a dimension which eludes the face-to-face relationship of humans. In a first approach, Butler may seem to be more sensitive to this aspect, say, when she provides a subtle description of Adorno's ambiguity with regard to the inhuman, Keg. 109-10. While Adorno is well aware of the violence involved in the predominant definition of what counts as human, the implied exclusion of whole dimensions as non-human, he nonetheless basically conceives inhuman as the depository of alienated humanity. Ultimately, for Adorno, inhuman is the power of barbarism we have to fight. What he misses here is the paradox that every normative determination of the human is only possible against an impenetrable ground of inhuman, of something which remains opaque and resists inclusion into any narrative reconstitution of what counts as human. In other words, although Adorno recognizes that being human is constitutively finite, non-totalized, that the very attempt to posit the human as absolute subject dehumanizes it, he does not deploy how the self-limitation of the human defines being human. Is being human just the limitation of human, or is there a positive notion of this limitation which constitutes being human? The same paradox is at work in the core of the dialectic of enlightenment, although Adorno, and Horkheimer, conceive the catastrophes and barbarisms of the 20th century as inherent to the project of enlightenment, not as a result of some remainder of preceding barbarism to be abolished by way of bringing enlightenment as an unfinished project to its completion. They insist on fighting this excess consequence of enlightenment by the means of enlightenment itself. So, again, if enlightenment brought to the end equals regression into barbarism, does this mean that the only concept of enlightenment that we possess is the one which should be constrained, rendered aware of its limitation, or is there another positive notion of enlightenment which already includes this limitation? There are two basic answers to this inconsistency of Adorno's critical project, Jürgen Habermas or Lacan. With Habermas, one breaks the deadlock by formulating a positive normative frame of reference. Through Lacan, one reconceptualizes the humanity of the deadlock/limitation as such. In other words, one provides a definition of the human which, beyond and above, or, rather, beneath, the previous infinite universal, accentuates the limitation as such. Being human is a specific attitude of finitude, of passivity, of vulnerable exposure. Therein resides, for Butler, the basic paradox. While we should, of course, condemn as inhuman all those situations in which our will is violated, thwarted, or under the pressure of an external violence, we should not simply conclude that a positive definition of humanity is the autonomy of will, because there is a kind of passive exposure to an overwhelming otherness which is the very basis of being human. How, then, are we to distinguish the bad in humanity, the violence which crushes our will, from the passivity constitutive of humanity? At this point, Butler compromises her position, introducing a naive distinction which recalls Herbert Marcuse's old distinction between necessary repression and surplus repression. Of course we can and must invent norms which decide between different forms of being overwhelmed, by way of drawing a line of distinction between the unavoidable and unsurpassable aspect here and the changeable conditions there. Keg, 110. What Butler, as well as Adorno, fails to render thematic is the changed status of the inhuman in Kant's transcendental turn. Kant introduced a key distinction between negative and indefinite judgment. The positive judgment "the soul is mortal" can be negated in two ways: when a predicate is denied to the subject, the soul is not mortal, and when a non-predicate is affirmed, the soul is non-mortal. The difference is exactly the same as the one, known to every reader of Stephen King, between "he is not dead" and "he is undead." The indefinite judgment opens up a third domain which undermines the underlying distinction. The undead are neither alive nor dead, they are the monstrous living dead. 26. The same goes for inhuman. He is not human is not the same as he is inhuman. He is not human means simply that he is external to humanity, animal or divine, while he is inhuman means something thoroughly different, namely, that he is neither simply human nor simply inhuman, but marked by a terrifying excess which, although it negates what we understand as humanity, is inherent to being human. And perhaps I should risk the hypothesis that this is what changes with the Kantian revolution. In the pre-Kantian universe, humans were simply humans, beings of reason, fighting the excesses of animal lusts and divine madness, but since Kant and German idealism, the excess to be fought is absolutely imminent, the very core of subjectivity itself, which is why, with German idealism, the metaphor for the core of subjectivity is night, night of the world, in contrast to the Enlightenment notion of the light of reason fighting the surrounding darkness. So when, in the pre-Kantian universe, a hero goes mad, it means he is deprived of his humanity. In other words, the animal passions or divine madness took over, while with Kant, madness signals the unconstrained explosion of the very core of a human being. This dimension is missing also in Levinas. In a properly dialectical paradox, what Levinas, with all his celebration of otherness, fails to take into account is not some underlying sameness of all humans but the radical, inhuman otherness itself, the otherness of a human being reduced to inhumanity, the otherness exemplified by the terrifying figure of the Musulman, the living dead in the concentration camps. This is why, although Levinas is often perceived as the thinker who endeavored to articulate the experience of the show, one thing is self-evident apropos his questioning of one's own right to be and his emphasis on one's unconditional asymmetrical responsibility. This is not how a survivor of the show, one who effectively experienced the ethical abyss of show, thinks and writes. This is how those think who feel guilty for observing the catastrophe from a minimal safe distance. 27. Agamben posits the Musulman as a kind of absolute/impossible witness. He is the only one who fully witnessed the horror of the concentration camp and, for that very reason, is not able to bear witness to it. It is as if he was burned by the black sun of the horror he saw. Authentic witnessing can thus be defined as involving the mediation of an invisible third embodied in the Musulman. In it, it is never just me and the event I am witnessing, my relationship to this event is always mediated by someone who fully witnessed it and is, for that very reason, no longer able to report on it. That is to say, insofar as, in his description of the ethical call, Levinas reproduces the basic coordinates of ideological interpellation, I become an ethical subject when I respond with "Here I am," to the infinite call emanating from the vulnerable face of the other. One could say that the Musulman is precisely the one who is no longer able to say "Here I am," and in front of whom I can no longer say "Here I am." 28. Recall the big gesture of identification with the exemplary victim. We are all citizens of Sarajevo, and such. The problem with the Musulman is that this gesture is no longer possible. It would be obscene to proclaim pathetically, "We are all Musulmaner." Agamben should also be supplemented here by transposing the same gap into the counterpart of the witness, the receiver of its testimony, the big other whose full acceptance of my testimony would permit me to exorcise my inner demons. In an exactly symmetric way, I never encounter a true receiver who would fully authenticate my witnessing. My words of witnessing are always received by finite others who fail to authenticate them. Is this structure not that of the so-called L scheme of communication from the Lacan of the early 1950s, in which the true communication, the diagonal SA, is cut across by the diagonal AA of the imaginary relationship? S would be here the Musulman, the ideal impossible witness, A his ideal impossible receiver authenticating his words, A the survivors as imperfect witnesses, and A the imperfect receivers of their words. The tragedy of witnessing is thus not only that the ideal witness, the Musulman who would himself bear witness, report on what he went through, is impossible, but also that there is no ideal receiver, such that, when we are aware that our testimony is safely deposited there, we get rid of our demons. There is no big other. Consequently, is the paradox of the Musulman not that this figure is simultaneously a zero level, a total reduction to life, and a name for the pure excess as such, excess deprived of its normal base? This is why the figure of the Musulman signals the limitation of Levinas. When describing it, Primo Levi repeatedly uses the predicate faceless, and this term should be given here its entire Levinasian weight. When confronted with a Musulman, one cannot discern in his face the trace of the abyss of the other in his/her vulnerability, addressing us with the infinite call of our responsibility. What one gets instead is a kind of blind wall, a lack of depth. Maybe the Musulman is thus the zero-level neighbor, the neighbor with whom no empathetic relationship is possible. 29. However, at this point, we again confront the key dilemma: what if it is precisely in the guise of the faceless face of a Musulman that we encounter the other's call at its purest and most radical? What if, facing a Musulman, one hits upon one's responsibility toward the other at its most traumatic? In short, what about bringing together Levinas's face and the topic of the neighbor in its strict Freudo-Lacanian sense, as the monstrous, impenetrable thing that is the Nebenmensch, the thing that hystericizes and provokes me? What if the neighbor's face stands neither for my imaginary double/semblant nor for the purely symbolic abstract partner in communication, but for the other in his or her dimension of the real? What if, along these lines, we restore to the Levinasian face all its monstrosity? Face is not a harmonious whole of the dazzling epiphany of a human face. Face is something the glimpse of which we get when we stumble upon a grotesquely distorted face, a face in the grip of a disgusting tic or grimace, a face which, precisely, confronts us when the neighbor loses his face. To recall a case from popular culture, face is what, in Gaston Leroux's The Phantom of the Opera, the heroine gets a glimpse of when she sees for the first time the phantom without his mask, and, as a reaction to the horror that confronts her, immediately loses her consciousness and falls to the ground. The problem with this solution, acceptable in itself, is that it undermines the ethical edifice Levinas is trying to build upon it. Far from standing for absolute authenticity, such a monstrous face is, rather, the ambiguity of the real embodied, the extreme/impossible point at which opposites coincide, at which the innocence of the other's vulnerable nakedness overlaps with pure evil. That is to say, what one should focus on here is the precise meaning of the term neighbor. Is the neighbor in the Judeo-Freudian sense, the neighbor as the bearer of a monstrous otherness, this properly inhuman neighbor, the same as the neighbor that we encounter in the Levinasian experience of the other's face? Is there not, in the very heart of the Judeo-Freudian inhuman neighbor, a monstrous dimension which is already minimally gentrified, domesticated, once it is conceived in the Levinasian sense? What if the Levinasian face is yet another defense against this monstrous dimension of subjectivity? And what if the Jewish law is to be conceived as strictly correlative to this inhuman neighbor? In other words, what if the ultimate function of the law is not to enable us not to forget the neighbor, to retain our proximity to the neighbor, but, on the contrary, to keep the neighbor at a proper distance, to serve as a kind of protective wall against the monstrosity of the neighbor? In short, the temptation to be resisted here is the ethical gentrification of the neighbor, the reduction of the radically ambiguous monstrosity of the neighbor thing into an other as the abyssal point from which the call of ethical responsibility emanates. This topic agitates the very heart of Kafka's universe. Reading Kafka demands a great effort of abstraction, not of learning more, the proper interpretive horizon to understand his works, but of unlearning the standard interpretive references, so that one becomes able to open up to the raw force of Kafka's writing. There are three such interpretive frames: theological, modern man's anxious search for the absent God; socio-critical, Kafka's staging of the nightmarish world of modern alienated bureaucracy; and psychoanalytic, Kafka's unresolved Oedipus complex, which prevented him from engaging in a normal sexual relationship. All this has to be erased. A kind of childish naivete has to be regained for a reader to be able to feel the raw force of Kafka's universe. This is why, in Kafka's case, the first, naive, reading is often the most adequate one, and the second reading is the one which tries to sublate the first reading's raw impact by way of forcing the text into the frame of a given interpretation. This is how one should approach Odradek, one of Kafka's key achievements. Some say the word Odradek is of Slavonic origin, and try to account for it on that basis. Others again believe it to be of German origin, only influenced by Slavonic. The uncertainty of both interpretations allows one to assume with justice that neither is accurate, especially as neither of them provides an intelligent meaning of the word. No one, of course, would occupy himself with such studies if there were not a creature called Odradek. At first glance it looks like a flat star-shaped spool for thread, and indeed it does seem to have thread wound upon it. To be sure, they are only old, broken-off bits of thread, knotted and tangled together, of the most varied sorts and colors. But it is not only a spool, for a small wooden crossbar sticks out of the middle of the star, and another small rod is joined to that at a right angle. By means of this latter rod on one side and one of the points of the star on the other, the whole thing can stand upright as if on two legs. One is tempted to believe that the creature once had some sort of intelligible shape and is now only a broken-down remnant. Yet this does not seem to be the case, at least there is no sign of it. Nowhere is there an unfinished or unbroken surface to suggest anything of the kind. The whole thing looks senseless enough, but in its own way perfectly finished. In any case, closer scrutiny is impossible, since Odradek is extraordinarily nimble and can never be laid hold of. He lurks by turns in the garret, the stairway, the lobbies, the entrance hall. Often for months on end he is not to be seen, then he has presumably moved into other houses, but he always comes faithfully back to our house again. Many a time when you go out of the door and he happens just to be leaning directly beneath you against the banisters, you feel inclined to speak to him. Of course, you put no difficult questions to him, you treat him, he is so diminutive that you cannot help it, rather like a child. Well, what's your name, you ask him. Odradek, he says. And where do you live? No fixed abode, he says and laughs, but it is only the kind of laughter that has no lungs behind it. It sounds rather like the rustling of fallen leaves. And that is usually the end of the conversation. Even these answers are not always forthcoming, often he stays mute for a long time, as wooden as his appearance. I ask myself, to no purpose, what is likely to happen to him? Can he possibly die? Anything that dies has had some kind of aim in life, some kind of activity, which has worn out, but that does not apply to Odradek. Am I to suppose, then, that he will always be rolling down the stairs, with ends of thread trailing after him, right before the feet of my children, and my children's children? He does no harm to anyone that one can see, but the idea that he is likely to survive me I find almost painful. Point 30. Odradek, as an object that is transgenerational, exempted from the cycle of generations, immortal, outside finitude, because outside sexual difference, outside time, displaying no goal-oriented activity, no purpose, no utility, is jouissance embodied. Jouissance is that which serves nothing, as Lacan put in his Seminar 20, Encore. There are different figurations of thing jouissance and immortal, or, more precisely, undead, excess in Kafka's work, the law that somehow insists without properly existing, making us guilty without us knowing what we are guilty of, the wound that won't heal yet does not let us die, bureaucracy in its most irrational aspect, and, last but not least, partial objects like Odradek. They all display a kind of mock Hegelian nightmarish bad infinity. There is no Aufhebung, no resolution proper, the thing just drags on. We never reach the law, the emperor's letter never arrives at its destination, the wound never closes, or kills me. The Kafkan thing is either transcendent, forever eluding our grasp, the law, the castle, or a ridiculous object into which the subject is metamorphosed and which we cannot ever get rid of, like Gregor Samsa, who changes into an insect. The point is to read these two features together. Jouissance is that which we cannot ever attain and that which we cannot ever get rid of. Kafka's genius was to eroticize bureaucracy, the non-erotic entity if there ever was one. In Chile, when a citizen wants to identify himself to the authorities, the clerk on duty demands that the poor petitioner produce proof that he was born, that he isn't a criminal, that he paid his taxes, that he registered to vote, and that he's still alive, because even if he throws a tantrum to prove that he hasn't died, he is obliged to present a certificate of survival. The problem has reached such proportions that the government itself has created an office to combat bureaucracy. Citizens may now complain of being shabbily treated and may file charges against incompetent officials. On a form requiring a seal and 3 copies, of course. 31. This is state bureaucracy at its craziest. Are we aware that this is our only true contact with the divine in our secular times? What can be more divine than the traumatic encounter with the bureaucracy at its craziest when, say, a bureaucrat tells us that, legally, we don't exist? It is in such encounters that we get the glimpse of another order beyond the mere terrestrial everyday reality. Kafka was well aware of this deep link between bureaucracy and the divine. It is as if, in his work, Hegel's thesis on the state as the terrestrial existence of God is buggered, given a properly obscene twist. It is only in this sense that Kafka's works stage a search for the divine in our deserted secular world. More precisely, they not only search for the divine, they find it in state bureaucracy. There are 2 memorable scenes in Terry Gilliam's Brazil that perfectly stage the crazy excess of bureaucratic jouissance perpetuating itself in its auto-circulation. After the hero's plumbing breaks down and he leaves a message to the official repair service for urgent help, Robert De Niro enters his apartment, a mythical mysterious criminal whose subversive activity is that he listens in on the emergency calls and then immediately goes to the customer, repairing his plumbing for free, bypassing the inefficient state repair services paperwork. Indeed, in a bureaucracy caught in a vicious cycle of jouissance, the ultimate crime is to simply and directly do the job one is supposed to do. If a state repair service actually does its job, this is, at the level of its unconscious libidinal economy, considered an unfortunate byproduct, since the bulk of its energy goes into inventing complicated administrative procedures that enable it to invent ever new obstacles and thus postpone the work indefinitely. In a second scene, we meet in the corridors of a vast government agency a group of people permanently running around a leader, big-shot bureaucrat, followed by a bunch of lower administrators who shout at him all the time, asking him for a specific opinion or decision, and he nervously spurts out fast, Efficient replies, "This is to be done by tomorrow at the latest." Check that report. No, cancel that appointment, etc. The appearance of a nervous hyperactivity is, of course, a staged performance that masks a self-indulgent nonsensical spectacle of imitating, of playing efficient administration. Why do they walk around all the time? The leader is obviously not on the way from one to another meeting. The meaningless fast walk around the corridors is all he does. The hero stumbles from time to time on this group, and the Kafkaesque answer is, of course, that this entire performance is here to attract his gaze, staged for his eyes only. They pretend to be busy, not to be bothered by the hero, but all their activity is here to provoke the hero into addressing a demand to the group's leader, who then snaps back nervously, "Can't you see how busy I am?" or, occasionally, does the reverse and greets the hero as if he was waiting for him for a long time, mysteriously expecting his plea. Back to Odradek. In his concise analysis of the story, Jean-Claude Milner first draws attention to a peculiarity of Odradek: he has two legs, he speaks, laughs, in short, he displays all the features of a human being. Although he is human, he does not resemble a human being, but clearly appears inhuman. 32 As such, he is the opposite of Oedipus, who, lamenting his fate at Colonus, claims that he became non-human when he finally acquired all properties of an ordinary human. In line with the series of Kafka's other heroes, Odradek becomes human only when he no longer resembles a human being, by metamorphosing himself into an insect, or a spool 33 or whatever. He is, effectively, a universal singular, a stand-in for humanity by way of embodying its inhuman excess, by not resembling anything human. The contrast with Aristophanes' myth, in Plato's Symposium, of the original spherical human being divided into two parts, eternally searching for its complementary counterpart in order to return to the lost whole, is crucial here. Although also a partial object, Odradek does not look for any complementary parts, he is lacking nothing. It may be significant, also, that he is not spherical. Milner deciphers Odradek as an anagram of the Greek dodecahedron, an object of 12 faces, each of them a pentagon. In his Timaeus 55c, Plato claims that our universe is a dodecahedron. It is an anagram divided by 2, so Odradek is half of a dodecahedron. Odradek is thus simply what Lacan, in his Seminar 11 and in his seminal Acrid Positions de l'inconscient, developed as lamella, libido as an organ, the inhuman human undead organ without a body, the mythical pre-subjective undead life substance, or, rather, the remainder of the life substance which has escaped the symbolic colonization, the horrible palpitation of the acephalal drive which persists beyond ordinary death, outside the scope of paternal authority, nomadic, with no fixed domicile. The choice underlying Kafka's story is thus Lacan's le père ou père, the father or the worse. Odradek is the worst as the alternative to the father. Although they are not to be directly identified, there is a link between Odradek and the alien from Ridley Scott's film of the same name. The alien's form of life is, just, merely, simply, life. Life as such, it is not so much a particular species as the essence of what it means to be a species, to be a creature, a natural being. It is nature incarnate, a nightmare embodiment of the natural realm understood as utterly subordinate to, utterly exhausted by, the twin Darwinian drives to survive and reproduce. 34 This disgust at life is disgust with drive at its purest. And it is interesting to note how Ridley Scott inverts the usual sexual connotations. Life is presented as inherently male, as the phallic power of brutal penetration which parasitizes on the feminine body, exploiting it as the carrier of its reproduction. The beauty and the beast is here the feminine subject horrified at the disgusting immortal life. As Mulhall points out, Aliens, James Cameron's sequel, is the weakest link in the series because of the way it reinscribes the force of the pure fantasy deployed in Alien into 4 interconnected standard Hollywood ideological matrices. 1. The Commando War adventure narrative. A group of Marines goes on the expedition to finish off the alien. 2. the very form of the linear adventure narrative as such. 3. The family ideology. At the end of Aliens, Ripley is cured when she finds her part in the reconstituted nuclear family of herself, Corporal Hicks, and Newt, and, last but not least, 4. The underlying therapeutic structure of the narrative. In order to get rid of her nightmares, Ripley had to return to her traumatic past and confront it. Truly, as they say it in Slovene, when the devil has youngsters, he has them en masse. Mulhall is also right in emphasizing how David Fincher's superb and much underrated Alien 3, incidentally, his first feature film, restores the proper balance by erasing these ideological references and returning to the force of the elementary metaphysical fantasy of Alien. With regard to the opposition between fantasy, nightmarish dream, and reality, relations are inverted. The same scene, that of Ripley being raped and impregnated by the alien, is presented in Cameron as a nightmare and in Fincher as the unbearable reality. Cameron's Aliens begins with Ripley enduring a hypersleep nightmare in which she has been impregnated by, and is about to give birth to, an alien. Cameron presents his film as giving Ripley the therapy she needs to wake from such nightmares. Fincher presents his film as awakening Ripley from Cameron's dream, his fantasy of what constitutes a fulfilled existence for his protagonist, and his fantasy of human life as something that with the right degree of effort on our part can be made to come out right. 35. Mulhall also detects a caricatural, exaggerated, childish, if not outright comic, character of the alien monstrosity in Jean-Pierre Jeunet's Alien Resurrection, the fourth and last installment of the series. The alien universe is here skewed or off-key, an uncanny parody or caricature of the one we have come to know over the years through the adult human eyes of Ripley's original. And does this not signal that the vision of human fertility and sexuality which the alien species embodies is best understood as embodying the fantasies and fears of a child? 36. Thus, one should not be surprised to discern in the overall structure of the Alien series the matrix of the old Greek theater performance, 3 tragedies plus a comedy. What can follow the suicidal tragic act of Ripley at the end of Fincher's Alien 3 can only be a comedy, a total change in register, a fairy tale narrative with children as its main heroes, like Shakespeare's last plays. There are 2 properly sublime moments in Jeunet's Alien Resurrection. In the first one, the cloned Ripley enters the laboratory room in which the previous 7 aborted attempts to clone her are on display. Here she encounters the ontologically failed, defective versions of herself, up to the almost successful version with her own face but with some of her limbs distorted so that they resemble the limbs of the alien thing. This creature asks Ripley's clone to kill her, and, in an outburst of violent rage, the clone effectively destroys the horror exhibition by torching the whole room. Then there is the unique scene, perhaps the shot of the entire series, in which Ripley's clone is drawn down into the embrace of the alien species, luxuriating in her absorption into the writhing mass of its limbs and tails as if engulfed by the very lability of organic being that she had earlier attempted to consume in fire. 37. The link between the 2 scenes is thus clear, we are dealing with the 2 sides of the same coin. However, this fascination with the monstrous alien should not be allowed to obfuscate the anti-capitalist edge of the Alien series. What ultimately endangers the lone group on a spaceship is not the aliens as such but the way the group is used by the anonymous earthly corporation, which wants to exploit the alien form of life. The point is here not to play the card of the superficial and simplistic metaphoric meaning, the vampiric alien monster really means capital, but to move at the metonymic level, how capital parasitizes and exploits the pure drive of life. Pure life is a category of capitalism. The inhuman excess. In City Lights, one of Charlie Chaplin's absolute masterpieces, there is a memorable scene, commented on by Levinas, among others, which establishes the link between this object and shame. After he swallows a whistle by mistake, the tramp gets an attack of hiccups, which leads to a comical effect because of the movement of air in his stomach. Each hiccup makes the whistle blow and thus generates a weird sound of whistles coming from inside the body. The embarrassed tramp desperately tries to cover up these sounds, not knowing what exactly to do. Does this scene not stage shame at its purest? I am ashamed when I am confronted with the excess in my body. It is significant that the source of shame in the scene is sound, a spectral sound emanating from within the tramp's body, sound as an autonomous organ without body, located in the very heart of his body and at the same time uncontrollable, like a kind of parasite, a foreign intruder, in short, what Lacan called the voice object, one of the incarnations of objet petit, of the agalma, that which is in me more than myself. 38. We find this object even where one would not expect to find such a thing. If there is a novel which is the absolute classic of literary Stalinism, it is Nikolai Ostrovsky's How the Steel Was Tempered. In it, Pavka, a Bolshevik fully engaged first in the Civil War and then, during the 1920s, in the construction of steel mills, ends up his life in dirty rags and totally crippled, immobilized, deprived of limbs, thus reduced to an almost non-bodily existence. In such a state, he finally marries a young girl named Taya, making it clear that there will be no sex between them, just companionship, with her function being to take care of him. Here we in a way encounter the truth of the Stalinist mythology of the happy new man, a dirty desexualized cripple, sacrificing everything for the construction of socialism. This fate coincides with that of Ostrovsky himself, who, in the mid-1930s, after finishing the novel, was dying crippled and blind, and, like Ostrovsky, Pavka reduced to a living death. A kind of living mummy is reborn at the novel's end through writing a novel about his life. 39. In the last 2 years of his life, Ostrovsky lived in a Black Sea resort house as a living legend, on a street named after himself, his house a site of countless pilgrimages and of great interest to foreign journalists. This mortification of one's own treacherous body is itself embodied in a piece of shrapnel that has lodged itself in Pavka's eye, gradually blinding him. At this point, Ostrovsky's bland style suddenly explodes into a complex metaphor. The octopus has a bulging eye the size of a cat's head, a dull red eye, green in the center, burning, pulsating with a phosphorescent glow. The octopus moves. He can see it almost next to his eyes. The tentacles creep over his body, they are cold and they burn like nettles. The octopus shoots out its sting, and it bites into his head like a leech, and, wriggling convulsively, it sucks at his blood. He feels the blood draining out of his body into the swelling body of the octopus. 40. To put it in Lacanian Deleuzian terms, the octopus stands here for the organ without body, the partial object which invades our ordinary biological body and mortifies it. It is not a metaphor for the capitalist system squeezing and choking workers in its tentacles, the standard popular use of the metaphor between the 2 world wars, but, surprisingly, a positive metaphor for the absolute self-control that a Bolshevik revolutionary has to exert over his body, and over the pathological, potentially corrupting, bodily desires. As Kaganovska put it, the octopus is a superego organ which controls us from within. When Pavka, at the low point of despair, reviews his life, Ostrovsky characterizes this moment of reflection as a meeting of the Politburo with his eye about the treacherous behavior of his body. This is yet another proof of how literary ideology cannot ever simply lie, truth articulates itself in it through displacements. One cannot but recall here Kafka's Country Doctor. Is Ostrovsky's octopus not another name for the Kafkan undead wound which, while parasitizing upon my body, prevents me from dying? 41. However, this is not the whole story. Lacan's formula of the fetishist object is A over minus phi, castration, objet petit fills in, and simultaneously bears witness to, the gap of castration. This is why Lacan specifies shame as respect for castration, as an attitude of discreetly covering up the fact of being castrated. No wonder women have to be covered more than men, what is concealed is their lack of penis. While shamelessness resides in openly displaying one's castration, shame displays a desperate attempt to keep the appearance. Although I know the truth about castration, let us pretend that it is not the case. This is why, when I see my crippled neighbor shamelessly pushing toward me his disfigured limb, it is I, not he, who is overwhelmed by shame. When a man exposes his distorted limb to his neighbor, his true target is not to expose himself, but the neighbor, to put the neighbor to shame by confronting him with his own ambiguous repulsion/fascination with the spectacle he is forced to witness. In a strictly homologous way, one is ashamed of one's ethnic origins, of the specific torsion of one's particular identity, of being caught into the coordinates of a life world into which one was thrown, with which one is stuck, unable to get rid of it. The father's/narrator's final words in Kafka's Odradek, "The idea that he is likely to survive me I find almost painful," echo the final words of the trial, as if the shame will survive him. Odradek is effectively the shame of the father of the family, the story's narrator. What this indicates is that Odradek is the father's sent home, the knot onto which the father's jouissance is stuck. This, however, seems to complicate the link between shame and castration, for Lacan is such a partial object, lamella, the undead organ without a body, not precisely that which escapes castration? Lacan defines lamella as an asexual object, as the remainder of sexuation. For a human being to be dead while alive is to be colonized by the dead symbolic order, to be alive while dead is to give body to the remainder of life substance which has escaped the symbolic colonization, lamella. What we are dealing with here is thus the split between other and jouissance, between the dead symbolic order which mortifies the body and the non-symbolic life substance of jouissance. These two notions are in Freud and Lacan not what they are in our everyday or standard scientific discourse. In psychoanalysis, they both designate a properly monstrous dimension. Life is the horrible palpitation of the lamella, of the non-subjective, acephal, undead drive which persists beyond ordinary death. Death is the symbolic order itself, the structure which, as a parasite, colonizes the living entity. What defines death drive in Lacan is this double gap, not the simple opposition of life and death, but the split of life itself into normal life and horrifying undead life, and the split of the dead into ordinary dead and the undead machine. The basic opposition between life and death is thus supplemented by the parasitical symbolic machine, language as a dead entity which behaves as if it possesses a life of its own, and its counterpoint, the living dead, the monstrous life substance which persists in the real outside the symbolic. This split which runs within the domains of life and death constitutes the space of the death drive. In his reading of Kafka, Benjamin focuses on a long series of figures with the prototype of distortion, the hunchback. Among the images in Kafka's stories, none is more frequent than that of the man who bows his head far down on his chest, the fatigue of the court officials, the noise affecting the doormen in the hotel, the low ceiling facing the visitors in the gallery 42. It is crucial to remember here that, in the encounter of the man from the country and the guardian of the door of the law, it is the guardian, the figure of authority, who is hunched, not the man from the country, who stands upright. This point is noted by the priest in his debate with Joseph K. that follows the parable on the door of the law. In the trial, the priest makes it clear that it is the guardian who is subordinated here, playing the role of a servant. One should thus not idealize the disfigured creature into a pathetic figure of the marginalized, excluded from full humanity, the object of solidarity with the victim. If anything, the creaturely hunchback is the prototype of the servant of power. Let us not forget who are creatures par excellence. Woman is more creaturely than man, Christ on the cross is the creature, and, last but not least, the psychoanalyst is an inhuman creature, not a human partner, and the wager of the discourse of the analyst is precisely that one can establish a social link based directly on this creaturely excess, bypassing the master signifier. Recall here Lacan's le père ou père, father, or the worse, insofar as the analyst is not a father figure, a figure of paternal symbolic authority, insofar as his presence signals and enacts the suspension of this authority, is there not in his figure also something of the primordial, one is tempted to say anal, father, the one exempted from symbolic castration? This is how we should approach the topic of Eucharist. What exactly do we eat when we eat the body of Christ? We eat the partial object, the undead substance which redeems us and guarantees that we are raised above mortality, that, while still alive here on earth, we already participate in the eternal divine life. Does this not mean that Eucharist is like the undead substance of the indestructible eternal life that invades the human body in a horror movie? Are we not, through Eucharist, terrorized by an alien monster which invades our body? 43 In the fall of 2003, a weird case of cannibalism was discovered in Germany. A guy ate his partner. What was so weird was the strictly consensual nature of the act. There was not the usual secret abduction and torture. The killer put announcements on the web, asking for somebody who was willing to be killed and eaten, and found a volunteer. The two first ate together the cooked penis of the victim, then the victim was killed, cut into pieces, and gradually eaten. If ever there was an act of Eucharistic love, this was it. Shame thus appears to be precisely what overwhelms the subject when he or she is confronted with what, in him or her, remains non-castrated, with the embarrassing surplus appendage which continues to dangle out. Is Odradek not the reminder/remainder of the failure of the Father to accomplish his work of imposing the law of castration? Or are we dealing here, yet again, with the structure of parallax? That is to say, what if the lack and the surplus refer to the same phenomenon and are simply two perspectives on it? In his structuralist logic of sense, Deleuze developed how, as soon as the symbolic order emerges, we are dealing with the minimal difference between a structural place and the element that occupies, fills out, this place. An element is always logically preceded by the place in the structure it fills out. The two series can, therefore, also be described as the empty formal structure, signifier, and the series of elements filling out the empty places in the structure, signified. From this perspective, the paradox consists in the fact that the two series never overlap. We always encounter an entity that is simultaneously with regard to the structure an empty, unoccupied place and with regard to the elements a rapidly moving, elusive object, an occupant without a place. We have thereby produced Lacan's formula of fantasy $A, since the matheme for the subject is $, an empty place in the structure, an elided signifier, while objet is, by definition, an excessive object, an object that lacks its place in the structure. Consequently, the point is not that there is simply the surplus of an element over the places available in the structure or the surplus of a place that has no element to fill it out. An empty place in the structure would still sustain the fantasy of an element that will emerge and fill out this place. An excessive element lacking its place would still sustain the fantasy of some yet unknown place waiting for it. The point is, rather, that the empty place in the structure strictly correlates to the errant element lacking its place. They are not two different entities, but the front and the back of one and the same entity, that is, one and the same entity inscribed onto the two surfaces of a Mobius strip. At its most formal, castration designates the precedence of the empty place over the contingent elements filling it. This is what accounts for the elementary structure of hysteria, of the hysterical question, why am I what you are saying that I am? Why am I at that place in the symbolic order? However, correlative to it is the fact of being stuck with an object with no symbolic place, an object which escaped castration. One should therefore not be afraid to draw the ultimate paradoxical conclusion: castration and its disavowal are two sides of the same coin. Castration has to be sustained by a non-castrated remainder. A fully realized castration cancels itself. Or, to put it more precisely, Lamella, the undead object, is not a remainder of castration in the sense of a little part which somehow escaped unhurt the swipe of castration, but, literally, the product of the cut of castration, the surplus generated by it. This link between castration and syntome means that the undead partial object is the inscription on the body of what Eric Santner calls signifying stress, the wound, the disfiguration/distortion, inflicted upon the body when the body is colonized by the symbolic order. This is why animals are not creatures in this precise sense. They are not stuck onto a syntome. However, one should avoid here the temptation to translate this feature into the terms of the traditional philosophical anthropology, according to which, animals are immersed in their environs, their behavior regulated by innate instincts, while humans are homeless animals deprived of immediate instinctual support. which is why they need a master to impose on them their second nature, symbolic norms and regulations. The key difference is that the cringe of the Sint home is not a cultural device destined to impose a new balance onto the uprooted human being which threatens to explode into untamed excess, but the name of this excess itself, a human being, to come, loses its animal instinctual coordinates by way of getting transfixed/stuck onto an inhuman Sint home. What this means is that the differentia specifica which defines a human being is, therefore, not the difference between human and animal, or any other real or imaginary species, such as gods, but an inherent difference, the difference between human and the inhuman excess that is inherent to being human. So what does psychoanalysis do with shame? The first association that pops up is, of course, that the aim of analytic treatment is precisely to dissolve the knot, the specific pathological formula onto which the subject's jouissance is stuck. That is to say, is such a stuckness onto a symptom not the most elementary form of the blockade psychoanalysis is dealing with? What prevents us from freely enjoying sexuality is not a direct repression, the so-called internalization of inhibitions, but the very excess of enjoyment coagulated into a specific formula which curves/distorts/transfixes our space of enjoyment, closes off new possibilities of enjoyment, condemns the subject to err in the closure of a vicious cycle, compulsively circulating around the same point of libidinal reference. And, within this framework, the function of psychoanalysis would be to bring the subject to fully assume castration, to untie the knot, to dissolve this stuckness, and thus to liberate his or her desire. Or, in Deleuzian terms, stuckness is the elementary form of libidinal territorialization, and the aim of psychoanalysis is to deterritorialize the subject's desire. However, the late Lacan proposes an exactly inverted formula. The aim of psychoanalysis is to get the subject to come to terms with the Sint home, with his specific formula of enjoyment. Lacan's insight here is that of the full ontological weight of stuckness, when one dissolves the Sint home and thus gets fully unstuck, one loses the minimal consistency of one's own being. In short, what appears as obstacle is a positive condition of possibility. What happens in psychoanalysis is thus not the dissolution of symptom, but the shift in perspective which inverts the condition of impossibility into the condition of possibility. The mode of functioning of Lamela is therefore that of suppleance. When, in his Seminar 20, Lacan proposes the formula y de l'un, the colloquial French for there is something of the one, this one is not the one of a harmonious whole, or the one of some unifying principle, or of the master signifier, but, on the contrary, the one that persists as the obstacle destabilizing every unity. This one, which is ultimately what Lacan calls the object small a, has the structure of what Lacan calls suppleance, supplementing the lack of what is in itself impossible. Thus, suppleance has nothing to do with the standard false reading of suture as the gesture of filling in the structural lack and imposing a false unification onto the multitude. It is, rather, what Badiou calls the symptomal knot, the supernumerary element which renders palpable the inconsistency of the social totality. 44 Therefore, is suppleance not, also, another name for the object cause of desire qua surplus enjoyment and, simultaneously, what Freud called the supplementary bonus of forepleasure. 45. What if, however, this very choice between the dissolution of a symptomal knot and its acceptance as a positive condition is, again, a false one? What if the very structure of a drive, as opposed to instinct, provides a solution? We are stuck on a knot around which drive circulates, yet it is this very stuckness that pushes us again and again forward to invent ever new forms to approach it. Every openness has thus to be sustained by a knot which stands for a fundamental impossibility. The excess of humanity with regard to the animal is not, only, an excess of dynamism, but rather an excess of fixity. A human remains stubbornly attached, fixated, to an impossible point, returning to it on account of a compulsion to repeat, unable to drop it even when it reveals itself as unattainable. Consequently, is the theological dimension without which, for Benjamin, revolution cannot win not the very dimension of the excess of drive, of its too muchness? Is a solution, then, to change the modality of our being stuck into a mode that allows, solicits even, the activity of sublimation? Shame and its vicissitudes. Lacan's theory effectively outlines a series of vicissitudes of shame. There is the cynical position, not that of the modern cynicism, but of the cynicism of the ancients, that of Diogenes, the position of shamelessness, of displaying one's obscene excess publicly. Diogenes, it is reported, used to masturbate in front of others. Then there is the sadist pervert who displaces shame onto his other/victim. The sadist assumes the position of the object instrument of the other's jouissance. In other words, the aim of the sadist's activity is not primarily to impose pain onto the other, but to put the other to shame by way of confronting him or her with the unbearable knot of his or her enjoyment. It is a key fact here that the formula of the discourse of perversion is the same as that of the analyst's discourse. Lacan defines perversion as the inverted fantasy. In other words, his formula of perversion is $, which is precisely the upper level of the analyst's discourse. The difference between the social link of perversion and that of analysis is grounded in the radical ambiguity of objet patia in Lacan, which stands simultaneously for the imaginary phantasmatic lure/screen and for that which this lure is obfuscating, for the void behind the lure. So, when we pass from perversion to the analytic social link, the agent, analyst, reduces himself to the void that provokes the subject into confronting the truth of his desire. It would be all too easy to establish here a link between shame and the Levinasian notion of responsibility toward the neighbor's face. However, the ultimate limitation of shame is the same as that of Levinas. It relies on some figure of big other whose presupposed gaze makes us ashamed. For example, in City Lights the tramp is ashamed because his hiccup whistles are noted by those around him. Recall the key moment in a Jerry Lewis film which occurs when the idiot he plays is compelled to become aware of the havoc his behavior has caused. And this holds even for Oedipus. Why did he blind himself after discovering the truth about himself? Not to punish himself, but to escape the unbearable gaze of the other, the gaze which, as Lacan put it in Seminar 11, is outside. It does not belong to an eye but to an all-seeing world which photographs me all the time. This is what Oedipus was not able to sustain, the shame of the truth of his being disclosed to the world to see it. What, then, happens to shame once the subject assumes the inexistence of the big other? When Lacan defines the Freudian drive as reflexive, as the stance of se faire, visual drive is not the drive to see, but, in contrast to the desire to see, the drive to make oneself seen, etc., does he not thereby point toward the most elementary theatricality of the human condition? Our fundamental striving is not to observe, but to be part of a staged scene, to expose oneself to a gaze, not a determinate gaze of a person in reality, but of the non-existent pure gaze of the big other. This is the gaze for which the ancient Romans carved the details in the reliefs at the top of their viaducts, details invisible to the eye of any human standing below, the gaze for which the ancient Incas made their gigantic drawings out of stones whose form could be perceived only from high up in the air, the gaze for which the Stalinists organized their gigantic public spectacles. To specify this gaze as divine is already to gentrify its status, to obfuscate the fact that it is a gaze of no one, a gaze freely floating around, with no bearer. The two correlative positions, that of the actor on the stage and that of the spectator, are not ontologically equivalent or contemporary. We are originally not observers of the play stage of reality, but part of the tableau staged for the void of a non-existing gaze, and it is only in a secondary time that we can assume the position of those who look at the stage. The unbearable impossible position is not that of the actor, but that of the observer, of the public. Along these lines, Gerard Wajkman recently proposed a Lacanian version of the rise of modern subjectivity. According to Wajkman, the medieval human remained inscribed into the field of the other's gaze, into creation under the protection of God's gaze. This gaze is a secondary version of the original fact that, prior to seeing, we are objects of the other's gaze. Against this background, the break of modernity, the rise of the modern subject, equals the emergence of the space of intimacy. The subject asserts itself as the subject of a gaze who masters the world by first seeing it from a safe distance, From a dark place beyond the other's gaze. Unseen, I see. This is what the Cartesian cogito ultimately amounts to: I am insofar as I am not seen, insofar as the core of my being dwells in an intimate space that escapes the other's public gaze. This exemption is an illusion, however, a screen against the fact that, prior to seeing, I am here for the other's gaze. Lacan will lift the final veil on all this in order to show the truth, that there is nothing to see. In other words, what is elided in the visible, outside of the gaze and with the gaze, is that nothing in truth looks at the spectator, except himself, his own gaze in the field of the other. His own gaze ex qua, placed outside. But it seems to me that this should be added, that one can do nothing with such a truth except to know it. It would be better for the health of a subject if he had nothing to do with this truth in the real, if he never encountered it, if he never came up against the unveiling of the gaze, which would thus be that of his phantasm. Between lie and undesirable truth, Lacan advocates a path for the subject, the path of the subject, ethical, that of a choice of being duped. Choosing the illusion nevertheless implies knowing the truth, not losing the view that it is an illusion. But a vital illusion. Point 46. On the next page, Weichmann refers to a psychotic case of a patient of his, Madame R., who lived in a terrifying real, outside illusion, totally exposed to the other's gaze, flattened, desubjectivized by it, transparent, deprived of any substance, invisible precisely because she is totally open to the other's gaze. This is Weichmann's version of Lacan's les non-dupes errant, the non-duped, those who refuse to get caught in the illusion of being able to see from a safe distance, to be exempted from the world, and to elude the other's gaze pay for this a terrible price of psychotic closure. However, Lacan's les non-dupes errant can, and should, be read in a different, opposite almost, way, as a formula against cynicism. The non-duped are not psychotics but cynics who refuse to get caught in the symbolic fiction and reduce it to a mere superficial mask beneath which the real thing dwells, power, jouissance, etc. What cynics do not see is that, as Lacan emphasized, paraphrasing Alphonse Alice, we are naked only beneath our dress. And, effectively, Weichmann himself comes dangerously close to a cynical position insofar as his version of Lacan's ethical path, allow yourself to be duped, while knowing that it is only an illusion, cannot but function as another je sais bien mais quand même, I know the truth but I choose illusion. In other words, I choose to act as if I believe in the illusion. This is an empty knowledge, a knowledge deprived of symbolic performative efficiency. It is false because it remains disconnected from truth. The truth is not on the side of my knowledge, but on the side of the illusion in which I let myself get caught. This is how today's ideology functions: a successful businessman who, deep in himself, thinks that his economic activity is just a game in which he participates, while his true self expresses itself in spiritual meditation that he regularly practices, is not aware that this true self is a mere delusion enabling him to successfully participate in the economic activity. He is like a Jew who knows there is no God, but nonetheless obeys the kosher rules. Here I must raise a series of questions. Is a psychotic really the one who heroically assumes the unbearable truth, that I am seen, exposed, or that I am spoken, in contrast to the normal seeing/speaking subject who relies on an illusion? If the non-psychotic space in which we are exempted from being exposed to the other's gaze emerged only with the rise of modern subjectivity, and even constitutes that subjectivity, in what way were pre-modern humans not psychotics, although according to Weichmann they were fully exposed to the other's gaze, perceiving themselves as dwelling within the created world sustained by the divine gaze? Furthermore, is Lacan's point not also that I am only as seen through a blind spot in what I see, through the stain in the field of the visible which is strictly correlative to the subject's existence? Is this not what Lacan's formula $A, the impossible correlation between the void of subjectivity and the stain of the object, amounts to? Is this not also the antipanopticon lesson of the recent trend of cam websites, which realize the logic of the Truman Show? On these sites, we are able to follow continuously some event or place, the life of a person in his or her apartment, the view on a street, etc. Do they not display an urgent need for the phantasmatic other's gaze serving as the guarantee of the subject's being, I exist only insofar as I am looked at all the time? Similar to this is the phenomenon, noted by Claude Lefort, of the TV set that is all the time turned on, even when no one effectively watches it. It serves as the minimum guarantee of the existence of a social link. Thus, the contemporary situation is the tragicomic reversal of the Benthamic Orwellian notion of the panopticon society in which we are, potentially, observed all the time and have no place to hide from the omnipresent gaze of the power. Today, anxiety arises from the prospect of not being exposed to the other's gaze all the time, so that the subject needs the camera's gaze as a kind of ontological guarantee of his or her being. And, last but not least, is the only position outside illusion really the impossible position of a totally desubjectivized self-exposure? Does Weichmann not confound here two quite distinct experiences, the psychotic exposure to the all-seeing gaze of the other and the experience that nothing in truth looks back at me because there is no big other, because the other is in itself inconsistent, lacking? In Lacan's perspective, it is wrong to say that the subject exists only insofar as it is exempted from the other's gaze. Rather, the subject's existence is correlative to the lack in the other, to the fact that the big other itself is barred. There is a subject only insofar as the other is itself traversed by the bar of an inherent impossibility. Here, we should bear in mind that l'objet petit signals and simultaneously fills in the lack in the other, so that saying that the subject is correlative to it equals saying that it is correlative to the lack in the other. Far from assuming this lack, the psychotic persists in the illusion of a consistent, non-castrated, other who is not just a fiction, in other words, who is not just my own gaze in the field of the other. What this means is that the subject's opacity is strictly correlative to his or her total self-exposure. The first act of Sign, the heroine of Paul Louis Charles Marie Claudel's The Hostage, is that of what, following Freud, Lacan calls Viragung, the radical, self-relating, loss/renunciation of the very phantasmatic core of her being. First, I sacrifice all I have for the cause thing that is for me more than my life. What I then get in exchange for this sacrifice is the loss of this cause thing itself. 47 In order to save the Pope hiding in her house, Sign agrees to marry Toussaint Tourlour, a person she despises. Tourlour is the son of her servant and wet nurse and has used the revolution to promote his career. As a Jacobin local potentate, he ordered the execution of Sign's parents in the presence of their children. Thus, Sign sacrifices everything that matters to her: her love, her family name, and her estate. Her second act is her final no to Tourlour. Tourlour, standing by the bed of the fatally wounded Sign, desperately asks her to give a sign which would confer some meaning on her unexpected suicidal gesture of saving the life of her loathed husband. Anything, even if she didn't do it for the love of him but merely to save the family name from disgrace. The dying Sign doesn't utter a sound. She merely signals her rejection of the final reconciliation with her husband by means of a compulsive tic, a kind of convulsed twitching that repeatedly distorts her gentle face. There is a key difference between the facial tic, which stands for the non-de sign, Lacan, for her refusal to confer meaning on her suicidal act, and the tramp's hiccups in city lights. His uncontrollable hiccups make the tramp ashamed in the eyes of the public, while there is no shame in Sign. Her shattering experience deprives her of that phantasmatic core, the exposure of which would put her to shame, so her tic is just that, a feature that provides the minimum of consistency to her devastated/voided subjectivity. Thus, it is totally misleading to try to interpret Sign's no so as to see in it some desperate strategy of retaining a minimum of dignity or privacy, or to perceive it as conditioned by some psychopathological compulsion. Sign's fate makes it clear how total exposure equals opacity. It is precisely when a subject exposes himself totally to me that I experience him as thoroughly impenetrable, although there is no content hidden from me. The enigma is that of the form itself, of the status of the very gesture of exposure. Love, hatred, and indifference. We should therefore assume the risk of countering Levinas's position with a more radical one, Others are primordially and, ethically, indifferent multitude, and love is a violent gesture of cutting into this multitude and privileging a one as the neighbor, thus introducing a radical imbalance into the whole. In contrast to love, justice begins when I remember the faceless many left in shadow in this privileging of the one. Justice and love are thus structurally incompatible. Justice, not love, has to be blind, it must disregard the privileged one whom I really understand. What this means is that the third is not secondary, it is always already here, and the primordial ethical obligation is toward this third who is not here in the face-to-face relationship, the one in shadow, like the absent child of a love couple. This not simply the Derridean Kierkegaardian point that I always betray the other because tout autre est un autre, because I have to make a choice to select who my neighbor is from the mass of the thirds, and this is the original sin choice of love. The structure is similar to the one described by Emile Benveniste regarding verbs. The primordial couple is not active-passive, to which the middle form is then added, but active and middle, along the axis of engaged-disengaged. The primordial couple is neutral and evil, the choice which disturbs the neutral balance, or, grammatically, impersonal other and IU is a secondary addition. 48. To properly grasp the triangle of love, hatred, and indifference, one must rely on the logic of the universal and its constitutive exception which only introduces existence. The truth of the universal proposition humans are mortal does not imply the existence of even one human, while the less strong proposition there is at least one human who exists, i.e., some humans exist, implies their existence. Lacan draws from this the conclusion that we pass from universal proposition, which defines the content of a notion, to existence only through a proposition stating the existence of not the at least one element of the universal genus which exists, but at least one which is an exception to the universality in question. What this means with regard to love is that the universal proposition I love you all acquires the level of actual existence only if there is at least one whom I hate, a thesis abundantly confirmed by the fact that universal love for humanity always led to the brutal hatred of the, actually existing, exception, of the enemies of humanity. This hatred of the exception is the truth of universal love, in contrast to true love which can emerge only against the background not of universal hatred, but of universal indifference. I am indifferent toward all, the totality of the universe, and as such, I actually love you, the unique individual who sticks out of this indifferent background. Love and hatred are thus not symmetrical, love emerges out of universal indifference, while hatred emerges out of universal love. In short, we are dealing here again with the formulas of sexuation. I do not love you all is the only foundation of there is nobody that I do not love, while I love you all necessarily relies on I really hate some of you. But I love you all. This is how Erich Mielke, the boss of the East German secret police, defended himself. His universal love was obviously grounded in its constitutive exception, the hatred of the enemies of socialism. 49. This brings us to the radical anti-Levinasian conclusion. The true ethical step is the one beyond the face of the other, the one of suspending the hold of the face, the one of choosing against the face, for the third. This coldness is justice at its most elementary. Every preempting of the other in the guise of his or her face relegates the third to the faceless background. And the elementary gesture of justice is not to show respect for the face in front of me, to be open to its depth, but to abstract from it and refocus onto the faceless thirds in the background. 50. It is only such a shift of focus onto the third that effectively uproots justice, liberating it from the contingent umbilical link that renders it embedded in a particular situation. In other words, it is only such a shift onto the third that grounds justice in the dimension of universality proper. When Levinas endeavors to ground ethics in the other's face, is he not still clinging to the ultimate root of the ethical commitment, afraid to accept the abyss of the rootless law as the only foundation of ethics? Thus, truly blind justice cannot be grounded in the relationship to the other's face, in other words, in the relationship to the neighbor. Justice is emphatically not justice for with regard to the neighbor. What is at stake here is not primarily an external critique of Levinas, targeting its problematic socio-political consequences, but the deployment of the inherent insufficiency of his rendering of the encounter of the other's face as the primordial face. This rendering is wrong in its own terms, as a phenomenological description, since it misses the way the third is always already here. Prior to encountering the other as a face in front of us, the other is here as a paradoxical background face. In other words, the first relationship to an other is that to a faceless third. The third is a formal transcendental fact. It is not that, while, in our empirical lives, the third is irreducible, we should maintain as a kind of regulative idea the full grounding of ethics in the relationship to the other's face. Such a grounding is not only empirically impossible, it is a priori impossible, since the limitation of our capacity to relate to others' faces is the mark of our very finitude. In other words, the limitation of our ethical relation of responsibility toward the other's face, which necessitates the rise of the third, the domain of regulations, is a positive condition of ethics, not simply its secondary supplement. If we deny this, in other words, if we stick to the postulate of a final translatability of the third into a relation to the other's face, we remain caught in the vicious cycle of understanding. One can understand everything, even the most hideous crime has an inner truth and beauty when observed from within. Recall the refined spiritual meditations of the Japanese warriors. There is a weird scene in Hector Babenco's Kiss of the Spider Woman. In German-occupied France, a high Gestapo officer explains to his French mistress the inner truth of the Nazis, how they are guided in what may appear brutal military interventions by an inner vision of breathtaking goodness. We never learn in what, exactly, this inner truth and goodness consist. All that matters is this purely formal gesture of asserting that things are not what they seem, brutal occupation and terror, that there is an inner ethical truth which redeems them. This is what the ethical law prohibits. Justice must be blind, ignoring the inner truth. Recall the famous passage from Graham Greene's The Power and the Glory. When you visualized a man or woman carefully, you could always begin to feel pity. That was a quality God's image carried with it. When you saw the lines at the corners of the eyes, the shape of the mouth, how their hair grew, it was impossible to hate. Hate was just a failure of imagination. 51. However, what this means is that, in order to practice justice, one has to suspend one's power of imagination. If hate is a failure of imagination, then pity is the failure of the power of abstraction. Recall how colorblind people proved useful in World War II. They were able almost immediately to see through camouflage and to identify a tank or a gun behind the protective cover, a proof that this cover worked at the level of color, by reproducing colors that extended smoothly into the surroundings, not at the level of shapes. In the same way, justice is colorblind. In order to perceive the true contours of the act to be appreciated, justice must ignore the entire camouflage of the human face. Far from displaying a quality God's image carried with it, the face is the ultimate ethical lure, and the passage from Judaism to Christianity is not the passage from blindly applying the harsh law to displaying love and pity for the suffering face. It is crucial that it was Judaism, the religion of the harsh letter of the law, that first formulated the injunction to love thy neighbor. The neighbor is not displayed through a face, it is, as we have seen, in his or her fundamental dimension a faceless monster. It is here that one has to remain faithful to the Jewish legacy. In order to arrive at the neighbor we have to love, we must pass through the dead letter of the law, which cleanses the neighbor of all imaginary lure, of the inner wealth of a person displayed through his or her face, reducing him or her to a pure subject. Levinas is right to point out the ultimate paradox of how the Jewish consciousness, formed precisely through contact with this harsh morality, with its obligations and sanctions, has learned to have an absolute horror of blood, while the doctrine of nonviolence has not stemmed the natural course towards violence displayed by a whole world over the last 2,000 years. Only a God who maintains the principle of law can in practice tone down its severity and use oral law to go beyond the inescapable harshness of scriptures. Df. 138. But what about the opposite paradox? What if only a God who is ready to subordinate his own law to love can in practice push us to realize blind justice in all its harshness? Recall the infamous lines from Che Guevara's testamentary message to the Tricontinental, 1967. Hatred is an element of struggle, relentless hatred of the enemy that impels us over and beyond the natural limitations of man and transforms us into effective, violent, selective, and cold-killing machines. Our soldiers must be thus: a people without hatred cannot vanquish a brutal enemy. 52. And it is crucial to read these lines together with Guevara's notion of revolutionary violence as a work of love, let me say, with the risk of appearing ridiculous, that the true revolutionary is guided by strong feelings of love. It is impossible to think of an authentic revolutionary without this quality. 53. One should confer to the words beyond the natural limitations of man their entire Kantian weight. In their love/hatred, revolutionaries are pushed beyond the limitations of empirical human nature, so that their violence is literally angelic. Therein resides the core of revolutionary justice, this much misused term, harshness of the measures taken, sustained by love. Does this not recall Christ's scandalous words from Luke? If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and his mother, his wife and children, his brothers and sisters, yes, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Luke 14:26, which point in exactly the same direction as another famous quote from Che. You may have to be tough, but do not lose your tenderness. You may have to cut the flowers, but it will not stop the spring. 54. This Christian stance is the opposite of the Oriental attitude of nonviolence, which, as we know from the long history of Buddhist rulers and warriors, can legitimize the worst violence. It is not that the revolutionary violence really aims at establishing a nonviolent harmony; on the contrary, the authentic revolutionary liberation is much more directly identified with violence. It is violence as such, the violent gesture of discarding, of establishing a difference, of drawing a line of separation, which liberates. Freedom is not a blissfully neutral state of harmony and balance, but the violent act which disturbs this balance. Marx said about the petit bourgeois that he sees in every object two aspects, bad and good, and tries to keep the good and fight the bad. One should avoid the same mistake in dealing with Judaism, setting the good Lebanesian Judaism of justice, respect for and responsibility toward the other, and so on, against the bad tradition of Jehovah, his fits of vengeance and genocidal violence against the neighboring people. This is the illusion to be avoided. One should assert a Hegelian speculative identity between these two aspects and see in Jehovah the support of justice and responsibility. It is here that one should recall Lacan's formula of the ultimate choice facing us, le père ou père. Against fatherly love, against Father as the figure of universal, all-embracing justice, the one who loves us all, we should gather the courage to choose the worse, to make a difficult bet on the other Father, in the same way that Miller speaks of the other Lacan, Father as a divisive figure of struggle. Judaism is the moment of unbearable absolute contradiction, the worst, monotheistic violence, and the best, responsibility toward the other. In absolute tension the two are identical and simultaneously absolutely incompatible. Christianity resolves the tension by way of introducing a cut, the bad itself, finitude, cut, the gesture of difference, differentiation, as the communists used to put it, the need for ideological differentiation, as the direct source of good. In a move from in itself to for itself, Christianity merely assumes the Jewish contradiction. So if I seem to argue for the step from Judaism to Pauline Christianity, one should be fully aware that Paul is here conceived as the first great German Jewish thinker, equal in stature to Rosenzweig, Freud, and Benjamin. 55. At what point in the historical development of Christianity did this Paulinean moment re-emerge most forcefully? Do the three main versions of Christianity not form a kind of Hegelian triad? In the succession of Orthodoxy, Catholicism, and Protestantism, each new term is a subdivision, split off of a previous unity. This triad of universal particular singular can be designated by three representative founding figures, John, Peter, Paul, as well as by three races, Slavic, Latin, German. In the Eastern Orthodoxy, we have the substantial unity of the text and the corpus of believers, which is why the believers are allowed to interpret the sacred text. The text goes on and lives in them, it is not outside the living history as its exempted standard and model. Point 56. The substance of religious life is the Christian community itself. Catholicism stands for radical alienation, the entity which mediates between the founding sacred text and the corpus of believers. The Church, the religious institution, regains its full autonomy. The highest authority resides in the Church, which is why the Church has the right to interpret the text. The text is read during the Mass in Latin, a language which is not understood by ordinary believers, and it is even considered a sin for an ordinary believer to read the text directly, bypassing the priest's guidance. For Protestantism, finally, the only authority is the text itself, and the wager is on every believer's direct contact with the Word of God as it was delivered in the text. The mediator, the particular, thus disappears, withdraws into insignificance, enabling the believer to adopt the position of a universal singular, the individual in direct contact with the divine universality, bypassing the mediating role of the particular institution. This reconciliation, however, becomes possible only after alienation is brought to the extreme, in contrast to the Catholic notion of a caring and loving God with whom one can communicate, negotiate even. Protestantism starts with the notion of God deprived of any common measure shared with humans, of God as an impenetrable beyond who distributes grace in a totally contingent way. Point 57. One can discern the traces of this full acceptance of God's unconditional and capricious authority in the last song Johnny Cash recorded just before his death, "The Man Comes Around," an exemplary articulation of the anxieties contained in Southern Baptist Christianity. There's a man goin' round taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There will be a golden ladder reaching down. When the man comes around, the hairs on your arm will stand up. At the terror in each sip and each sup, will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground? When the man comes around, hear the trumpets, hear the pipers. 100 million angels sing in. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices callin' and voices cryin'. Some are born and some are dyin'. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come. And the whirlwind is in the thorn trees. The virgins are all trimming their wicks. The whirlwind is in the thorn trees. It's hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Till Armageddon, no shalom, no shalom. Then the father hen will call his chickens home. The wise men will bow down before the thorn, and at his feet they'll cast their golden crowns. When the man comes around, whoever is unjust, let him be unjust still. Whoever is righteous, let him be righteous still. Whoever is filthy, let him be filthy still. The song is about Armageddon, the end of days, when God will appear and perform the last judgment, and this event is presented as pure and arbitrary terror. God is presented almost as evil personified, as a kind of political informer, a man who comes around and provokes consternation by taking names, by deciding who is saved and who lost. If anything, Cash's description evokes the well-known scene of people lined up for a brutal interrogation, and the informer pointing out those selected for torture. There is no mercy, no pardon of sins in it, no jubilation in it. We are all fixed in our roles, the just remain just and the filthy remain filthy. In this divine proclamation, we are not simply judged in a just way. Rather, we are informed from outside, as if learning about an arbitrary decision, whether we were righteous or sinners, whether we are saved or condemned. This decision appears to have nothing to do with our inner qualities. And, again, this dark excess of the ruthless divine sadism, excess over the image of a severe, but nonetheless just, God, is a necessary negative, an underside, of the excess of Christian love over the Jewish law. Love that suspends the law is necessarily accompanied by arbitrary cruelty that also suspends the law. This is also why it is wrong to oppose the Christian God of love to the Jewish God of cruel justice. Excessive cruelty is the necessary obverse of Christian love. And, again, the relationship between these two is one of parallax. There is no substantial difference between the God of love and the God of excessive arbitrary cruelty. it is one and the same God who appears in a different light only due to a parallactic shift of our perspective. One might designate this intrusion of radical negativity as the return of the Jewish repressed within Christianity, the return of the figure of Jehovah, the cruel God of vengeful blind justice. And it is when one is faced with this violent return that one should assert the ultimate speculative identity of Judaism and Christianity. The infinite judgment is here, Christianity is Judaism.